Good morning, evening. This is Rook Games, going to be your Rook Corner. All to have the boys stuck on man who must like one man view smart. Stay on the journey to free Rook Corner. Like Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag. Now, I know we play Assassin's Creed 2. You might wonder why it's going from 2 to 4. How is because technically on the timeline, this makes more sense than jumping straight to 3. Because this one takes place in 1700, while the next one takes place in the 1800s. So that's why we're playing by timeline rather than numbers as much as possible to streamline the process. Thankfully, from 3 onwards, it's pretty standalone. Each of them don't have to worry about playing the previous installments, which is, in a way, depending on your opinion, might be excellent. Anyway, without further ado, let's
Started playing with it.
begin.
Next, we're going to see what we can do with some of these remote controls that we have around the home. We're going to use an Arduino to decode the output of these, and we'll see if we can repurpose them. For example, I've got a remote here for a television that has features for a DVD or Blu-ray player that I never use. I could repurpose some of these buttons to, let's say, turn off lights or fans or something in the same room as the television and make the device more useful. We're going to look at doing things the other way, too, taking an Arduino and emulating an infrared remote so that we can make our own custom remotes, maybe one remote control for all the devices in our room, or perhaps a simpler remote, one that only has the buttons that we really use rather than 20 or 30 buttons that we never use and is kind of confusing. And then we're going to look at using one of these inexpensive infrared remotes that you can pick up on eBay. These things are really cheap and they can be used for all kinds of projects. So I'm going to put together an Arduino project that uses this. So there is a lot to cover today, and so let's get started and learn how IR remotes actually work.
Edward, your arm. That's funny.
IR remote controls use light to transmit data between the remote control and the receiving source. The light they use is infrared light.
Why can't the captain?
Infrared light is light below the visible spectrum of light.
Oh, okay. An
advantage of IR remote controls is that IR LEDs are inexpensive.
This is you'll find out
later
why.
Is that IR is subject to interference.
Can I turn?
Common sources of interference to IR remote controls include sunlight. Another common source is the lighting in your home, although today's modern LED lights emit far less IR than old-fashioned incandescent lights did. Now IR remote controls work by sending pulses of infrared light to the receiving source.
Did we get him? We got him.
To prevent interference, these pulses are modulated, usually at a frequency of 38 kilohertz.
Oh, jeez.
Each button on your IR remote control sends a unique code to the receiving source. These codes differ between manufacturers.
Do we have things? Yes, we do.
What's Tumsworthy, you ask? It's anything that's worth the burn. Tumsworthy. A game that's got you on the edge of your seat. Tumsworthy. Anything that's got you like totally freaking out. Welcome to Tumsworthy, y'all.
We got a perfect angle here.
Now, one unfortunate fact of life is that when you're building a project, sometimes it doesn't work the way you want it to. Murphy's Law just sometimes works against you, and you have to start troubleshooting. Now, when you're troubleshooting a project that's based upon an infrared remote, you've got an additional problem. You can't actually see the light with your eye. But fortunately, there is a way that you can see infrared light, and that's to use a camera that does not have an infrared filter. You probably have one, and you may not even realize it. The camera in your phone or in your tablet is usually capable of seeing infrared light. So I want to show you that right now. I've got a tablet over here. I've got the camera on, and I've got one of my infrared remotes. So I'm going to get up close and personal for a second here, and flash and aim the remote at the tablet. And as you can see, You see a flashing violet light. That's actually the infrared LED being pulsed as I'm pressing the button. So you can use that technique if you need to determine that your infrared remote is indeed transmitting. And if things aren't working, you can start looking at the receiving side instead. Alright, so now that we've seen how IR remotes function, let's take a look at how one of the sensors actually works. Now, I'm going to be using a very common 3-pin sensor. It's based around a device called an 1838 IR sensor. And the module I'm using is hooked up very simply. It's got a VCC, a ground, and a signal connection. So the VCC is connected to 5 volts, the ground is connected to ground, of course, and the signal output is what we connect into our Arduino or other microcontroller. So I've got one of these devices here on the breadboard, and I'm just powering it up with my 5-volt power supply. I just want to show you how this works. Now, I've got a logic probe. We used a logic probe in a previous video, and this basically is just a device that can sense whether a signal is at a digital 0 or a digital 1. It does so by both flashing a light and producing a rather irritating sound. And so when I connect the output of my sensor to my logic probe,
I remember that one.
we see that it is at a digital high right now, indicated by the red light and high-pitched sound. So I'm going to fire a remote control at this. And as you can see, it creates a number of pulses every time. So this device is actually demodulating the modulated signal and producing pulses, which will then decode and determine which key on the remote that I've pressed. So now that we've done this, let's take a look at our first Arduino circuit that we're going to use with this device. Now the first demonstration we're going to do with an Arduino is very simple. Here's how I've connected the sensor up to the Arduino. I've taken the 5 volts from the Arduino and connected it to the VCC on the sensor. I've connected the ground on the Arduino to the ground pin on the sensor. I've taken the sensor's output and connected it to digital pin 4 on the Arduino. Now, the digital pin is not critical. You could use another one if you wish, and you'll just have to change the sketch accordingly. So now that I've done that, let's take a look at the sketch we're going to be running. The sketch makes use of an IR remote library, which is written by a fellow named Ken Sheriff, and you can find that in your library manager. So go into your library manager, go include library, manage libraries, and look for IR remote.
Oh, so it was. Oh wait, there was no M1 to probably.
I'm on to you, 6B.
Now there's this robot IR remote which comes installed with the Arduino. This is not the one we're looking for. Continue to scroll down until you see IR remote by Sheriff. If yours isn't installed, click the button after you click more info and install the latest version of the library. Now that you have the library installed, let's go through the sketch. First of all, of course, we include the library. Next, we'll define the pin that we've connected the sensor to. I've called it receive pin, and I've defined a constant for it, and it's set to number 4 because I've used pin 4. Again, if you use a different pin, just change the 4 accordingly. Then we need to set up an object for both the results and the receiver itself. So first of all, we set up an object called IR receive, and we set it to the receive pin that we've defined earlier. And then we set something simply called results, and this will store the results of our IR receiving.
To force it a bit here.
Then we go into our setup routine. Now we're going to use the serial monitor to display the codes that come from the IR remote. So we'll start off our serial monitor at 9600 baud. You can use a different speed if you wish. And then we'll simply enable the receiver by taking our receiver object and using the enable IR in command in order to enable that. Then we go into the loop, and the loop is very simple. If we actually decode and get results in the result object, then we'll just simply print the result. And we're going to print it in hexadecimal because this is the customary way of printing the results. And then after that, we will resume listening again, and this continues on and on the loop. So now we'll upload that to our Arduino.
Alright.
And then we'll open our serial monitor to take a look at the results.
Come back.
So I'm going to use a remote control right now and just aim it at the sensor and see what kind of results we get. And as you see, we get a number of numbers whenever I press buttons. You'll probably notice a number of them say F, 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 F. And actually what that is that's the repeat signal that most remote controls give. So when you hold the key down for a period of time, it simply sends that out to indicate that you're repeating the key that you held before. And we'll take a look at how to use that a little bit later on.
That just shocked me.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, different manufacturers use different sets of code to their remote controls, and some manufacturers share the same sets of codes between different remotes. And so it's very helpful sometimes to figure out what set of control codes your remote is using. This can explain sometimes why two remote controls will interfere with each other when they're used in the same room. So the next sketch we're going to look at will display the manufacturer of the codes that your remote is using. So let's take a look at it right now. This uses the exact same hookup as our previous sketch, so there's no change to the Arduino hookup at all. Now, in this particular sketch, we start off exactly the same as the last one. We'll include the IR remote library. Again, we've got our sensor hooked up to pin number 4. We'll define objects for both the receiver and the results. And we go into setup and we do the same thing. We're going to use our serial monitor and we're going to enable our IR receiver. And then we go into our loop. Once again, if we decode some results, we will print the value out in hex. But then after that, we're going to also use the decode type property of the results object. And we go into a number of different case statements. So if it's NEC, we print out NEC. If it's a Sony, we print out Sony, RC5, RC5, etc., etc., etc. And that's basically the entire loop. Once again, we resume after doing that. And then we go back through the loop again and continue on and on and on. So let's upload that to our Arduino and take a look at it. So now that it's uploaded, let's open up our serial monitor and try this out with a few remotes. Okay, I'm going to start off with this RCA remote that I've used before. This is for a television that I have. And let's just aim that at it. And as you can see, it's using an NEC command set. Now let's take a look at this little remote control that we're going to use a little bit later. This is the one that comes with that little kit that you can get on eBay or Amazon. And we find out it's also using an NEC control set. I've actually found the NEC set is the most popular among the remotes I have. Now here's a Sony remote control, and as one might expect, it's using a Sony command set. And I've got a Panasonic over here, so lo and behold, it's using a Panasonic set. I also get a few unknowns on this particular one, and that's because this is a multi-remote, and it has some codes that this doesn't seem to be in the common library. So you'll find that as well. You'll also find that some remotes, for example, my Sony over here, I think sometimes gives me some Sanyo remote control codes on it. So it's interesting how these get mixed up on the same remote. But at any rate, that'll display the manufacturer type. So let's go on and do something a little practical with our remote control. You saw earlier that I had this RCA remote control, and it's for a television I have. Now, the thing about this remote is that I only own the television, yet the remote has a number of extra buttons on it that are for a DVD or a Blu-ray player that I don't actually own. These buttons are totally useless to me. So what we're going to do in our next sketch is we're going to repurpose these buttons so that I can do something else with them. So the two buttons I've decided to repurpose on my remote control are this red button at the bottom here and the yellow button, because again they're for functions that my television doesn't actually use. And so in order to do so, I've added a few extra components to my Arduino circuit, specifically a red LED and a yellow LED along with a couple of dropping resistors. Now here's how I've hooked this up. I've taken pins 8 of the Arduino and hooked it up to a 330 ohm dropping resistor, and then hooked the other end of that resistor to the anode of the red LED. Then I've taken pin 7, hooked it up to a 330 ohm resistor, and taken the other end of that 330 ohm resistor and hooked it up to the anode of the yellow LED. Then I've tied the two cathodes together and hooked them up to the ground line on the Arduino. So now that we've seen how this is wired up, let's take a look at the sketch I'm going to be using in order to accomplish this. Now, the sketch starts off in a similar fashion as the previous one. We include the IR remote library by Ken Sheriff, and we define the receive pin as number 4. But now I'm defining a couple of other constants as well, specifically red pin, which is number 8, and that's for the red LED, and yellow pin, which is pin 7 for the yellow LED. Now again, if you wish to use different pins, just change the 8 and the 7 accordingly. I've also defined another integer called toggle state because I want one of my LEDs to be a push on, push off. And so the toggle state is going to remember the last state, and I'm going to initialize it with a value of 0, which means the LED is off. Then I'm going to define the IR receiver and results object exactly as we have in the previous sketches. Then we go into the setup. I'm going to enable my IR receiver. And I'm not using a serial monitor this time, so there's no command for the serial monitor. Then I set the LEDs as outputs using the Arduino pin mode command. So I set both the red pin and yellow pin as being outputs. Now let's go into the loop. Once again, we'll take a look and see if we've actually decoded some results from our IR remote control. And we're going to use a switch and case function over here. So what I've done is I've captured what the value of both the red and the yellow keypad are using the first sketch that we tried. So I've got this value for my red keypad and this value for my yellow key button. Now, of course, if you're doing this, you're going to have to change these values to match the ones on the remote control that you're using. So on the red LED, I'm going to have it turn on for 2 seconds and then turn off every time the button is pressed. So what I do is I do a digital write to the red pin and I send it high, delay for 2 seconds, and then I send it low again. And then I need a break statement because that ends this case statement over here. Now, in this case over here where the yellow button is pressed, I want to toggle this either on or off. So in this case, I'm going to do things a bit differently. I've got an if statement over here, so I examine the toggle state. If the toggle state is 0, that means the LED was off, so I want to turn it on. So I'm going to turn the LED on, and then I'm going to change my toggle state to be a 1. If that's not the case, I'm going to do the opposite thing. I'm going to turn the LED off and change my toggle state to be a 0. And again, a break ends this particular case statement. Then once again, we resume listening and just go through the loop. So let's take a look at how that actually works. So over here, I've got my remote control, as you can see, with the red and the yellow buttons, and I've got my LED. So if I hit the red, you see the LED comes on, and then 2 seconds later it goes off. So I can just continue to toggle that briefly on and then it comes off. Whereas the yellow one is a toggle. So if I press this, the LED goes on and it stays on. And it'll stay on until I press the yellow button again and I turn it off.
What the heck?
And as you can see, that functions quite well.
Okay.
Now, our last demonstration illustrated how I repurposed 2 of the buttons, the red and the yellow one at the bottom of my remote control, and made them control a couple of LEDs. And that's great for a demonstration, but obviously for something practical, you would probably want to control other devices, such as a lamp or a fan in your room. That would actually be a proper use for something like this. Now, if you're going to be doing that, that means you're going to have to be controlling line voltage. And in order to control line voltage, the best way of doing that is with a relay. I've got a couple of relay modules over here that I like using. This one has 2 relays on it, and this one has 8 relays on it. What I like about these modules is that they're already pre-wired, so you don't have to actually do any wiring directly to the relays. And they've got opto isolators on them, so that they isolate the high voltages on the relay from the Arduino. So even if something were to go wrong with the relay, you still wouldn't pass any high voltages to the Arduino. Now, if you're using these modules, you should power them with their own 5-volt power supply, not the one in the Arduino. For one, the Arduino probably doesn't have enough current in order to drive a couple of relays. But secondly, that's an additional form of safety by isolating the power supplies between the two devices. And on the subject of safety, if you are going to be experimenting with high voltage devices, be very, very careful. Never experiment with high voltage on the workbench. Always use things like LEDs like we used earlier, and then when you wire your circuit, verify it with a multimeter and that. But don't actually use the high voltages on the workbench. Make sure that you wire it into an insulated enclosure. Make sure the wiring for the high voltage is 18 gauge or 16 gauge. Don't use anything thinner than that. And be very, very careful. Remember that depending where in the world you are, the voltage you're dealing with could be anywhere from 110 to 240 volts, and that can be lethal. If you are not sure of what you are doing, if you've never worked with that kind of voltage, just don't do it. Find someone else who is qualified and capable of doing it to assist you, or just simply do not do it. Do not risk anything, because again, these voltages can be lethal. So with the safety message over, let's move on to our next experiment. So far we have seen how we can use the IR remote library to receive and decode remote control codes, to determine the manufacturer type of the remote control codes, and to even repurpose a remote control to perform other functions. But the IR remote library can also be used to transmit remote control codes, and that's what we're going to do right now. I've taken this little RCA television and put it on my workbench. Now it's the TV that's associated with this remote control that we played with earlier. And basically what I've done is I've emulated the power button with the next demo we're going to do. So the power button toggles the television on and off. Now you could emulate any other button that you wanted to. I just chose the power button for this demo. You could even emulate a series of buttons, and they don't have to be to the same device. So there's a real practical use for this. Let's say you have a television and a sound system and a Blu-ray player, and you need to turn on the TV, set it to HDMI input number 2, turn on the sound system, set its input up, turn on the Blu-ray player. That's a whole bunch of buttons you'd have to press. Well, you could make one button that does all of them, and this fires off the remote control code. So it can be very convenient. Now, in order to do that, you'll have to do what I did in order to emulate the remote control here, and you'll need to determine the code and the manufacturer type, which we saw with the second demo that we did. Another thing you need to know, though, is the different manufacturer types transmit a different number of bits with each stream, and you need to know that. Now, that's a little bit difficult to find that information. I've got some resources on the dronebotworkshop.com website in the article that's associated with this video that can help you determine the number of bits for your remote control. But they vary between different manufacturers. Essentially, the NEC remote control codes that are used in this RCA and that are used in this little cheap one that we got from eBay, they use 32 bits. The RC5, which is another very common remote control set, uses 12 bits. Now, the Sony remote that I used earlier can use either 12 or 20 bits, depending on the type of Sony remote, so it gets even confusing between manufacturers. RC6 is another type that uses 20 bits, and the Sony and RC6 protocols require that you send the code 3 times, so you have to go through a loop and repeat it 3 times. You may have noticed when I demoed with the Sony remote that every time I pressed a button I actually got 3 codes. That's because the protocol requires that. Again, you'll find a resource in the dronebotworkshop.com website to help you determine the number of bits. Now, in order to do this, I've wired up a little Arduino circuit, and it's wired as follows. I've got an Arduino Uno, an infrared LED, which is like a regular LED, except of course it transmits in the infrared light zone, a push button, a 10K resistor, and a 150 ohm resistor. And I've wired it as follows. I've taken pin 3 of the Arduino and connected it to one end of the 150 ohm resistor. And I've taken the other end of the 150 ohm resistor and connected it to the anode of the LED. And then I've connected the cathode of the LED to the ground of the Arduino. Now, you need to use pin 3. This is one of these instances when you can't change the pin number, and that's because the IR remote uses pin 3 because it's associated with one of the timers inside the Arduino, so this can't be changed. Next, I've taken the 5 volts from the Arduino and tied it to one end of the push button. I've taken the ground from the Arduino and hooked it to one end of the 10K resistor. I've taken the other end of the 10K resistor and hooked it to the other side of the push button, and then I've taken the line from that connection and hooked it up to pin 7 of the Arduino. Now, you could use a different pin other than pin 7, and you could just change the sketch accordingly. So now that we've seen how all of this is wired up, let's take a look at the sketch we'll be using in order to emulate our remote control. So here's the sketch for our transmitter. We start off by including the IR remote library, just as we have for our previous sketches, and then we define a pin that we'll be using for our switch. So I call switch pin equal to 7 because we've got our switch connected to pin 7. Of course, if you used a different pin, you'd just change the number 7. Now notice we are not defining a pin for the output because the output has been fixed on pin 3, and that's part of the IR remote library. The next thing we define is an integer that I call button state, and I set it to a value of 0. This represents the value of the push button, 0 being not being pushed down and 1 being pushed down. Then I create an object called IR send, so I create an IR send object. And then we go into our setup, and the setup is quite simple. I just set the pin mode of our switch pin to be an input. This is the input from our push button. Then after that, we go into the loop. First of all, we read the value from the push button, so we do a digital read on the switch pin and assign that value to the button state. Now, if the button state is high, this means that the button has been pushed. And so we use our IR send object, and we use the send NEC function in order to send the code to the television. Now, the send NEC function works as follows, and there'll be a send Sony function, a send RC6 function, etc., etc. First of all, we're using a hexadecimal number, so 0x just means that the following code is hexadecimal. Now, this is the code that I captured for my power button, so FEA 857. Of course, when you do this experiment with a different television and different remote, you'll need to change this value. Then, as you recall, the NEC codes require 32 bits, so that's what the second parameter is 32 bits. And this is the power code for my television. And then after that, I just add a small delay. This is to debounce the push button so that when I push it, I don't get a series of on-off, on-off, but it lets the button have a time to settle down. So that's basically all that the code is. So now let's take a look at it and see how it functions. Okay, so let's demonstrate the little circuit that we've wired up to emulate our remote control on-off switch. Going to go over and press my push button. And lo and behold, my television turns itself on. Now, I don't have any input connected to it, so that's all we're going to see. So since it's not that interesting, let's press the button again, and the TV turns off. So as you can see, this works very well. One thing to note is that the infrared LED, I bent it so that it was aiming at the television. Remember that the light from the LED, like in any LED, comes out the top and not the sides. So if you're having trouble with your circuit, you might want to look at that. Also, when you're troubleshooting, of course, you can use your telephone or your tablet to make sure the infrared LED is transmitting. You should see it flash when you push the button. Another thing you could do, if you don't want to use your phone, is just temporarily substitute a red LED in its place, and you should see it briefly flash when the button is pressed. Now for our final demonstration, I want to show you how you code for the repeat function in the remote controls. You might recall from the first demo that whenever I held a key down, I got a series of Fs, and that just indicates repeat the last key that was pressed. So in order to demo this, I've got a little demonstration hooked up with a remote control and a servo motor. Now the remote that I'm going to use is this little one that I got off of eBay. It's very inexpensive, and it comes complete with not only the remote control but also with an IR receiver module and with an infrared LED. So it's a very, very inexpensive and useful way of getting into remotes and adding them to your project. I'm going to look at doing 3 of the keys on this remote. The left one, the OK one, and the right key. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook it up so that it drives a servo motor. When I hit the left key, the servo motor will move a couple of degrees to the left. When I hit the right, it will move a couple of degrees to the right. When I hit the OK key in the center, the servo motor will center itself. And if I hold down the left or right keys, the servo motor will continuously rotate in that direction until it comes to the end of its travel. So let's take a look at how I'm going to hook this up, and then at the sketch that we're going to use in order to accomplish this. Now for this demonstration, we're going to require an Arduino Uno, an IR sensor module, a small servo motor like an SG90, and a separate 5-volt power supply for the servo motor. We're going to hook it up as follows. The IR sensor will be hooked up identically to the way we did in the previous experiments, with VCC connected to the Arduino's 5-volt out, ground connected to the Arduino ground, and the output of the sensor connected to pin 4 of the Arduino. Next, we will hook our servo motor up. We will connect the positive to the servo motor's 5-volt power supply positive. We'll connect the negative to the 5-volt power supply ground, and we will also connect that ground to the Arduino's ground, so we have a common ground. Finally, the drive pin of the servo motor will be connected to pin 6 of the Arduino. And so now that we've seen this, let's take a look at the sketch we'll be using in order to make it work. Now in our sketch, we'll start off by including the IR remote library as we have for all of our experiments. We're also going to need to include the Arduino servo library, which is already included in your Arduino IDE. Again, we'll define a receive pin for the sensor, and I've defined that as being pin 4. We also need to define a pin for the servo, which I've connected to pin 6. Now I've defined an integer that I've called pause. This represents the position of the servo motor. I'm initializing it with a value of 90, which will put the servo motor in the center position when the sketch starts. I've also defined another variable, a long, called last code, and this stores the last code that we received from the remote control, and it's used in the repeat function. Once again, we'll define an IR receiver and some results objects. We also need to create a servo object. And now we move into the setup. We start by enabling the receiver. We attach the servo motor to the servo pin that we defined earlier. And we'll write to the servo motor, giving it a value of 90 so the servo starts in the center position. Then we go into the loop. When we actually receive something from the IR receiver, we'll go as follows. The first if statement checks to see if we're receiving nothing but a value of F. This means that it's a repeat. And so what we do is we assign results.value to equal the last code that we received. Now if results.value equals FF22DD, then that indicates the left button has been pressed. If you're using a different remote, you will need to change this value accordingly. When the left button has been pressed, we assign last code to the results value. We move the servo ahead by 2 degrees by adding 2 to the value of pause. Now we make sure that pause has not exceeded 180 because that's the limit of the servo's travel. So if it goes over 180, we just make the value into 180, and then we write that out to the servo motor. For the right button, we do virtually the same thing. We detect the right button code, which in my case is FFC23D. And we do exactly the same thing, except we minus 2 from the value of pause to move it right 2 degrees. And finally, if the center button has been pressed, we set the value of pause to 90, and we write that out to the servo motor.
What are you trying to do here?
Now at the end, I've placed a slight delay, and that's to present false readings from when the button is being pressed down. And then after that, we just resume everything and go back and start the loop over and over. So now that we've seen the code, we'll upload it to our Arduino and watch it work. Okay, let's watch our project in action. I placed a little piece of blue paper behind the servo so you can see its position a bit better. And I've initialized it so it started off in the center position. So I'm going to hit the left key. I'm just going to press it once. And as you can see, every time I press it, the servo moves a bit. Now I'm going to hold it down. And as you can see, it continuously moves. I'm going to do the same with the right key. Hold it down. It continuously moves. If I press it once, it just moves a bit. If I hit the center button, it goes back to the center. So I can move my servo back and forth, and when I hold down the key, the repeat function is working. Alright, so that wraps it up for our look at IR remote controls and how we can use them with the Arduino. Hopefully it's given you some ideas for how you can use these devices in your own projects, and it's shown you how versatile the IR remote library actually is. Now, if you need any of the code for the experiments we've done here, you will find it along with a detailed article about everything on the DroneBotWorkshop.com website. So please go and visit that. You'll find a link below the video to that. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do. I would really appreciate that. Until next time, I hope you take care of yourselves, and I will see you soon here in the workshop. Bye for now.
You need a counter at it. Oh, that's how I'm just grabbing. Practice that. Whoops. You're looking at timing it. That's me and then left. Yeah, that's what you normally do. Get insta defeat. Why would you do?
Today in the workshop, we'll be working with the NRF24L01 transceiver modules. We'll learn how these devices work and how we can use the Radiohead library to communicate between two Arduinos with them. We'll even build a wireless joystick for our robot car. We're working without a wire today, so welcome to the workshop.
Knock each other out by like bonking.
Hey, welcome to the workshop. Today I'm going to be working with some devices that many of you have asked me about. These are the NRF24L01 transceiver modules. Now, for those of you not familiar with these modules, these are little RF transmitter receivers that you can use with microcontrollers like the Arduino or microcomputers like the Raspberry Pi in order to exchange data at a reasonable speed over some fairly reasonable distances. In fact, with the correct antenna, you can even approach a kilometer under the right conditions. Now, I'm going to discuss how these modules work and show you a library that we have used before that you can use to communicate with these modules. But I'm also going to show you a project that many people have asked me about, and it's this. You might remember I did a video on the L298N H-bridge motor controller, and in that video I connected an L298N H-bridge and an Arduino up to a joystick and used it to drive two motors on a robot car base, and I was able to steer the car by pushing the joystick forward to go forward, pulling it back to go backwards, and when I pressed it toward the side, the car would steer off to that side. Now, in that video, I just wired it directly to the Arduino with a big long wire, but many people have asked about doing a remote control project with that. So today I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to take this little robot car. Now, you might remember that video in which we built a robot car base that had a couple of speed sensors on it. I'm taking this same robot car, I'm adding an NRF24L01 into the system so that I can control this with a remote joystick, and so I'll show you exactly how to build that. So stay tuned, there's a lot to cover today. Now, before we start working with the NRF24L01 transceiver modules, I want to say a couple of words about this robot car base. Now, for those of you who haven't seen the video, in the robot car base video, I showed you how to assemble one of these car bases from an inexpensive little kit. And I also showed you how to use these little speed sensors, these little black discs that come with these kits. We used them with a set of opto-isolators in order to send signals to the Arduino, and we use Arduino interrupts in order to measure those signals and measure the speed of the wheels and therefore control the car. So it's a very useful video to watch if you haven't seen it. It'll show you how to use the robot car base, and also you'll learn a bit about Arduino interrupts if you're not familiar with that concept already. Now, having said that, we are not going to be using the speed sensors in today's design. However, I'm not going to be removing them. If you have seen the video, and if you have built the robot car base based on the video, first of all, thank you very much for doing that. But secondly, you should know that I have a couple of wiring changes I needed to make, specifically the changes going to the L298N H-bridge motor controller. The reason is that some of the pins I used conflicted with some of the pins I needed for the NRF24L01 transceivers. So I had to move some of the wiring around. And I also used a pin that you might not expect me to have used, so you'll be learning another Arduino design technique that you might not know. So if you have built the base, pay particular attention to the wiring changes you're going to need to make. Having said all that now, let's go and learn a little bit about the NRF24L01 RF transceiver modules. The NRF24L01 is an inexpensive radio transceiver module based upon a chip designed by Nordic Semiconductor. It operates in the 2.4 to 2.5 GHz industrial, scientific, and medical, or ISM band. It connects to external devices using a serial peripheral interface, or SPI port. It's used in many applications such as wireless mice, remote controls, and many industrial designs. There are many configurations of the NRF24L01. Today we'll be dealing with two popular styles. One is a module with an integrated antenna. The other is a module with a low noise amplifier and external antenna for improved performance. Now here are the pinouts of the NRF24L01. Note that I'm showing the module with the internal antenna, but the one with the external antenna has the identical pinouts. This is also the top view of the module. Now pin 1, which is indicated with a square around the pin, is the ground pin. Pin 2 is VCC. This can be any voltage between 1.9 and 3.6 volts. Please note that the NRF24L01 cannot be powered directly with a 5-volt power supply. Pin 3 is the chip enable pin. This is an active high pin, and when it's activated, tells the chip to either transmit or receive, depending upon which mode it is currently in. Pin 4 is chip select not. This is tied to the SPI bus slave select and is an active low pin. When it is activated, it indicates that this particular module has been selected on the SPI bus. Pin 5 is the SCK, or clock pin. This is the clock signal from the master on the SPI bus. Pin 6 is master out, slave in. This is the output from the master, which in our case is the Arduino, or the input to the NRF24L01. Pin 7 is master in, slave out. This is the output from the NRF24L01. Pin 8 is the IRQ, or interrupt pin. This is an active low pin that sends interrupts generated by the NRF24L01. Now, as I showed you in the animation, there are a couple of different styles of NRF24L01. I wanted to show them to you on the workbench here right now. This is the standard module that you'll pick up. It's a very inexpensive module, and I'm not sure if you can see this correctly, but over here it's got a very squiggly little line on the printed circuit board. That's actually an integrated antenna for the module, so no external antenna is necessary for this. This module is also an NRF24L01. As you can see, it has an external antenna, and that antenna is actually connected. You can remove it if you wish. I'll remove that now. And this uses what's called an SMA connector, which is a standard connector for antennas, so you can connect another antenna to this as well. In addition, you might notice an additional chip on here, and this is the low noise amplifier. What this does is it takes the receiving signal and it amplifies it. It doesn't do anything to the transmitting signal. The transmitting signal is the same as the other module, except it's enhanced by the better antenna. But the received signal goes through this low noise amplifier, making it a lot stronger, allowing this to communicate more reliably over greater distances. Now this third thing over here I'm going to show you in a moment. It's a very handy little circuit board that you can use when you're working with the NRF24L01. What you do is you plug your NRF24L01 into the connector over here, and then you can use these connectors to go out to your Arduino or Raspberry Pi or whatever it is you happen to be wiring to. The key thing about this board is it also has a 3.3 volt voltage regulator on it, so you power it with 5 volts instead of the 3.3 volts. And as I'll get into in a moment, there are a lot of advantages to doing this, so I would strongly recommend that you pick a couple of these up as well. It'll make your life a lot easier. Now, before we begin our experiments, I want to give you a few tips for working with the NRF24L01, because although these modules are very reliable and dependable, they can be a bit difficult to get them working at times. And most of those difficulties will boil down to two things, either wiring or power supply. Now, wiring simply means you have to make certain that you've got the right connectors going to the right pins on your Arduino, and while that may appear obvious, it often isn't. You'll have to remember that different libraries for the Arduino use different pins for the NRF24L01, so you need to pay attention to which library you're using in your code and wire the module accordingly. So if you're trying different sketches that use different libraries, make sure you look at the wiring. Another thing is, if you use one of these adapter devices, which I do recommend, some of them, including the ones I bought, have a mislabeling on them, and they've taken the input and the output pin and reversed them. So if you're having trouble to get things to work and you're using one of these devices, check that out. Your input and output pins may just simply be mislabeled, and you'll have to reverse the wiring on that. Now, another problem with these devices, though, is power supply. The NRF24L01 uses a 3.3 volt power supply as opposed to the 5 volt supply you're probably used to using. Now, if you're using one of these modules, it's great because you apply 5 volts to it. It's got an internal voltage regulator and a couple of filter capacitors, and it powers the module perfectly. However, you may be tempted to wire it directly to your Arduino and use the 3.3 volt output on the Arduino. And in some cases that'll work, and in some cases it won't. The reason is many Arduino clones, including a lot of Arduino Mega clones, do not have sufficient current on the 3.3 volt output. They use a very small voltage regulator. And you'll find you have problems running these modules because the transmissions can sometimes take peaks that exceed the value that those devices can provide. Now, you can sometimes rectify that problem by putting a filter capacitor directly across the power supply leads on your RF module. Something about 100 microfarads or so has been proven to work well. But again, I would recommend just using one of these little adapters. You can just wire it up to 5 volts, and aside from that little pin mislabeling, these things work wonderfully, and it'll make it so much easier for you to experiment with these modules. And these only cost about $1 or so. They're not very expensive at all. So having said that, let's get started with our experiments. Now here are the connections for our demonstrations. Note that you will need to build 2 of these circuits, one to act as a server and one to act as a client. The connections on both are identical. Now we'll start with an Arduino Uno, of course, and I'm going to be using the NRF24L01 adapter. Now, if you aren't using the adapter, you can wire directly to the NRF24L01, but you'll have to pay attention to the power supply connection. So we'll start off with the power supply connection. If you're using the adapter, connect the 5 volts to the 5 volt input on the adapter and the ground to the ground pin. Now, if you're using the NRF24L01 by itself, Connect 3.3 volts to the NRF24L01 VCC connection and the ground to the ground. You'll also probably need to use decoupling capacitors, such as a 100 microfarad capacitor across the power supply line. You may also find that it'll work better when it's powered with an external power supply, such as a battery, as opposed to being powered by the USB port if you're not using the adapter. For both the adapter and the NRF24L01, the remaining connections are as follows. The CE pin, which is pin 3 on the NRF24L01, is connected to Arduino Digital I/O pin 8. The CSN pin, which is pin 4 on the NRF24L01, is connected to Arduino pin 10. The clock pin, which is pin 5 on the NRF24L01, is connected to pin 13. The master out slave in pin, which is pin 6 on the NRF24L01, is connected to pin 11. The master in slave out pin, which is pin 7 on the NRF24L01, is connected to pin 12. Note we are not using the interrupt pin from the NRF24L01 in our experiments.
When you support kids, you support the future. That's why Canada Life created the Student Success Drive to help provide mentors to kids across Canada. The Canada Life Student Success Drive, August 2nd to 11th. Visit canadalife.com/community.
So now that we have two Arduinos wired up to NRF24L01, we're ready to begin our experiments. Now you may recall that when I was talking about wiring the NRF24L01 up to an Arduino, I mentioned that the pinouts would be different depending upon which library you chose to use. Now I've wired these up to use the Radiohead library. If you followed my video on using the 433 MHz RF modules, then you've already installed the Radiohead library into your Arduino IDE. But if you haven't, then you're going to need to do that. And I'll show you how to do that in a minute. It basically involves just downloading a zip file and installing it from that. Now, Radiohead, not to be confused with the band that wrote the OK Computer album, is a library that was written by Mike McCauley for a company called Airspace, and it's an excellent library for all sorts of RF modules, including the NRF24L01. And the library comes with a number of example sketches, and we're going to be following some of these example sketches. Now, in order to do this, I'm transmitting the vast distance between this workbench over here and this workbench over here. Now this is all of about 2 meters or so, and you could use either of the NRF24L01 modules. You could use these small ones that have the integrated antenna, or you could use the ones with the external antenna, which is what I've chosen to use. Now even over this distance, I found that using these modules with the integrated antenna, although they worked fine, when I got in between the two modules, my body was actually enough to block the signal, and while I'd like to think that might be due to my magnetic personality, it's actually true of any human body, because after all, the human body is mostly composed of water, and water is pretty good at attenuating RF signals. Now, using these antennas, however, I found I could transmit from any 2 points in my house. So as an example, my workshop is down in the basement, in the very corner of the basement, and I went to the second floor to a room on the opposite corner of the house and had no trouble doing the transmission, going through all the walls and the floors, and also the interference from the Wi-Fi router that I've got in the next room, from the Wi-Fi access point I have upstairs, from a number of cordless phones in the house. So it's really quite reliable using these ones with the antenna connection. Now you'll also notice I'm using 2 computers for these experiments, and that's kind of ideal because I've got one for the server and one for the client. Now I realize that many of you won't have 2 computers, but that isn't going to prevent you from doing the experiments. What you'll need to do is compile and download the code individually onto each Arduino, and then power them both off of batteries, and use your computer to monitor one of the Arduinos and monitor the serial port so you can see what's going on. And so you can do this quite easily with just one computer, but because I have a computer on each workbench here, I'm going to do that. So let's take a look at our first experiment using the Radiohead library. So first we'll need to install the Radiohead library. Now, as I said, if you had seen the video I did on the 433 MHz RF modules, then you may have installed this library into your Arduino IDE already. But if you haven't, you'll first need to visit the Radiohead webpage and get the library. I have a link to the page in the article associated with this video. Now, at the very top of the page, you'll see a link over here to a zip file with the latest version of the Radiohead library. Click on that and download the zip file to a location on your computer that you're going to remember. Now go into your Arduino IDE and go up to Sketch, go to Include Library, and Add Zip Library. Navigate to the location where you downloaded your library. Choose the library and click OK. The library has now been added to your Arduino IDE. Now, some people say that you need to restart the IDE in order to activate it, but I haven't found that to be true. However, if you have odd results, you might want to give that a try. Now, the library itself comes with a number of example sketches, and we're going to use a couple of them. One for the receiver and one for the transmitter, or in other words, the server and the client. So let's go and take a look at those sketches right now. Go under File, go to Examples, and then scroll down in Examples until you get Examples from Custom Libraries, and you should see Radiohead. Radiohead has a number of submenus. So go to NRF24, and let's take a look at the NRF24 client. Let's expand that a bit. Now the sketch starts off by including a couple of libraries. The SPI library, because as you recall, we will be using the SPI interface to talk to our NRF24L01s. It also includes the Radiohead NRF24 library. We create an instance of that, which we're calling NRF24. In the setup, we set that instance up. So basically, as long as it initializes, we'll set it up for a default of 2.402 gigahertz, which is channel 2. Then we'll change that over to channel 1. It's set up to a default data rate of 2 megabits per second and a transmit power of 0 dBm. Now bear in mind that with these modules, if you reduce the data rate, you can increase the distance that you're sending. Now on to the loop. Now recall that this is the client. So we'll go into the serial monitor and we'll say we're sending something to the server. And we're going to send a message to the server. Now we'll use an unsigned 8-bit integer in an array called data, and we'll set that to the value of hello world. And so that's the data that we're going to do. And so we are going to send that data using a command that sends the data, plus it needs to know the size of the data, which we just use Arduino's size of command to get. So now that the packet has been sent, we wait for a reply. We use the buffer command to get the maximum message length, which I believe is 32 bits minus a few overhead bits, so it works out to be 28 bits. And then we set the length of our buffer to the size of the buffer. Then we wait for a reply. We take a look at the buffer that has that correct length inside it. If we get that, we say got reply, and we print out our reply in the serial monitor. If we don't get a reply after a timeout period, then we'll print receive failed. And so this will happen if the transmitter and receiver are too far from each other, or if, like I said, if you get in the way of the two of them. If we don't get any kind of a reply at all, we'll print this, no reply, is the NRF24 server running. Then we delay the whole thing for 400 milliseconds and start the loop over and over again. So in our serial monitor, we should observe the text that we are sending data and we're waiting for a reply. And if we do get the reply, we'll print it out. So now that we've seen the client side, let's take a look at the server side. So we'll go back into examples.
Hello.
And go back to Radiohead.
I can take a stab at that.
Go to NRF24. And we'll do the NRF24 server, the complementary sketch to this one. Now, this will be loaded onto our second Arduino. So it starts off the same way by loading the SPI and the RH NRF24 libraries. And we set up an instance called NRF24.
Temporarily our allies for now. What are you?
The setup is exactly the same. We set up our serial monitor, and we set up the NRF24. We initialize it and set the value. We change the channel to channel 1. You can experiment by changing these channel numbers, by the way. You may find another channel works better in your location. Just make certain to change the channel on the receiver and the transmitter to match. And after that, it's very similar. We are looking to see if we have a message inside the buffer, and if we do have a message, we will print got request, and we'll print it, and then we'll send the reply. Again, we make an array, and we say, and hello back to you, and we send that out as a packet, and we print that we have sent the reply. If we don't get anything from the other unit, we put receive failed over here. So load these up to the two Arduinos, and then we'll take a look at the serial monitors and watch our server and client transmit and receive between each other.
That's all.
Alright, I've got my demonstration running right now. I've got it on two computers. The computer on this workbench is my server computer, and the computer on this workbench is the client computer. And I've got the two serial monitors up so you can see them as well. And as you can see from the monitors, the server is sending a reply and got a request, hello world, sent a reply. The client is saying, sending to NRF24 server, it's got a reply, and hello back to you. Or it's asking, is the server running? And it's doing that because I'm blocking the signal with my body. As I mentioned before, that will happen. I'm using the small modules with the integrated antennas, and that's the reason I'm getting these errors. I actually wanted to do this so that I could show you the errors. If I were to substitute these modules, the ones with the long antennas, there doesn't seem to be anything I can do to induce errors. I even tried putting a metal pot over the top of the entire circuit board to block the signal, and that wasn't even enough to block out the signal. So these make a very strong signal. So as you can see, this works. We're sending data back and forth between the two devices, replying to the data when we get it on this device. And so the first experiment works quite well. So let's move on to another Radiohead library demonstration. So as you saw with our experiment, using the NRF24L01 with the Radiohead library is quite a simple thing to do. And you can experiment by taking one side, let's say the server side, and powering it up with a battery and moving it around your home, or if you can go outside, taking it outside, and seeing what kind of range you can achieve. If you're using the modules that have the external antenna, you can achieve a fairly decent range. But even with the other modules, you should be able to get at least a couple of meters. And you can also experiment with combinations where one unit uses the module with the external antenna and the other unit uses the module with the integrated antenna, and see what kind of ranges you achieve in your environment. Now I want to move on to another sketch. You'll probably have noticed there were a few example sketches in the RF24 section of the Radiohead library. And the one I'm going to use this time is called the Reliable Datagram Server and Client. Now what is a reliable datagram? Well, consider this. In the sketch we just ran, when one side transmits to the other side, it has no idea if the other side successfully received the result. It just goes and repeats transmitting, but it doesn't know, nor does it care whether the other side is actually receiving. And for a lot of applications, this is just fine. For example, if you're sending data from a temperature and humidity sensor to a remote location, the temperature and humidity sensor doesn't really care if the remote location received it, because it's going to be sending it again in a few seconds anyway. So if it dropped off one, hopefully it'll pick up the next time. But if you're sending critical data, such as an actual file, such as a video file or something, then you need a method so that the transmitting side knows if the receiving side has received the packet successfully, and if it hasn't, it'll retransmit it. In fact, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, as I suspect you are, this is going on the video that you're watching, because the TCP/IP protocol that we use on the internet does exactly that. It divides data into packets and sends them, and if the packet isn't received by the other end, it resends it. Now, the reliable datagram server and client experiment does exactly that. It sets up what is called a reliable datagram, which has an address for both the client and the server. And once one side receives a packet, it sends an acknowledgement to the other side to let it know that that packet has been received. If the other side doesn't receive that packet acknowledgement, then it resends the packet. So let's take a look at the reliable datagram example very quickly, because we're going to build our remote control for our robot car based upon this example. So let's take a quick look at the reliable datagram examples used in the Radiohead library. Now, once again, we go into File, we go to Examples, we scroll down until we see Radiohead, go into NRF24, and we'll look at the reliable datagram client first. Now I'll just quickly go over this to show you some of the differences between this and the two sketches we just ran. Now the first thing is you'll notice is there's an additional library over here. In addition to the two libraries that we ran before, we also take the Radiohead Reliable Datagram library. Then we define two things, a client address and a server address. Now do not confuse these with channel numbers. These are the addresses used within the datagram packets itself. Then after that, we set up an instance of the driver like we did before.
Yes, I am in fact.
And we set up an instance of the reliable datagram that we're going to call manager. We set it with the driver and the client address, because this is the client side. We'll do the same with the server address in the other sketch. We initialize everything to the default, and so we're sending everything on channel 2. Now you could use some of the same elements as the last sketch to change the channel if you wished. And then we basically put some data into an unsigned integer array again. We're calling our data hello world. We set up a buffer. And we open our serial monitor, send out to the reliable datagram server. And we send a message to the server. Now this is the client side that we're talking about right now. So we use the reliable datagram manager instance. We use a send to wait command. And we send the data to the server address. Then we wait for a reply. As long as the manager receives an acknowledged one, then we print out what the reply is. If we don't get an acknowledged reply, we send out no reply. Now remember, all of the acknowledgement back and forth is handled within the reliable datagram library itself. We don't have the code for it. So the code here is pretty simple. If none of this works, we'll just print out that the send to wait failed, that we never received anything. We'll delay for half a second and do it over and over again. Now let's take a look at the server side, which as you can imagine is quite similar. So again, we'll go into examples, go to Radiohead, NRF24, reliable datagram server, which we will run on our other Arduino. Open that up. Once again, we use the same libraries. The same defaults for the client and server address. Set everything up again. We will now be using the server address instead of the client address because we are the server side. Otherwise, the code is basically the same as before. Our message this time is in hello back to you. And if the manager is available, again, we wait for a message from the client. If we receive the message from the client, we'll print the message, and then we'll send the message back to the server. If nothing works over here, if this fails, then we'll say send to wait has failed on our serial monitor. So we've taken a quick look at this, so now let's take a look at it in action.
Not a big fan.
Okay, time to test a reliable datagram setup. Now once again, this is my server and this is my client, and I'll just get the serial monitor started on the server.
Classic keyboard that I'm used to. cab always the MMO nut, so it's like cab is for targeting.
And as you can see, the server is getting a request from the client, which is address 1. It's got hello world, and it's sending a reply to the client and hello back to you, which is saying sending to NRF24.
Yeah, straight to the docs.
And once again, it's bouncing data back and forth. Remember, in this particular case, it's checking to see if the packets of data actually arrived, and if they haven't arrived, it's resending them. So as you can see, the reliable datagram is very reliable, and we will be using the reliable datagram setup in order to build the remote joystick for our little robot car. So having said that, let's move on to the joystick demonstration. Now, I realize that many of you are anxious to start working with the remote-controlled robot car, but before we do that, I want to do a demonstration just involving the joystick. The reason for doing this is because I want to illustrate how we can send data using the NRF24L01. Now, in the previous demonstrations, the data we've been sending has all been text, like hello world and hello back to you, but I want to show you how you can take data from a sensor and send it over an NRF24L01 using the reliable datagram method in the Radiohead library. And so we're going to connect the joystick and send its values between one Arduino and the other one. So let's take a look at the joystick connections we'll need to make.
Wonder why.
Now, adding a joystick is very simple. We're going to take one of the Arduinos we've been experimenting with and leave the NRF24L01 attached as it was before. We will, of course, be requiring a joystick. We'll take the VCC from the joystick and connect it to the 5-volt output of the Arduino. We'll take the joystick's ground and we will connect it to the Arduino ground. We'll take the X, or horizontal output of the joystick, and connect it to analog input A0. And we will take the Y, or vertical output of the joystick, and connect it to analog input A1. On the other Arduino, of course, we will not be making any changes at all. So now that we've seen how the joystick is hooked up, let's take a look at the sketches we'll be using to demonstrate its operation. So here's the sketch we'll be running on the Arduino which we connected the joystick to. This is based upon the reliable datagram example which we just saw, and you'll notice that a lot of it is very similar, so I won't go into that in too much detail. We start off, as we did before, by including the two libraries from Radiohead, the Reliable Datagram Library and the NRF24 library, and then we include Arduino's SPI library because these libraries are dependent upon that. Next, we define the connections we made for our joystick. So joystick X pin is connected to analog 0 input, or A0, and joystick Y pin is connected to A1. Once again, we set up client addresses for the radiogram packets, so client address is 1 and server address is 2. And we create an instance of the radio driver, as we did before. Now we set the radio driver to the client address, so we call it radio manager, set it to radio driver with our client address. And now here's the key to sending some data. We are going to send the data within an array. So we define an unsigned 8-bit array, which I'm calling joystick, and I'm giving it 3 elements. One is going to be for the x-axis reading, one is going to be for the y-axis, and the third one in this sketch is sort of a dummy one. It's just there to show you how you can send some additional data. But in the final project, the one with the remote control car, we will be using the third byte in order to send direction data. Then, once again, this is identical to the reliable datagram example. We define the message buffer. Now we go into our setup. We'll set up our serial monitor, and we initialize the radio manager, and we're using the default channel 2 megabit per second 0 dBm. Now we go into the loop. And then the loop will start off the serial monitor by printing out that we're reading the joystick values, and then we're going to get those joystick values and put them into the elements of the array. And we do this as follows. Joystick 0, which is the first element of the array, is going to be the value of an analog read from the joystick X pin. So this is the x-axis.
Yes,
now this will give us a value from 0 to 1023 because it's a 10-bit analog to digital converter. So we're using the map command to map the value of 0 to 1023 to a value of 0 to 255. So joystick 0 will end up being a value of 0 to 255 depending upon where we have the joystick positioned. Joystick 1 is the same thing for the y-axis. And joystick 2, as I said, we're just using a dummy value, so I just put 100 in there. You could use any value from 0 to 255, and that would be fine. We're just going to constantly send that value to show how we send yet another value of data. Then some more stuff for the serial monitor. We're just going to print those values, the joystick 0 and joystick 1 values, so we can watch them and compare them to the results we get on the other end.
To use the lift.
And then the rest of this is very similar to the reliable datagram server example we saw. The key over here is that when we are sending the packet, we are sending it with joystick. Joystick is the variable, and you remember that this is an array that contains all of our data. So this is the key over here, is to define an array and then to send the array over here. The rest of this is identical to what we saw in the reliable datagram server example. We'll print out the reply we get from the other end. If we don't get anything, we'll ask if that other server is running. And then we go through the loop and do it all over and over again, reading the joystick values, printing them out in our serial monitor, and sending the array with joystick values to the other end. So now let's take a look at that other end. This was the transmitter side. So now let's go and take a look at the receiver side. Now the receiver side is just about identical to the reliable datagram example. In fact, there's only a couple of little modifications we've made to it. And so we basically start off by including the libraries that are required, defining the addresses for the client and server side within the radiogram, setting up the instances that we set before. Right now we're setting this to the server address because this is the server side. And a message that we are going to be returning if we get valid data, and in this case is joystick data received. We define the message buffer, and now we go into the setup. In setup, we start our serial monitor, and we initialize the radio manager, again with the same defaults we did on the other side. Now we go into the loop, and if the radio manager is available, we wait for the message, and we get the message inside the buffer, and then we go and print it. And this is where you'll see how we extract our data. The buffer now contains an array, so the X value is going to be the buffer value 0. The Y value is going to be buffer value 1, and the Z value, is just a value that we used as a dummy value, 100 in this particular case. So the Z, or Z as you prefer, value is going to be buffer number 2. And then we'll send our message back to the originator saying that we've received it, and then we go through the loop and do it all over and over again. So we'll load our sketches onto our 2 respective Arduinos, and we'll take a look at this working in action. Alright, I'm running the demo right now. I've got the joystick on this side, and I've got the receiver end on this side, and we'll bring the serial monitors up so you can see the values on both monitors and observe what happens when I move the joystick around. Now, on both Arduinos, I'm using the modules, the NRF24L01s that have the integrated antennas, not the ones with the external antennas. But when I do build the robot car, I'm going to switch to the models with the external antennas because I want to get better performance, and I don't want to get the dropouts that we'll occasionally get on the setup I've got right now. So observe what happens when I move the joystick. I'm going to move the x-axis first, and I've moved the x-axis all the way up to one end right now, and as you can see, the x-axis value right now is 254 or 255, and you can see that on both sides. Now I'm going to move it down, and the x-axis is dropped to 0. The y-axis is pretty steady in the center. Now I'll work with the y-axis and move to the middle again. Moving the y to one side right now, and y is equal to 0 on both ends. I'll move y to the other end, and y is equal to 255 right now. You'll notice the Z or Z, if you prefer, value is always set at 100, and that's because I used a constant of 100, and so that's the only value being transmitted. But what this illustrates is how we can send data from a sensor, in this particular case the sensor being a joystick, between two devices using an NRF24L01 and the Radiohead Reliable Datagram library. So now that we've covered that, there's nothing left to do except actually put together our remote-controlled robot car. So let's take a look at what we need to do that. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I'm going to be using the robot car base that I used in a previous video, the one in which I showed you how to use the speed sensors. And you may want to take a look at that video if you want to assemble a similar robot car base. You could actually use any base though, it doesn't have to be this one, as long as it's got two wheels and a base to hold the Arduino and a place to hold some batteries and the L298N motor controller. You could really use any base that you wanted to, but I'm basing this project around the last one. Now the last project used a couple of speed sensors in order to sense the wheel rotation. They aren't going to be used in this project, but if you did build the last project, don't remove them or unwire them. We're just not going to make use of them right now. Now, one thing about this car base, if you have built the previous one, is that you're going to need to make some wiring changes, specifically to the L298N motor controller. A few of the wires on that conflicted with the wires I needed for the NRF24L01. So pay attention to the schematic diagram that I'm about to show you in order to see what those wiring changes are. Another thing you might notice is that I've used the style of NRF24L01 that has the external antenna, and I did that for reliability. You could use the other one if you wanted to, but I think it's far more reliable to use these, especially if you want to drive your car a reasonable distance. And I also did this on the joystick side. Now, for the joystick side of things, there are no changes to make from our previous experiment, so just leave your joystick wired up to the Arduino. And again, on that side, I replaced the NRF24L01 with one of these ones with the external antenna. You could do that as well if you wish for the optimum performance. So now that we've talked about this car base, let's take a look at the wiring we're going to have to use in order to wire all of this up, and then I'll show you the sketches we're going to use, and then finally we'll actually drive it around the room. Here's what we'll need to get our car base running. We'll need an Arduino Uno, an L298N H-bridge motor controller, the NRF24L01. Now I'm showing an adapter, and I strongly recommend that you also use the adapter. It'll make things so much easier with its onboard voltage regulator. However, you could use the NRF24L01 on its own if you insist. You'll also need a couple of DC motors. Mine are rated at 6 volts DC. You'll need a power supply for those motors that is about 1.4 volts higher than the motor rating. This compensates for the voltage drop in the L298N. I'm using a 7.5 volt supply consisting of 5 AA batteries. I also used a 9 volt battery to power the Arduino, although you could use another power supply for the Arduino if you wish, such as a USB power bank. Now here's how we're going to wire all of this up. We'll run the 5 volts from the Arduino to the 5 volt input on the L298N. We also run the 5 volts up to the 5 volt input on the NRF24L01 adapter. Now if you're using an NRF24L01 by itself, then you'll need to supply it with 3.3 volts instead. Do not connect 5 volts directly to an NRF24L01. The ground from the Arduino will go to the ground of the L298N and the ground of the NRF24L01. We'll connect our 7.5 volt power supply to the high voltage input on the L298N. We'll connect both of our motors to the L298N. The connections of the NRF24L01 are identical to what they have been in our previous experiments. Pin 3, the chip enable of the NRF24L01, will go to pin 8 of the Arduino. Pin 4, the chip select not of the NRF24L01 will go to pin 10 of the Arduino. Pin 5, which is the clock input of the NRF24L01, will go to pin 13 of the Arduino. Pin 6, which is the master out serial in, will go to pin 11 on the Arduino. And pin 7, which is the master in serial out, will go to pin 12 on the Arduino. Now we'll connect our L298N. Notice if you use the previous project that some of these connections will be different. The enable A line on the L298N will go to pin 9 on the Arduino. Now input 1 of the L298N will actually connect to analog input A0. This is not an error. Input 2 of the L298N will connect to Arduino output number 4. Input 3 of the L298N will connect to Arduino output number 7. Input 4 of the L298N will connect to Arduino pin number 6. And the enable B line on the L298N will connect to Arduino digital I/O pin 5. Finally, the 9-volt battery will connect to the coaxial power input on the Arduino Uno. And that's the wiring for our robot car base. Now let's take a look at the sketches we'll be using for both the joystick and the car base. We'll begin by looking at the sketch for the joystick side of our remote-controlled car. Now this is very similar to the sketch we saw during the joystick demonstration, and it's been amalgamated with a sketch that I did when I did the L298N motor controller video, where I drove the car with a joystick, but in that particular case it was just connected with a wire. So I've used a lot of the same code I used to determine forward and backward direction by using the joystick, and those of you who saw that video will probably notice that code within this code. So we start by including our Radiohead libraries and the dependent SPI library. Then we define the connections we've made to our joystick, A0 and A1. We also define a couple of integers to hold those joystick values. Now remember, the Arduino uses a 10-bit analog to digital converter, so these values will end up from 0 to 1023. So 512 pretty well puts it in the middle position. We define the address for the radio channels, and again create an instance of the radio driver, and we set the radio driver to the client address. Then we declare an array that we're going to be using to hold the data that we're going to be sending to the car. Now we have 3 bytes declared, so it's a 3-element array. 2 of the bytes are going to be the values of each of the motor speeds, and the 3rd byte is going to be the motor direction, whether we're going forwards or backwards. And then we define the message buffer as we did earlier. Now in the setup, we set up a serial monitor, which we can use to monitor on this side to see what our joystick values are, and to troubleshoot if anything is going wrong, and initialize the radio manager again. We also set the initial motor direction as forward, so in our array, motor control element 2 defines the direction. A 0 equals forward, and a 1 will equal reverse. So we set this up as a 0 to set our motors going forward initially. Now we start off our loop by printing to the serial monitor, so reading motor control values, we send that up there. And then we actually read those values, so we assign joy pause vert and joy pause hors to the analog read values of the 2 pins, the 2 analog pins. Now this will give them a value again of 0 to 1023. Now we need to determine if it's a forward or backward motion, and we do it by reading the vertical value. If we're pressing the vertical toward the top, then we're going forward. If we're pulling it back, we're going in reverse. So we want to leave a little bit of leeway because none of these joysticks is absolutely perfect. So if the joy pause vert is less than 460, we're pulling back on it. We're saying this is going backwards. So we'll set the motor direction as backwards. Motor control 2 now equals 1. If it's, I'll get to this bit in a moment,
and
but I just want to show you if it's joint pause vert is over 564, then we're going forward, and we'll set motor control to forward. And if it's in the middle, then motor control is stopped, and also all of the variables are set to 0 because the motor stopped, and we just set the direction as forward again. Okay, so back in here, if we're going backwards, we want to determine the speed. So we take these two variables, motor control 1 and 2, and we map them to the speed. Now, since we're going in reverse, we're doing the mapping in reverse. So we're looking for values from 460 down to 0 and mapping them in reverse from 0 to 255. Now, if we're going forward, we do the opposite. We take the values from 564 to 1023 and map them to a range of 0 to 255.
This guy definitely can't. So,
okay, now for the steering, we do a similar thing. Again, we establish 460 and 564 as the two limits, and anything in between just means the joystick's in the middle. And we're going to pad the motor control values that we had earlier.
That's how it looks.
So again, we're going to use a map command. Now, if we're going left, we're reversing the reading. So again, from 460 down to 0, we go 0 to 255. And then on motor control 0, we're going to minus that value from motor control 0 to slow down that motor. And motor control 1, we're going to add that value to speed the motor up. And this way our car can steer to one side. Now, we also want to make sure that we don't exceed 255 or go below 0. So these statements take care of that. Now, if we push the joystick in the other direction, we do exactly the same thing, only in reverse. We're going to map 564 to 1023 from 0 to 255, and the math here is just backwards from the math in the previous section. And again, we make sure we don't exceed the range of 0 to 255. Now, this I just added at the end as I found any motor control value from 1 to 8 would cause the motors to make a buzzing sound. So if the motor control value is less than 8, we already know it can't go below 0, then we'll just set it to 0. We're going to display those values in the serial monitor, and then the rest of this is identical to the joystick demonstration sketch that we did. We're going to send motor control out in our packet, and we're going to see if we got a response from the other end. Now, at the end over here, I want to mention this delay. There's a delay over here to allow everything to take care of itself before we do the next transmission. And you can experiment with this delay. You might find a little bit of latency in this system. And you can reduce that to a degree by reducing the value of this delay. But you can only reduce it so much before you actually start to see transmissions drop off and everything, because you're basically sending the data too fast. So I urge you to experiment with this number if you want to. So now that we've seen the transmitter side, let's jump over and look at our receiver side.
Still diving, but you cannot.
So here's the receiver side, the side that's going to run on the robot car itself.
Okay, come on.
Now again, we start everything off identically to before with the same libraries and defining the client addresses. We also need to define the connections to the two motors. Now, motor A is rather interesting. Enable A is just line number 9. And the enables, by the way, both have to be on lines that the Arduino is capable of pulse width modulation on. So pins 9 and pin 5 are capable of PWM, and they weren't being used by the NRF24L01. You recall I had to change the connections from motor A from the original design, while motor B stayed the same. Now this one might strike you as odd. I have pin 14 here, and those of you who know the Arduino Uno will say, well, wait a second, it only goes to digital pin 13. This is where I use the analog 0 pin, because the analog pins, as it turns out, can also be used as digital pins. And analog 0 is pin 14, analog 1 is pin 15, analog 2, pin 16, etc., etc., up to pin 19 on Arduino Uno. You could also have put A0 radio over here. And you might want to do that if you're going to build your car with something other than an Arduino Uno, just because the pin numbers might be different. Also keep remembering, if you're using an Arduino Mega, there is actually a pin 14 you could have connected to. But pin 14 is the same as analog 0, so I just wanted to point that out. So we basically defined the connections to the motor. Once again, we're doing the same thing as we did before, creating an instance of the radio driver, setting it up for the server address, which is transmitting us our joystick data. And we have a receive message that we can send back, joystick data received. In future videos, I'm going to show you other data that we can send back from our remote control car. But for now, we're just going to send this message just so the other end knows we've received something. And we set up the message buffer as we did before. Now we set up the serial monitor over here. Now, in normal operation, of course, you won't have a serial monitor connected to your car, so this is just for troubleshooting purposes. And you could eliminate the serial commands later on in the final design if you wish. We also need to set up all of the pins that we're using as outputs, so we do that. And we initialize the radio manager as before.
We just came into this point.
Okay, now in the loop. Now if the radio manager is available, we wait for a message and make sure we get it into the buffer, the same as we did in the last demo. Now you might notice all of these have been remarked out right now. This is just for troubleshooting purpose, because again, you normally won't have a serial monitor connected to the car, and I wanted to eliminate these statements in the final code because they're just kind of pointless and they take up CPU cycles that you could be using for driving your car. But if you have trouble getting this to work, just take the remark statements off of these ones over here and look at everything while you're connected to the serial monitor to make sure you're actually getting data from the joystick. So we're going to look for buffer number 2 in our array. It's a 3-bit array, and number 2 indicates the motor direction. As you recall, 1 is backwards and 0 is forwards. So if it's equal to 1, we set our motors backwards by writing to these 4 pins on the L298N to set everything to go backwards. If it's not 1, then it must be 0, so we're going to set everything forward. And then after that, it's a simple matter of driving the motors. We drive the enable lines with the analog write commands, with buffer 1 for A and buffer 0 for B. And we'll send the return message back and keep going through the loop over and over again. So actually, the receive side is relatively simple when compared to the transmit side. So now that you've seen both of these sketches, let's go and take a look at our robot car in action.
It's not what I want.
And so now finally the moment you've been waiting for. The robot car with the remote joystick is ready to test out. Now I've got it here in the workbench. I'm going to lift it off of the workbench so it doesn't start driving all over the place and careening off the workbench and destroying itself. But let's just check to make sure the motors are actually working. So I'll push the joystick forward.
Really lost my name.
And the motors move. I pull it backwards.
Oh, dear.
And they move in the other direction. I'll push it all to one side.
Look all large, don't you?
I have one motor moving. The other side.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
The other motor's moving. So it looks like it's functional, but of course the true test is to give it a drive. So I'm going to put it down on the floor and do exactly that.
Sailing against them. Bear! Oh! Eat lead! So right, it's gonna get. Oh yeah. Just slow through that. So this is not how you sail, but what it is is so different. Do not take any of what I'm doing as actual sailing advice. Besides the disclaimer.
Well, at last we've made it to the end of the video, and I know this has been a particularly long video, so if you have made it all the way through this video, I must congratulate you. I think you actually deserve some sort of reward. Now hopefully that reward is that you now know how to use the NRF24L01 radio modules, and by combining them with the Radiohead library and some Arduinos, you've got all sorts of remote control projects that you're dreaming up, and that's a pretty good reward in itself. Now, I would really urge you, if you haven't already, to subscribe to the channel. It would mean a lot to me, and would also mean that you would get notification every time I make a new video. And I've got lots of new videos planned for you, so stay tuned for those. So in the meantime, take care of yourself, enjoy your robot cars, and I'll see you again very soon here in the workshop. Goodbye for now.
Lovely. So I managed to can't really. Battery damage. I like it. Yeah, handle.
Today in the workshop, we'll be doing more work with Zod. We'll learn how to use multiple patches in our programs and how to create our own custom nodes. We'll learn about using Zod libraries, and then we'll start working on our Zod robot. We'll build the robot and learn how to control its LED and its motors. We're making things move with Zod today, so welcome to the workshop. Hey, welcome to the workshop and to the second video in our series on programming with Zod. Now, I need to let you know that like the first video, this video has been sponsored by the folks at Zod. Now, what is Zod? Well, if you didn't see the first video, and I strongly advise that you look at that, Zod is a graphical programming environment that can be used to develop programs for the Arduino without writing any code. Zod is a free open source product that can be run in a web browser or can be downloaded and run on a Mac, Windows, or Linux machine. And with Zod, you can develop applications very quickly without the tediousy of actually having to write any code. Now, Zod is not going to replace your Arduino IDE. I've already been fairly clear about that, but I want to reiterate that. But however, for many applications, Zod is ideal for getting something quickly developed without having to write a great deal of code. Now, in our first video, we looked at the basics of Zod. I showed you how to install the Zod IDE onto your computer. And then we used Zod to create two different projects. The first project was a simple blinking light project, very similar to the Blink application that we write with the Arduino IDE. The second one was a temperature and humidity sensor with an LCD display that could be switched between Fahrenheit and Celsius. And while our second project was certainly more complicated than the first one, it still wasn't a very complicated project. Well, I want to start writing more complicated projects with Zod, and in order to do that, we're going to start working on a Zod project that will continue on through a couple of different videos. And this is the project over here. This is my Zod robot, or at least this is the Zod robot as it looks right now, because as we continue, it's going to get additional features on it. Now, today I'm going to show you how we put together the basic robot and how we can control the motor and the big LED that I've got on top of the robot by using Zod. As future videos go on, we'll add more features to our robot, and you will see how a complex Zod project can be built. Now, one comment I had about Zod, and I got a lot of great comments about Zod in the first video. One comment was, though, that doesn't things tend to get a bit busy when you have a complex program? Wouldn't it just be very, very difficult to read with all those boxes and all those lines, etc., etc.? So I'm going to address that today and show you how you can write your programs onto multiple patches. I'm also going to show you how you can use a patch as a node and how you can add extra libraries to your Zod IDE in order to work with components that are not in the IDE to begin with. So there's a lot to cover today, so let's get started by taking a quick look at our Zod robot project. So here's our little Zod robot. As you can see, it's a fairly simple design. It's on a standard robot base that you can buy pretty well anywhere. It's got 2 wheels and a caster on it. There's also a little power switch on here, and that's to switch the supply voltage to the motor on and off. Now, speaking of supply voltage, I've used 4 AA cells to provide 6 volts over here, and this is going to be for powering the motor, as well as for an additional servo motor that isn't on the robot at the moment. That's for a future iteration of the design. Over here I've got a USB power bank. I've got another one just like it over here to show you. These devices are great. They contain a rechargeable battery, and what you do is you take a micro USB cable and plug it into here from a standard USB charger to charge this device up. And then after that you can start powering devices off of it by using this jack over here. So I've got a small cable here. I'm going to plug it into there. I'm going to power up this Arduino Mega that I've got on the top of the robot over here. Mega is going to be used for the robot's intelligence. Now, you could use an Arduino Uno. It'll fit onto the same mounts over here. And for today's video, I'm not using any pins that are Mega specific, so you can use an Uno. But I wanted to use a Mega because we're going to be expanding this robot. We're also going to be making use of the extra I/O pins on the Mega, and perhaps even some of the extra memory that the Mega has, so that's why I started with that. Now in the front we've got an L298N motor controller. We've seen that before. It's an 8-bridge, and that's just driving the 2 DC motors. On the top I've got a power distribution board that I wired up. And this basically is just taking the 6 volts from the battery and the 5 volts from the Arduino and sending it down to this board. It's also bringing it out onto pins over here so that I can do future experimenting. And I've also got some connectors I've wired here. I don't know if you can see that. These are for the servo motor I was talking about. I wanted to power the servo motor off of the 6-volt power supply and not off the Arduino's 5-volt supply, because I don't like powering servos from the Arduino power supply. And so that's why I've elected to use 6 volts and not 7.5 like I have in some of my other designs. So as you can see, it's a very basic robot design, and we'll be expanding upon this in this video and in future videos, and we're going to be making this robot run and work with Zod. So here are the components for our Zod robot project. I've laid them out in the workbench because I think it's going to be a bit easier while we're experimenting if they actually aren't on the robot base and running around the room every time we make a coding change. So here's the components as follows. I'm using an Arduino Uno for these experiments because, as I said before, although I'm using an Arduino Mega on the robot, I'm not using any pins or features on the Mega that aren't also present on the Uno. So you can use either one and it'll work just fine. Now here are my 2 motors. I've got little encoder discs on the motor so you can observe their rotation a little easier. This is the L298N H-bridge motor controller. Here, of course, is the 6 volts I've got in the form of 4 AA cells. Here's my RGB LED. This is a big LED I had left over from the video I did on RGB LEDs. It's a 10mm LED, and it takes more current than many RGB LEDs, and so that's reflected in the value of the dropping resistors that you can also see here on this board here. And so we're going to be using this setup in order to test out our Zod code. So now let's take a look at how it's all wired up. So here's the wiring for our Zod robot. Now we will need either an Arduino Mega or an Arduino Uno. I'm showing an Uno on this diagram, but the wiring is identical for both. You'll also need an L298N motor controller, 2 DC motors,
Okay.
An RGB LED, I'm using a 10mm RGB LED, but you can use a standard 5mm one if you wish. Dropping resistors for the LED. Now I'm using a different value for my red segment as I am for the green and the blue segment. And again, because I've got the 10mm LED, the dropping resistor values I'm using may not be the ones correct for your LED. I'm passing 20 milliamps through each segment of the LED, and so I'm using a 150 ohm dropping resistor for the red, and 75 ohm dropping resistors for the blue and the green. You'll also need a power supply for the motor. I'm using a 6-volt supply consisting of 4 AA batteries. Now here's how we'll wire the components. We'll take the ground from the Arduino and connect it to the ground on the L298N motor controller. We'll take the 5 volts in the Arduino and we'll connect it to the 5 volt connection on the L298N. We'll also make sure we remove the jumper on the L298N controller so that we can run from an external 5-volt supply. We'll take the 6-volt power supply, connect its ground to the ground on the L298N, and connect the positive 6 volts to the input for the positive motor supply on the L298N. The Enable A pin on the L298N will connect to pin 3 on the Arduino. Input 1 will connect to pin 2. Input 2 will connect to pin 4. The Enable B line on the L298N will connect to pin 6 on the Arduino. Input 3 will connect to pin 7, and input 4 to pin 8. Now for the LED wiring. We'll connect the red segment of the LED through a 150 ohm dropping resistor to pin 9 of the Arduino. We'll connect the green segment of the LED through a 75 ohm dropping resistor to pin 10 of the Arduino. And the blue section of the LED will go through its 75 ohm dropping resistor and connect to pin 11 of the Arduino. Connect the common lead of the RGB LED to the Arduino ground. And finally, connect the 2 motors to the L298N motor controller. And this completes the wiring of our robot. So now that you've seen how all the parts for our robot are hooked up, it's time to begin programming with Zod. Now the first element we're going to program for is the RGB LED. Now as you recall, an RGB LED is just a red, green, blue LED in the same package, and we can use it to create a multitude of different colors. If you're unfamiliar with RGB LEDs, I just did a video on RGB LEDs, so you might want to check that out. Now, in order to program the RGB LED with Zod, we're going to need an RGB LED node. And when we look in Zod, we'll find there is no RGB LED node. Well, we could use 3 separate LED nodes, and that would work just fine. But I want to show you a technique in which we can create our own custom nodes with Zod. So let's take a look at that right now. So let's use Zod to control the RGB LED and the 2 motors that we have on the workbench. Now I've opened up my Zod IDE and I've started a new program. So I've got one patch which is called main. And I want to control the RGB LED to start with. Now I can go into my common hardware here and look for an RGB LED, but I'll tell you right now I'm not going to be very successful in finding one. By the way, in order to find a node, a much quicker technique than scrolling through the library is to double-click on an area on your patch. This will open up a Search Nodes box. And from here you can just type in the name of the node you're looking for. Now I'm looking for an RGB LED, so let's type in RGB.
Oh my god.
And I get a couple of results, and as I highlight them I'll see what the actual node is. None of these seem to be the RGB LED I'm looking for. Let's look for an LED.
This one.
And again, we get a couple of nodes, including the common hardware one, the LED that we're used to using. Now, if I want to use the LED or anything that I find in a search, I just need to click on it. And then it will appear right here in my patch.
God damn it.
Now I could use 3 LEDs to control my RGB LED, because after all, an RGB LED is just a red, green, and blue LED in the same package. But I think it would be a lot more convenient if I had just one node that could control the entire RGB LED. So what I can do is I can actually make my own node. So let's get rid of this LED by highlighting it and hitting delete. Then we'll go into File, and we'll make a new patch. You can also do this with Control N. You'll get a dialog box that asks you for the name of the new patch. I'm going to call mine RGB LED. And it's conventional to do this in lowercase, by the way. And I'll hit confirm.
I'm going to build this.
So now we've got another patch called RGB LED. So let's open our search again. And we'll look for an LED.
Oh dear. Careful.
And here's our LED, so let's put one onto here. Now we've highlighted the LED, let's do Control C to copy. And Control V to paste. Here's a second LED, let's do another Control V. And now we've got 3 LEDs, which is what we want. Let's just bring them down over here so we can work on them. Now, let's go into the description for each LED and just change it a bit so we know what they are. This is my red.
Not again.
My green.
I have to use this then.
And my blue. So my red, green, and blue LEDs.
Here we go.
Now what I want to do is I want to create a node using this patch. And in order to do this, I need to be able to create input and output pins like any node has. And if you go into this library here called Zod Patch Nodes, you'll see a number of things you can use. A number of inputs and a number of outputs. Now let's take a look at one of our LEDs. I've got one highlighted here. And it's got 2 inputs, a port and the luminance, the LUM. Now these are both of type number. You need to know this. So we're looking for an input number. So this is an input number. Let's bring one up over here. In fact, let's bring a bunch of them up because we've got 3 LEDs and they've each got 2 inputs. So we need 6 of these. So I'm going to Control C and then Control V a number of times. Okay, so now I've got 6 of these. Let's just move them around so they're a little easier to see. Okay, what I'm going to do now is make a link between these and between the actual pins on my nodes. Okay. Now I'm going to go into each of these input numbers and just give it a bit of information, like specifically a name. Now this is going to the port on my red LED, so I'm just going to call this R-port. That's all I really need to do here. And I'll do the same for the rest of these. Okay, so I've given a name to all of these different inputs. And that should about do it for my RGB LED, at least for right now. Now let's go back into my main patch. First of all, I'm going to save my program, which is not a bad thing to do.
God damn it.
I'm going to call it...
Oh, we brought some company over.
I'm just calling it RGB control. You can call it anything you like.
That was close.
Now if I look under my project,
shameful what happened to them.
I'll see I have RGB LED, and if I look in here and drag it, I actually have a node called RGB LED, and you'll notice that my node has like an R port, an R lum, a G port, G lum, and a B port and B lum, just as I defined it. You'll notice I have no descriptions for any of these ports. I can actually add them if I wanted to. I'll go back into my RGB LED, and let's go to the first one, for example. I'll give a description to this. Now let's go back into here, and as you see, I didn't need to do that. Let's go back into here, and as you can see, I've now got a description which I've written myself. So you can create descriptions for everything, including the RGB LED itself. So you can create a node that's just as useful and versatile as a built-in node. So let's see if our node works. So I need to add the port number. So the red is going to 9, and 9 of my Arduino. G is going to pin 10.
Back way here.
And B
Come on.
is going to pin 11. Okay, let's give some luminance values to things. Let's give a value of 1 to red. Now remember, these values go between 0 and 1, and because I've got the LED connected to ports that support PWM, I can vary the intensity of the red, green, and the blue. So I'm just going to set red to 1 right now.
You're now...
Save my project.
Not quite. You're in the new
and upload it to my Arduino.
I should more variety. Reload, of course.
Okay.
Oh yeah, those two.
And as you can hopefully see,
so many apologies.
I've got a light lit up. It's a little hard to see the color of this right now. No bending, it doesn't do anything.
Can we keep a very literal over here?
But trust me, that's glowing red right now.
Lame.
Go back into here if we wish. And we'll set the blue on.
Ah, damn it, I missed it. Oh, wait, no,
so now I've set the luminance of the blue to 1.
Sing those sweet beautiful shadows.
And it is now deployed in blue. So as you can see, I can control the RGB LED with a node that I created myself out of another patch. So now that we've seen how we can control an RGB LED with Zod, it's time to move on to controlling our DC motor using the L298N H-bridge controller. Now, this is another case in which you're not going to find a node already pre-made for the H-bridge controller in your Zod IDE. Now, unlike with the RGB LED, where we created our own node, we're going to solve this problem by adding a new library to our Zod IDE. And I'm going to show you how to do that, because just like the Arduino IDE, you can add new libraries into your Zod IDE when you're dealing with a component that wasn't part of the original IDE. So let's take a look at how we add a library to Zod and how we use it to control the L298N motor controller. So now that we've seen how to use Zod to control our RGB LED, let's move on and control our two motors. Now, of course, our motors are being controlled with the L298N dual H-bridge motor controller. So that's the type of a node that we need to add to our patch. So I'm back in the main patch. I want to add a controller for that. So I'm going to double-click and search nodes.
Back to the ship. No.
L298N. And there's one that is called H-bridge DC motor controller. And it looks like it might be promising, except for one thing. When I'm looking at the pins on it, I've got a speed pin for setting the speed of the motor, and that's fine. A PWM pin to go to the PWM controller line, which is called the enable line on my L298N. That's fine too. And then a pin for direction. But actually on the L298N, I've got 2 pins for direction, not 1. One is the inverse of the other. And so this isn't going to work properly for me. So I've got 2 choices. I could actually build my own H-bridge DC motor controller using this one as a prototype and just adding an inverter into it, and that would work fine. But there's another way of doing it, and I want to show you that. Now, most of the hardware that we worked with before has come from the Zod Common Hardware Library that we've seen down here. Now this hardware, of course, is hardware that we created. This is a node we've created to represent an RGB LED. But when you need a node for some hardware, and it isn't in your Zod Common Hardware, there's a possibility that someone else has created it and placed it in another library. The Zod IDE, like the Arduino IDE, can have other libraries added to it. So when you need to add a piece of hardware that isn't built into your IDE, you can simply install the library containing that piece of hardware. So let's look for one for our motor controller.
Does not work.
And here's one that will actually work perfectly. Now, I looked in the Zod libraries, which is part of the Zod website, and you can go to the Zod website at xod.io, and then go into the library section, and you'll see a number of different libraries. The one that I found was this one.
There we go.
It's an H-bridge with 2 DIR pins. Basically, it's the exact same thing we looked at before, except they've got 2 pins for DIR, and that's going to be perfect. So the way I install this library is I take a look at the actual part number, and the beginning of the part number is always the name of the library. So I'm going to copy that.
So
Go back here, under File, I'm going to add a library. It's going to ask me for the name of the library.
Your crew.
So I'm going to look for this. And this is it over here. So now another library is being added to my Zod IDE. If I look in that library, I'll see I have one node, which is the H-bridge I'm looking for. Now let's bring that out. Now one thing you'll notice about this H-bridge node is this is just a single H-bridge, whereas the L298N is actually a dual H-bridge. So let's make a copy of this node. Control-C and Control-V. And we'll just label them. Motor A,
please do that. Please
motor B.
that.
Now let's take a look at these pins. The 2 DIR pins are the Enable 1 and Enable 2 lines. So I've got connected to pins 4
repair it even though I'm already full.
And pin 2. The PWM input is the Enable line, and I've got that connected to pin 3. Remember, this is the one that supports PWM. Let's set up motor B.
Wait, that's gunboat.
Okay.
I just have a lot of treasure on them.
So the key to controlling our motors is on the speed pin. Now if you look over here, it'll tell you it's a number, and it can go from -1 to 1.
Looks a bit.
Now a speed of 1 is full speed ahead, forward.
Okay.
A speed of -1 is full speed in reverse. And a speed of 0 is to stop the motor. And any number in between will give you a gradual speed between 0 and 1 of the motor.
More scooters.
So let's just set this to
closer.
0.6. And this is motor A. And motor B, let's just set this to -0.6. So each motor should spin at about 60% of its speed, but motor B should spin backwards from motor A. Let's just save our project.
There we go.
And deploy it.
Heat. There we go. There we go.
So my 2 motors are spinning, and they're spinning in opposite directions because I told motor A to spin forward and motor B to spin backwards. And they're going at about 60% speed right now. And so there you have it. As you can see, it's pretty easy to control our motors using Zod. So now that you've seen how to control both the LED and the motors on the workbench, it's time to move everything over to the actual robot chassis itself. Before we do, though, there's one thing I want to mention. The nodes we've looked at so far are very good at controlling the devices that we're using, but they don't work well in what I would call sequential programming, which is something we're going to need for our robot. What I mean by sequential programming is when the robot gets an instruction, such as move ahead for 2 seconds, and then another instruction, move left, then another one, move right, turn the light on, turn the light off, that sort of thing. What works very well in Zod for sequential programming are nodes that are set up with an input called a set and an output called a done. Now these work with pulses, and as you recall from our first Zod lessons, pulses are very important in Zod. We used a square wave generator, for example, to flash a light on and off. We used pulse inputs when we developed our digital thermometer and humidity indicator in order to refresh the display. So So pulses are a very important concept in Zod. So what we need to do is convert the nodes that we just built into sequential nodes that we can turn on, tell them what we want to do and how long we want to do it for, and then when they're finished, they will send a done pulse out to the next node, which in turn follows its particular instructions. So let's go ahead and take the nodes that we've already worked on and convert them into sequential nodes. So I'm going to build a couple of sequential nodes. I'll be able to use these nodes to control the operation of my robot. So I'm going to need nodes for both the RGB LED and for the H-bridge motor drivers. So let's start by building one for the RGB LED. Now I've got a new project over here, so it's got nothing in the main, and I've got another patch, and that patch is the RGB LED that we built earlier. Now there's one thing I've done to this patch just to enhance it a bit, and I wanted to show you that. Right now, if you take a look in the description of the patch, I've actually got a full-fledged description over here, and I essentially stole that from the description of an LED that I took here, and then just modified it a little bit so that I could say RGB LED. And I did the same thing for all the input pins as well. So for example, for the R port pin, I've got a complete description over here. And if you go down to the LED, I've just taken a description from that and basically said red LED is the only thing I added. And I did that the same for the G port and the B port, for example. I also did that for the other pin, for the R lum pin over here. I took the luminance description and added it to that. And what that's going to do is that when I go to a project, let's say I went into my main and added one of my RGB LEDs into the picture. Now if you look at the help screen, I've got a complete set of help descriptions for every one of the pins and for the RGB LED itself. So it looks like a proper node, exactly like a node that's already built into the common hardware collection over here. So this is a very good technique, and it's a very good thing to do when you're programming. That way, when you build some of these custom nodes, you'll know what all of these pins actually do. So let's delete that right now, because I'm not going to use that here. Instead, what I'm going to do is create a new node, which you can do with Control-N, or you can go up to File and do New Patch. And I'm going to call my patch Event RGB LED Display. And the reason I called it that was that this is an event. This is an event I want to happen. And so I'm going to call all of my sequential nodes prefixed with the word event. And so an event and then what it is I want to happen during the event. So in this particular one, I want to display something on the RGB LED. So the first thing I want to add to this patch is an RGB LED. Alright, so I'll take my RGB LED, and we're familiar with it. I'm not going to do anything to the RGB LED itself. Remember, I'm trying to make a node that I can use in a sequence. And so my node's going to need a set input, and it's going to need a done output. And those are both pulse inputs and outputs. So I may as well add those right now. So if you remember, we go to Zod Patch Cores. I can do an input pulse. I'll place it over here. I'm going to call this set, and I'm going to look for an output pulse. I'll place it somewhere down here, I guess, and label it done.
Good enough.
Now what I want to do is I want to be able to go into this and to illuminate my RGB LED to the RGB values of my choosing for a specific amount of time, and I want to be able to choose the time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a delay node in. That's going to cover a lot of the logic for me. So I double click here to search for nodes, and I look for the delay node, and it's a core Zod node. So let's put that here. Let's just move this up a little bit.
Yes, I welcome it.
Now if you look at the delay node, it already has a set input on it, and it has a done pulse output, so it's actually very good for creating these little nodes. And what the delay node will do is it's got this pin called T, and that's the amount of time specified in seconds the delay will occur. During the delay, this pin that says ACT will go true. So this will be true during the delay period, and then it'll go false afterwards. And once the delay is finished, it'll send out a done pulse. It is started by sending in a set pulse, and you can reset it in the middle of a delay by giving it a reset pulse, which we're not going to use. So let's connect my set to the set on this delay. I'm also going to get myself another input node. This will be an input number. And I happen to know I'm going to need quite a few of those input numbers. In fact, I believe I need 6 more.
Safe area is behind the monster.
Control C. No. Okay.
Now we're doing good though.
Grabbed a few too many over there, but we can always delete them later. Let's just move them out of the way. Okay, this one I'm going to use. I'm going to connect it to the T, and this is the time input. And so I'm going to call it T.
Lovely.
I'm going to go down into my delay.
Just disintegrated.
Get the description here. Copy that. And then go back into here. And paste that description in. Okay. Now the next thing I'm going to do is, you see I've got a done output over here. Now you might think I'm going to connect that directly to the done output of the delay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use another node first, and I'll explain why. Let's look for defer.
Take that guy out.
I'm going to take a defer pulse. Now, defer is a node that we're going to be making a lot of use of in the next couple of demonstrations. What defer does is it waits until Zod is finished doing all of its processing before it makes the next move. And it can be very useful in creating loops and doing timing things. Like in this case, we're going to send a done pulse out, but it's possible that the other logic we're going to put in here might still be doing something. And so defer will make everything wait until it's truly done before it sends a pulse out. So I'm just going to connect done to here, and I'm going to connect this to the done output. So now here's my done output with a defer on it. Okay, now I'm going to need a couple of other basic nodes over here. But before I do add them, I'm going to add a few more connections. Now the first one I'm going to add is to the R port. I'm going to skip one here, add this to the G port, skip another one, and add that to the B port. And I do have the right number of inputs. Okay, so let's label these nodes. Now this is the R port, so I'm going to call it R. And once again, I'm going to go into the actual device itself and just copy the description here and place it into the description for the R port. I'm going to do the same thing for this, which is G port, and then for the last one, which will be B port. And the description will be basically the same.
It's still too far right here. The storm, and we have to find chips.
So I'm not going to connect the luminance pins directly up to these input ports, and the reason for that is that I want to be able to turn the LED off. If I connect them directly and give them values here, then there's going to be nothing to say switch everything off to 0. So in order to do that, I'm going to add another node. Do you remember our if-else node? Let's add 3 of those actually. We've worked with if-else before. Let's make 2 copies of it. Control C and then Control V. Control V should do the trick. And move one of them about here. The other one will move about here. I guess we'll stretch you back a little more. Move you.
So for you then.
And you can move
it's literally a tripod.
Okay, now, if you remember, an if-else has a true and a false input over here. And we set a value on these, a number value. And this is the condition input, and this is the output of the if-else. And so when the condition is true, whatever numeric value is sitting here in the true will be passed out to here. If the condition is false, whatever value sits at false will be passed out to here. So I'm going to connect our outputs down to the looms.
Jesus.
I'm going to connect the true values to our inputs, because this is the value I want to pass down. And again, I'm going to label my inputs. This will be our alum.
Oh god.
And I'll take the description of our alum.
Brace.
I'll do the same for this.
No, you're not ramming me, I'm ramming you.
Okay. Now let's just drag a little bit of this stuff down so we can move these down a bit.
God damn it. Wave.
Okay, very good.
Even nature's on the AI side.
Now all that remains to be done is to take these condition inputs and hook them up to the act output of the delay. And so I'm going to do that. All three of them.
There we go.
Alright, and I'm going to save my project.
What's the whole bar?
So again, what's going to happen is we're going to set a delay over here. The delay is going to be specified by the T. During the delay period, this condition will go true, and while it's true, it will pass the value here down to the luminance port. And this will cause the LED to glow in whatever color we're specifying on these 3 pins over here. When everything is finished, this act line will go false, and we'll get a 0, which if you look at the if-else over here, 0 is what's sitting on the false side, and 0 will turn the LEDs off.
Tough ones.
While all of that's taking place, the defer will be patiently waiting, and once it's done, it'll send a done pulse out. So this is how this particular node is going to work.
Should go for these guys.
So let's test out the new sequential node that we just made. Let's drag it onto our main patch.
Don't lose anyone here.
And you'll notice it's got all of its descriptions and everything because we wrote that in when we created it. You'll also notice that it has a T, a set, and a done input and output respectively, and that's what makes it different from our RGB display node that we created earlier.
Extra 50
Let's fill in a few of the values that we know over here. So we know our R port, that's 9.
Want us to upgrade.
We know our G port. 10.
You're one. Oh, that feels nice to be wanted.
We know to be 11.
The way they wanted.
Okay, now we want this light to turn on for a period of time. Now this is specified in seconds. I'm going to say 4 seconds here. And of course right now it's outputting 0, so it'll output nothing. Let's give it a color. Let's just turn on the red one right now. Let's set that to 1.
Okay.
Okay, so now when this node is activated, it could turn the red segment of the RGB display on for 4 seconds and then turn it off. Now, this is not going to be activated just sitting here by itself. It needs a pulse into the set. So a good pulse to give it is a boot pulse. We'll look for boot. And here we have boot. Now what the boot node does is it outputs a pulse when the program starts, and that's pretty well what we need. So let's connect the output of that to our set, and to save our program.
Yeah, we're right if the wind's going left.
And deploy it to our Arduino, which is the Arduino Mega sitting on top of our robot car. And we'll see what happens.
There we go. Automatic steering, engage.
And there we go, the light's on. And then it turns itself off after 4 seconds. So that works very nicely. Let's do something with this. Let's just take this and do a Control-C to copy it.
We're gonna pay to not be wanted anymore.
Put them one on top of each other. Let's go back to our first one and just label it. We have this one going red, so let's call it red display. Now let's go into this one. Since it's an exact copy, it's already got our pin numbers and time delays in it. Let's change the color. Let's set red to 0. And let's set the blue to 1.
Okay.
Let's call this blue display. Oops.
Alright.
And we'll go into the last one. Make that a 1.
This is strange.
Call you. Okay, so I've got it set to 4 seconds for each of these, red, green, and blue. So let's take the done output of red, connect it to the set input on blue. The done output here,
within the ship itself,
connect it to the set input on green. And we'll save that.
Over here.
And now we'll upload to our Arduino.
Broadside cannons, yay!
As you can see, we just went through our sequence. So that's great, except of course once we came to the end here, nothing happened. So it'd be nice to go in a loop, but we can't just take the done and connect it over to the set over here. It won't allow us to do that. You can have only one link going to an input. So what we need to do is bring our good friend defer in.
That's great. Black
Defer
Flag
pulse.
Edition.
Now what defer pulse is going to do is it's going to wait till everything's finished, and then it's going to go up and set again.
A little bit too scientific in my position. Turn with doctor.
Connect to the input and not the output. Now if I take the output here though, of course I've got the same problem. I can't connect it. There's a solution to that.
God.
There's another node called
I think the streak out will be hilarious.
Basically, any will output a pulse when any of its imports are given a pulse. So let's connect any up like this. Connect that to the set. So now what will happen is we'll have a boot pulse. It'll go through any, and it'll pass through, and it'll set this. We'll go through our red, blue, and green displays. After that, done goes through defer, waits till everything is stopped, and sends another pulse up to any, which will pass it through to set, and it should go over and over again in a loop. So let's save that. And now let's deploy it.
I'm trying to choose a white cloak of all things instead of like the cool master assassin cloak.
There's a red.
Or like the cool Ezio cloak.
Blue.
Yeah, whatever.
Green.
Black, hey, it's in the fight.
Then it goes back to red again because the loop is running. So this works successfully. So now we've successfully built some sequential nodes that we can use in our robotics programming. Let's now go and do the same thing for the motors. So creating sequential nodes for the motors is pretty well the same as creating them for the LED displays. First of all, we're going to go and create a new patch. I'm going to call this one Event
and storms.
Motor Move,
and ships in a storm.
Because we want to make a sequence of moving the motors. And so here we are in our patch. Now of course we're going to need some H bridges. Remember that the L298N is actually a dual H bridge, so we need two of these modules. So let's take one and then Control C and Control V should give us the second one. Okay, and let's just label them motor A, motor B, and you could do left and right if that's your preference. Now, just like we did for our last sequential node, we're going to use a delay node. So we'll add our delay node in over here. Bring the motors down a bit because I have a feeling we'll have some other stuff up here. And let's do an input pulse.
Specifically.
Call it set. And link it to the set pin. Okay, and we might as well get our defer pulse.
That's very almost possible here.
And we'll take an output pulse.
Over
here. Call it done.
Docker
done correctly. And do that. Okay, now if you think about it, our H bridges have 4 inputs. 3 of them are the inputs to the DIR and the not DIR, which are the IN1 and IN2 pins on the L298N. And then the PWM, which is the enable pin. And then we've got a speed input, and this is the value from 0 to 1 that we want it to go, or from -1 to 0 if we want it to go backwards. And so 3 of these pins can actually be passed directly outside of our node right now. So let's get an input number. We know we're going to need one for the T here.
No, you see that somewhere.
Call this T.
I see the big Brotherhood's out there too.
And we'll take the
description
for T.
Yeah, that's
here. Let's take another input number node. We're going to need quite a few of them. We're going to need 8 in total, so I'll need to copy this 7 times. Control C.
Not AC2 or AC Revelation.
That should hopefully be enough.
Yeah, that's
Move
AC
them
Revelation
around a
template.
bit. Okay, several of these we can connect directly. And the other one will make use of the if-else's like we did before.
Wonder why Brotherhood.
Alright. Control C, Control V, because we need 2 of them.
Because I believe this is also a Grandmaster.
So if-else is going to take the speed value that we're going to connect in over here to its true pin. So whenever the condition here is true, it'll pass the speed value down to the motor. If it's false, it'll pass a 0 to the motor, which will effectively turn off the motor. So let's make our last couple of connections here. Okay, and all we want to do is some labeling now.
Stole this for.
And we look like we have one we're not using here. Let's just remove that. Okay, and let's save our project. And now we can go back into main and make use of our event motor move nodes that we just created. So let's add our new event motor move onto our main so we can watch it work. Let's pull one out over here for a second. Now to save time, I didn't add a number of the descriptions over here, but in the copy that I have for you to download from the dronebotworkshop.com website, I'll have all the descriptions in there. Again, like our display nodes, this has a set, a done, and a T on it, along with the regular connections, in this case for 2 H-bridges. So let's go and define those H-bridge connections right now. I'll just get mine out over here. So dir A on mine is pin 4. Inverted dir A is pin 2. And the PWM on A is pin 3.
Unacceptable.
Down here, this is pin 8, which is the same as my IN3. Pin 7. And this is pin 6.
Come on.
Okay, now we'll set a time we want our motors to run. Let's let it run for 2 seconds.
What the heck?
And now we have to set the speed values of the motors. Now remember, this goes from -1 to +1, where -1 is full speed reverse and +1 is full speed ahead and 0 is stop, and any number in between is a smaller speed. So let's set this guy up 0.8. That's almost full speed. I'm going to set this guy to the same speed. So I set both motors to the same speed for 2 seconds. So let's just give this a name again. Call this move forward, because that's what it's going to do. So let's make a copy of that.
Grab the ball.
And we'll go into this one. Let's call this one move backwards. Or move reverse. We'll go to our speed values, and we'll make them negative numbers.
Not interested though.
And why not make one more copy? Call this move turn. Or move spin, actually, I like better. I'm going to set this to 0.5. I'll set this one to -0.5. So the motors will move in the opposite direction. So that's a spin. Alright, so let's add this into my little program. Let's break a few of these links here.
Yeah, we can already make some predictive move here.
Okay, we'll slip a motor forward in here. Put motor reverse at the very end. And motor spin. Oh, motor spin too. I think I only want it to spin for about a second. So let's change the time on that. And so now let's just link all of these together. Okay, this link is bad here. It should instead go to here. And this done in this set here. And let's save that. I've got my car ready to load this up to. I'm just going to hold the car because after I deploy it to the Arduino, the motors are going to start moving. I don't want it to move all over the desk. Okay, it's red. The motors move forward.
Yeah,
blue.
I don't feel like it.
Our motors move opposite directions for a second, and then green, and the motor reverses. Then it goes red, and it'll start to sequence over again.
Better chase that shit, man. I think it was already pretty obvious what was going though.
So there we have it. We've sequenced our Zod robot.
Go, go, go.
So after putting together a robot car, of course I want to give it a little demonstration. So I'm about to put it down on the floor and run it around so you can see it go back and forth. Now, one thing I noticed about my robot car is it has a little bit of a wheel alignment problem, so to speak. I'm not sure if it's that one motor is turning slightly faster than the other motor, or if one motor doesn't have the torque the other one doesn't, or if it's an issue with one of them slipping on the wheels, but it does seem to pull to one side more than the other. So, as a disclaimer, I went into the code and kind of adjusted it to straighten the motors out a bit, but it still does pull to one side. Nonetheless, here it is, the Zod robot car demo, number 1.
I see them.
Oh, great. That's good. I'm not gonna lie. Quick to launch my chainsaw here. Nice. Don't touch anything inside the direction.
Alright, that about wraps it up for today's video. Now, of course, today what we've done is we've built this Zod robot base, and we've learned how to control both the motor and the LED. We've also used a couple of new programming techniques within Zod.
Okay.
Now, in the next video in this series, we're going to add some additional components to the robot base. You might recall that I said I'd wired up for a servo motor. Well, that's one of the components we're going to be adding in order to give our robot a bit more functionality. So please stay tuned for that. Now, the best way to find out about new videos is to subscribe to the YouTube channel. So if you haven't done that already, please do. I'd really appreciate that, and it'll let you know whenever I make new videos. Another great way of staying in touch is to join the DroneBot Workshop newsletter. And you'll find a link to the newsletter in the description below the video. The newsletter is my way of communicating with you and finding out what I'm doing right and what I'm not doing right, finding out what videos you would like me to make for you. So please consider joining the newsletter so that I can get some feedback from you and help make these videos and articles even more useful for you. Now, as always, there is an article on the DroneBotWorkshop.com website that goes along with this video, so please check that out. The link is also in the description below. Until the next time, please take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you again really soon in the workshop. Bye for now.
Satisfying need for speed again. What the heck is happening here?
Water they boiled, or something else? Cane juices. It's a hard process making sugar. Dangerous, too. Must be why it fetches...
Today in the workshop, we'll be working with Zod, a method of programming an Arduino without writing any code. After learning how Zod works and building an improved version of the Blink sketch, we'll be building a temperature humidity gauge that can switch between Celsius and Fahrenheit. We're working with Zod today, so welcome to the workshop. Hey, welcome to the workshop. Today is a very special edition of the DroneBot Workshop in that we're going to learn about a new programming language for programming your Arduinos. Now, the language is called Zod, which is spelled X, and I need to let you know that this is a sponsored video from the folks at Zod. Now, they got in touch with me and asked me if I'd be interested in doing some videos on Zod, and after looking at the language and seeing what it could do, I readily agreed, because this is really a different way of programming an Arduino that I think a lot of you are going to really like. Now, Zod is a free open source language that allows you to program an Arduino without writing any code. What you do with Zod is that you take little nodes, which are little blocks, and connect them together with little links in order to create a program. Now, there is a desktop client for Zod as well as a web client, and I'll be going over the difference between the two, and I'll show you how to install the desktop client. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to do a couple of demos with Zod. After I explain to you the principles behind Zod, I'm going to start off with a very simple demonstration, one where we just basically flash an LED, similar to the blink sketch that everybody started off learning the Arduino IDE with. Now, after that, we're going to move on and do something much more complex with Zod. In fact, we're going to take a project that we worked on in a recent video, and we're going to rebuild it with Zod, and we're even going to improve it. So I want to show you that right from the beginning, you can write some fairly complex code with Zod, again, without doing any code writing whatsoever. Now, am I advocating using Zod instead of the Arduino IDE? Not necessarily. I don't think that you should abandon the Arduino IDE in any way. What Zod is another tool for your toolbox. Think of the way that you're programming an Arduino in the way that a carpenter would work with different tools. A carpenter will have different types of saws for sawing different materials or sawing different shapes in different materials. And Zod is just another method of programming an Arduino. You'll still use the Arduino IDE for many applications. Another way to think of it is like with the tools I've got behind me on the pegboard in the workshop, which I'm sure you've noticed before. For example, over here, I have a series of pliers. Now, when I go to work on something, I may choose one plier over another set of pliers. It's not that the other set wouldn't work, it's just that the one I chose is more suited to the job that I'm doing. So Zod is just another tool in your Arduino programming toolbox. So we're going to begin by looking at what Zod is and how it works, and then I'll show you how to install it, and then we'll get into our demos.
Basically.
So let's take a look at Zod. Zod is a graphical method of programming an Arduino. With Zod, you use visual objects instead of using text like you do with the Arduino IDE. The objects we use in Zod are called nodes. Nodes are small boxes with little circles on them. Each of these circles is called a pin. The pins on the top of the node are the input pins. The pins on the bottom of a node are the output pins. The outputs of a node can connect to the inputs on another node. The lines that we use to connect the outputs to the inputs are called links.
What?
Nodes can represent many different things.
Excuse me?
Some nodes represent common pieces of hardware.
Bloody kidding me.
Nodes can represent binary and byte operations.
Real quick. Who else?
There are many core function nodes in Zod. Nodes can also be used to convert data between two different units.
wasn't slavers, though. Not a ship that size. In any case,
The working area in Zod is called a patch. A Zod program can have one or several patches. You can even use a patch as a node within another patch. So now let's start working with Zod.
How convenient.
You up there! Look alive, man! You've a job to do! Apologies, sir.
Now, to begin working with Zod, the first step is to go to the Zod website, which is xod.io. Now, this is an excellent website, and they've got all sorts of details about what Zod is, as well as links to documentation, more libraries for Zod, and community links, including a forum, which is an excellent resource if you're having problems with Zod. I encourage you to go through the documentation, especially the tutorials that they go through in order to understand Zod better. But the first thing we want to do is go to the IDE. Now, if you go to IDE, you'll see you have two choices: to launch the browser IDE or download the desktop IDE. I'll explain the difference between those in a moment, but let's look at the desktop IDE right now. So I click on that and I go to a download page where I can download the latest version of the desktop IDE. The big green button will let me download a version for Windows. But if I have a different platform, just underneath the button I've got a link for the Mac OS, Linux RPM files, and Linux DEB files. Now, if you're using Ubuntu Linux, or if you're using Raspbian on the Raspberry Pi, you'll want to take the DEB file. If you're using a Red Hat-derived version of Linux, such as Fedora, you'll want to take the RPM file. Now, you can also use Zod by launching the browser-based IDE, which I have opened in another tab over here. Now, the browser-based IDE functions identically to the desktop client, with two exceptions. First of all, on the browser side, you are limited to the number of compiles you can do per day. It's generally 1,000, so that's really not too much of a limitation. But the biggest limitation with the browser-based client is you cannot deploy the code directly to your Arduino. You can still work with the browser-based client. If you go into deploy and do upload to Arduino, it won't work because you can't connect to an Arduino. But if you do show code for Arduino, you will get a code listing. And this is the code that actually needs to be typed into your Arduino IDE. So you can copy all of this by highlighting everything and copying it, and then paste it into the Arduino IDE into a blank project and upload that to your Arduino. Personally, I think that's an extra bit of hassle, and so I'd much rather use a desktop client. But there are uses for the web-based client. For example, if you're working on a Zod project in two different locations, say at home and at work, you might prefer the web client so that you can just stop at one location and pick up on a browser at another location. Of course, the web client would also be useful for those few machines that don't have Zod clients available. So if you have, for example, a tablet or something that you want to use, you could use that with the web-based client, and then again copy your code over to a Arduino by doing the deploy that way. Zod files are saved as what's called a Zodball file, so you could also take the Zodball file that you create in the web-based client and use that on the desktop client. But by far, I would suggest that you take the desktop client by downloading it and installing it on your computer. So go and do that, and I'll meet you back here and we'll start working with Zod.
It's not that hard.
Alright, let's start with our first demonstration. Now, this is a very simple demo that will just show you the principles of working with Zod. But you're going to see that very quickly Zod becomes a lot easier to use than the Arduino IDE, even for a simple demonstration. Now, what I've done over here is I've wired a couple of potentiometers up to two of the analog inputs on my Arduino. I've also wired an LED up to the Arduino, but the LED is optional because it's connected to pin 13, And most Arduino boards have an onboard LED on pin 13. The only reason I wired this was because I wanted you to be able to see it on the camera, and it's a little difficult to see the onboard LED. Now the wiring for this circuit is as follows. I've taken one potentiometer and I've tied 5 volts to one end of it. The other end of the potentiometer is tied to ground, and then I've taken the wiper from the pot and I've tied it to analog input A0. Now at the second potentiometer, I've taken again 5 volts and tied it to one side and ground to the other side, and I've taken its wiper and tied it to analog pin A1. And as I said, I've also wired an LED to my circuit. I've taken pin 13, fed it through a 220 ohm drop-in resistor, attached that to the anode of an LED, and I've grounded the cathode. But again, you don't need to do this because there is an onboard LED. So now that you've seen how I've wired this, let's start working with Zod. So I've opened up the Zod IDE, and when you first start it, it opens up with a project called Welcome to Zod. And this project consists of a number of different patches. Most of the patches have comments on them and a couple of nodes. This one has one particular node on it over here. Now, the project browser on the side over here lets you manipulate your project. The very top of it shows you all of the different patches in your project. So if I expand that, I can see that this project has quite a few patches. Many of your simple projects will only have one patch. Below here are the areas where you can get different nodes for your patches, and it's filed into a number of different categories, and we'll look at that in a bit more detail. Down here is the inspector now. I've highlighted my LED, and so this is giving me the properties for the LED. So every time you highlight a node, its properties will appear here in the inspector. Now on this side, what I'd suggest you do is you click on this little question mark, which will open up the help screen. Whenever you highlight a node, it'll give you details of what all the different pins on the node do, and this is actually a very useful thing to keep open. So I'm going to keep that open for my project. Now I'm going to start a new project so I can manipulate the LED that's on my Arduino. So let's go to File and do New Project. And it starts a new project. And the new project will start with one patch, which by default is called Main. And that's the only patch I'm going to use in this particular project. Now, my project is to control an LED, so the first thing I'll need is an LED, and that's in the Common Hardware section. So I'll expand that and scroll down until I see an LED, and I'll drag the LED onto the patch. You can place it anywhere you want, and you can move it around. Now the LED is highlighted, and in the help I get a number of bits of information about the LED and what the different pins are. The port is the number, and the LUM is the luminosity. Now the port refers to the connection on the Arduino. Now my LED is connected to pin 13, so I'm going to type a 13 in over here. Now, the LED is called LED, which is pretty descriptive, but if you have several LEDs in your project, it might get confusing, so you can also give it a name. I'm going to call mine the onboard LED. Okay. And so now it's the onboard LED. Now, the luminosity of the LED is its brightness. Now I've used port 13 or pin 13 on the Arduino. Now pin 13 is not capable of pulse width modulation, so I only have two brightnesses, either fully off or fully on. However, if I'd had used a pin that was capable of pulse width modulation, I could actually set the luminosity to a value somewhere between 0 and 1 and control the LED's brightness. But for right now, it shows me that my LED is set to 0, and 0 is off. So I'm going to set that to 1 right now. And that should turn the LED on once I load the program up to the Arduino. So let's do that right now. I'm going to go to Deploy and do Upload to Arduino. Now it finds the Arduino connected to my machine. There is a checkbox here, by the way, that says compile in the cloud. You can use your online Zod account to compile this program using the cloud server instead of your own computer. However, I'm going to use my own computer. If you have a very weak computer, you might want to consider using this. And I'm going to hit upload. Now the deployment is indicated down here by a status bar. If you click this little arrow here, you can actually get more information about it. And I've uploaded successfully. And so if you take a look right now, you'll see that my LED is on. Remember, I've connected an external LED to pin 13 just so that you can see it, because the onboard LED is a little difficult to see here on the video. Okay, well that was great fun, but obviously just controlling an LED and turning it on isn't very useful, so let's do something with it. Now the classic Arduino sketch to try the first time is blink, so let's try to rewrite blink using Zod. So I'm going to go back up and just minimize my common hardware. I'm going to go to the core. Now a good way to blink this would be to use a square wave and feed it into the LED's luminosity port, and that's what I'm going to do right now. Here's a square wave, and I'll drag the square wave into here. Let me just move my LED down a bit over here, and I'll move my square wave over here. Now let's take a look at the square wave. It has a number of different pins on it.
Oh, whoops. Thanks, Joseph. I didn't realize that out loud, nor do I remember putting it on there. It's strange. Huh. What did I put it? What did I put it on here again for? Doesn't even make sense. Was it for a different thing? God damn it. Oh well, whatever. At least I fixed the problem now. You have no recollection. I have no recollection of putting that video in OBS, which is strange. Anyway, have some kernel murder. Good night. No. Skin the turtle? Well, that's a waste. For the crab, though. Nope. Can't have crab tonight, boys. Ooh. Ooh. Another Trish man.
And how?
Lovely. I keep forgetting about the whole turning on the shanty crew. Whoops.
Here's to our pirate republic.
I ruined it. It's all ruined. It's all over now.
Lads,
Charles is suggesting something.
prosperous and free and out the reach of...
How's it going? I've been having that thing lasting for 3 hours. Whoops.
Men now pledge their allegiance to the brethren of the coast in Nassau. Not a bad number.
Truth.
The brethren of the coast.
We lack sturdy defenses. If the king were to attack the town, he'd trample us.
Then let us find the observatory. If it does what these Templars claim, we'll be unbeatable.
Not a twaddle again, can we? That's a story for schoolboys. I mean, proper defenses. Steal a galleon, shift all the guns to one side.
Steal a galleon.
Would make a nice ornament for one of
Easier said than done.
It will not be easy to steal a full Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind?
I do, sir. And I'll show you. She's a fussock, she is. Fat and slow.
So she's an American mom. Oh, like you. Get punked. Son.
Your jackdaw handle's nice. Pinched her from the Spanish, was it?
And Blackbird's on the ship now.
In the midst of a hurricane.
And then all of a sudden, Blackbird. There. What was it? El Arca de Maestro? Over here.
Against the shore.
Was the haul aboard as rich as men are saying?
1,000 times that.
There's no way in heck I can fight them.
£1 million
With my dinky little schooner.
Oh, love a hurricane. Might have a dive there one day. See what we can rummage up.
Diving them wrecks would be a nice change of pace for us. No need for violent actions against merchants and such.
Well, that's some soft talk coming from a pirate.
How do I do the shan't? That 3. Okay.
We'll save
Keep that in mind next time. Or open world sailing again.
Get in our way. Easy as she goes. No telling what you may find out here.
Like staring through a waterfall.
School.
Breaches, lads. I got this.
What was that? Gumbo. Oh. No. Where the heck do I find the man? It's a bunch of gumbo. It's beginning to be like right smack dab. That one's rather large, is that it? Can't see all those. Oh. That looks like a big ship. There we go. Found them.
Trim the yards off the wind.
Kill the bloody thing. Seriously, is that right?
Catch some wind.
No, it's like sails and baby sails. Sail parents and sail children's.
Aye, and we'd not last long face to face with her.
No crap.
Hear that, can we? Keep your distance. We'll strike when fortune favors.
God damn it.
Studs out! Let's get moving!
I was sailing against the wind again. Oh god. Could get ticked with this bloody guy.
Studs up with a will.
Get the main.
490.
Let's ride this.
Where are you even going? Gotta take a bit of an S shape here. The chase thing that's fat and slow. But the tail thing that's fat and slow. Oh god. Let me let this guy here. Oh god, oh god, I got it. Ooh. Going good, sir. Why not just let me come on top of you? Do like a drive-by hop on. Oh god. Turn right. I need to turn left. Yes. Oh, 6 upgrades. I didn't even remotely use solar. Nice question. So singing was live now. Perchance? Not possible? Audition. What are the blues?
Charles Vane. He's as reckless as they come.
Oh, Vane, I remember that name.
Not a man I'd call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of
Jesus.
so long, I can't help but respect the man.
Absolutely brutalizing. What do you guys? Never mind, let's just teach a lesson. Where are you? The pirate? Oh god. Wait, if the one is targeting us, does that mean the Brig knows we're here? And we're an enemy, so like, what's the point of tailing it? Okay. God. Disappeared. I guess we're too close range now for it to use it. The mortar here. Lovely.
Douse the gallants and royals! Where's that bloody boy? Reef! Short all sail!
Hold down and clue up!
Charles Vane, slinking off with his
Ah, I see.
between his legs. That's good news for us. Bleeding bastards!
And now I am getting a bit distracted here. God damn it. Okay. Race for back.
Fire!
Boom. Boom. We're talking opportunity to sink 2 of these 7 shot here. If ever line up though. Jeez, why are you talking about this now? Come on. Damn it. Hit. Nice. Heavy shot though. How do I switch ammo here? I don't know. I wish I did. Okay, it's another one down. Okay. But retaliatory fire here. Sure, let's finish off. No mercy, I can't even try to spare the life by like looting them. That's the thing. Are you done yet? No. Just crippled. We lost the man of war somehow.
She's sailing for that island. I know the place.
Never mind.
A natural stronghold.
Ducasse.
Captain named Ducasse. Julian de Cass, the Templar.
Name's right.
I know the man. And if he sees my ship, he'll know it from his time in Havana, meaning he may wonder at who's sailing her now. I can't risk that.
And I don't want to lose that galleon. Let's think on it. And maybe wait.
That's how using my ship to get in.
Aboard.
I see. They didn't explain to me how to use my heavy shot. Nothing.
Captain's trick.
Single man. I do not like the sound of that. We have heavy set, it's not to use it. Oh, 2,000 meters away. Alright, time for some song.
Gentlemen, as is custom among our kind, we do not plunge headlong into folly on the orders of a single madman, but act according to our own collective madness. The object of our attention is a square-rigged galleon, and we want her for the advantage she'll bring Nassau. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship, stomp and shout aye! Aye! Those who oppose, whimper nay.
Nay.
Never was the king's
Nay.
unified.
Is that how it goes? Air assassin. Who's the cast? Oh, is it the cowboy guy? Jungle's exit. Which means the entrance? All entrances are exits, all exits are entrances. Cloud roots? No. So, go to parkour it is again then. You have climbed way too much. Congratulations. Up some more here. Not quite. We're here. Ooh, I wasn't sure it was auto jump there. You have to manually control it, but let's say it's auto. Good enough. Okay. There you go. I feel like kind of transitioning. I can see that. What guns do you have here? Got 3 actually. 1 on the chest that's hidden now. And 2 on our hips. Come on. Happy go. Happy go. There we go. See this something. Check our objective. Air assess. Well, feel no fun. Stay out of combat. Give me that nonsense. Oh jeez. Let's stop there. Should run for it as we can here. Hello. Damn it. Well, I ruined that. Okay, let's run for it then. Good night. Get under, I say. Jesus, this guy's persistent. I'm just another dude. I'm not some pretty lady. There's no reason you should be chasing me so persistent. Why the hell can I go under here? The heck? Oh my God. You're so scrub. What do you think you're doing? Good night to you, sir. There we go. Now I can go in there. That was weird. That's another not in combat thing, huh? Let's go there. Oh, it's already too late, so we just run for it, I suppose. Oh God. Just discover it anyway, though. Ah! Oh God, I got red, lots of reds here. This worked. Yes, you can go under stuff. That was weird. Why I couldn't earlier. You need to take out that one person first. Oh, this seems very familiar. I think I was because I repeat. How many times do we have to repeat this mission? Well, back when I cared about the. Oh, you saw me there.
¡Quieto ahí!
Screw it.
No irá a ninguna parte.
Let's run for here.
Despistarnos.
Of course, let's go over a couple of them, because why not?
Esa rata está a tiro.
¡Puedo disparar! ¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Vuelve aquí! ¡Maldita sea!
And
¡Estrechad el cerco!
hello.
¡Es mío! ¡No escapará! ¡Una granada!
Esa rata está a tiro.
Goodbye.
Lo veo directo.
They're taking the hard route here.
¿A dónde te crees
What's our way up here? Gonna climb the netting here. Come on. Up some more. And up some more.
Un momento.
Where is our friend Ducasse?
Para pronto.
Let's see him anymore here. It's strange.
Tengo un disparo claro. Listo para abrir fuego.
Eh?
No tienes escapatoria.
I'm looking. It's supposed to reach the jungle's exit. I'm like, we're like way past that. I don't feel it's supposed to happen. I'll have to reload the checkpoint here. The heck? They should update it to assassinate Ducasse. Let's see if it updated now. Okay. What? Yeah, that didn't work. I should like knock him into the closet there. Instead of him coming out of the closet, he's going into the closet. I'm hilarious. Okay. And I still got shots in the Lovely.
We'll weigh anchor before dawn.
Ah. Promise, not a single thing to me, I promise you. Where is that guy here? There he is. Can I go? What? Drop on him. Come on. Over. Nope. Can't do that. Go a bit lower here.
This is the last time
Try.
land for a month.
Yeah, this is perfect. I need to wait for him to rotate again. Left to is play a waiting game then, I suppose. Oh god. Messed up. Damn it. Oh my god, stop. Ed CO, please work with me here. Don't tell me he's running. He's escaping. No. Hell?
Blanco claro.
There's no way you see me from there. That's a load of nothing. Okay. There you go. Come on. You're bloody kidding me? Going to here when I get low enough now. Target him. One chance. Come on, get the right guy. Nice.
Well, it answers just fine. Fils de putain! As bold as a musket ball, and still half as sharp.
Well, it's called a ball for reasons. That's supposed to be short.
Risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around. I pity you, Boucanier. After all you have seen, after all we showed you of our order, still you embrace the life of an ignorant and aimless rogue. What's this?
Well, he did throw us into prison.
The extent of your ambition. Have you no mind to comprehend the scope of ours? All the empires on Earth abolished, a free and open world, without parasites like you. Que l'enfer que tu trouveras soit le fruit de ton insouciance.
Dude, chill, I don't speak Spanish. Oh, we don't have to escape here, thankfully, too. Yeah, free man award that I don't get to pilot. Nice. Hey, don't tell me. No, 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 no. No.
Hey.
No.
I just
Back to reality.
Stop by and give you something.
Oops, there's no gravity.
Gift. We give awards to our top-notch employees for doing quality work, and they're nice to have since there's no official bonus scheme here. I already have about 11 or so. Oh.
11.
Bonjour.
Of course.
Jeez.
I'll pass it on. Well, looks like Olivier wants to meet with you. It's exciting. Follow me. It's on the top floor, so it's not hard to find. But the rest of the building can be
we're meeting the big
boy
man himself.
We had the tools team whip up a great map application. Check your communicator. I added a waypoint to Olivier's office. Should be easy to find.
Except it's pointing towards you. Oh, he starts to get busy anytime soon.
Olivier's a nice guy. He won't bite.
Who's Olivier? There's something. Use that. Cecile.
Hello?
Chief Command Officer?
Is this thing working? This is John.
I'm guessing that the abbreviation.
We met earlier. I was calibrating your animus. I'm sort of the Scotty of this Abstergo enterprise. In charge of all the techie stuff. Do you have a minute? Damn it. The tracker says you're on your way to Olivier's office. All right. I'll ping you when you're done. I have a favor to ask.
Hello, I'm here for my appointment.
He's waiting for you.
Bonjour. Les mademoiselles, très magnifique. Servons de vous. I think that's French.
Well,
I remember you.
Unless you are specifically ordering me to abandon it, I won't jeopardize our flagship project. Edward Kenway is the...
Mm-hmm.
But this is how Hollywood got its start, right? With pirate movies. Douglas Fairbanks, Errol Flynn, and now we have access to the real deal. Wait. Exactly.
Looks like a bloody Sim City from up here. Jesus.
Right. Looking forward to seeing you too. Take care, Laetitia.
Entertainment market.
Salut! Hi! Thanks for coming in. I know you're busy. So I reviewed some of your data. Pretty raw stuff. Obviously, we need to scrub off some of the dirt to make it family friendly. Maybe give Edward a voice like James Bond or something. More of a ladies' man.
How dare you?
A beautiful city, no? So the main reason I asked you here concerns something
Between trees from my face.
It's been mentioned a few times in the footage you found. I'd like to encourage you to focus on locating this specific set of memories as soon as possible. If it were up to me, on s'en crisse. I wouldn't bother. But some bigwigs at Abstergo Industries have been hounding me for days. So, follow whatever leads you find, and hopefully we can... Oh, incoming call. I have to take this. We'll keep in touch. Bonne journée. Alan, bonjour. Oui, tout va bien. Naturellement. Pas vraiment.
So, done here? Dismissed? I presume so. Alright, back to more pirating. Never mind.
Good. I'm adding a waypoint to your map. So, a colleague of yours left for vacation this morning and forgot to send a video file she promised me. Since I hate just about everyone else on your floor...
I hate everyone.
Could you transfer the file from her
right
and deliver it to the courier when she comes? It'll be easy. You just wander over to their Animus, log in, and transfer the file. Easy. And please be snappy before I find a reason to hate you, too. A locked door? Not a problem. That's the advantage of me having level 1 security clearance. Now, you do, too. Don't abuse it.
Oh, shucks, I'm embarrassed.
I'll walk you through this. Now, you need to bypass the core to find the data inside. Once you reach it, your communicator will download.
I only wish hacking was this easy.
To reach the data inside.
Okay. All right. I'm too stupid for this. There we go. I mean, no, I'm a bloody genius.
I set up a database.
So the log guy isn't this hacking?
Just look for the My File section in your communicator, and you'll be redirected right away. Everything you download will be found in there. Protected by a firewall, of course.
Cool.
December 23rd, 2012. Sample Recovery Unit Team Lead Fisher Case reporting on Subject 17, Desmond Miles. The subject was deceased and unattended. Time of death was placed around 0 hours and 7 minutes, with conditions favorable for DNA sample recovery.
One of those
We had
maps,
some initial
like
concerns
stalker
about
maps.
interference in the vault, but given the skill and talent of this team, we were able to capture useful data. I personally retrieved the subject's backpack and extracted a number of objects of interest to undergo detailed analysis. The subject displayed burns to the right hand, severe enough to fuse the bones, indicating some kind of spontaneous, intense burn trauma. Honestly, we've never seen anything like it before. Head, neck, and torso remained in good condition. I hand-selected recovery agents to retrieve fluid samples, blood and saliva. We then commenced material extraction and were able to preserve several exemplary samples. Data analysis and sequencing is already underway, and I'm told proceeding with exceptional ease thanks to the cloud database and the work of Abstergo Sample Recovery Unit 3. The legacy of Subject 17 will continue uninhibited as Sample 17.
Harvested all this stuff.
Oh, you're
brutal.
than I'd hoped. Now zip up to the lobby. Come on. See that file you acquired? I wouldn't recommend watching it. I mean, you could, but it's unpleasant. So once you hand it off, just pretend this never happened, okay?
Too late.
Otherwise you'll just go to bed feeling sad. Anyway, the courier should be waiting downstairs. She's been here a while. I suppose it goes without saying, just because you now know how to hack all your colleagues' computers, it doesn't mean you should. I mean, not every day, right? No, seriously, though, that's illegal, so don't be a dick. Unless that's your name.
I am not sure I can keep this up, you know? This job is well below my skill.
Nah, I'm more of a Vaj myself. Bob's and Vaj.
Oh, look who's here. So you didn't forget, after all, you're just incredibly rude and made poor Rebecca here wait for nearly 30 minutes.
You limey. Be nice. Sorry about him. He's high on his own supply. So, how should we do this? Data transfer? Great. That should do it. We'll email you the receipt. Till next time. Take care, Sean.
Bye-bye, yes, bye. And don't expect any more free coffee. Arrogant. She's great, isn't she?
In what way?
Hey, I just got word the courier has come and gone. Wonderful, you're a miracle. No, that's an exaggeration. You're not a miracle. You're an employee, doing a job. But thanks for helping out. Anyway, thanks. Have fun pirating.
It feels like everyone is talking down here. Though, whatever this job is, I'm digging it.
Assistance au niveau 2, projet échantillon 17. Job interview. Support to the second floor, sample 17 project.
Oh, I just pay like, probably like 15 an hour. God, it's amazing. Oh, another flashback.
Oi. Where you going, the market?
No, my parents have asked me to come live with them. I'd like to.
Oh, what do you mean, live with them? You live here with me.
I'm sorry, Edward, but my father is right. You had a decent wage when you worked the farm. Why can you not be satisfied with that? With me?
Decent wage? That job was near as, damn it, to robbery. You want to be married to a peasant the whole of your life?
All right, Edward. All right.
You leave now, Caroline. You'll never know what's coming to us. Caroline! Caroline!
How unfortunate.
Kid.
Wake up, Kenway.
But why though?
What's that about?
He left this morning with the galleon, as faith we'll discover a good use for this old cove ourselves.
Aye, we'll make something of it in time.
Just keeping to stick to.
We could keep a
Some odd reason.
And with a bit of fixing up, it'd be a decent place to call home. Might even convince my wife to come one day.
You're married, are you?
In God's eyes, I am. She left me some time ago.
Even so, keep that fact hid away. Most of these pirates don't respect a man with higher commitments than rum and plunder.
Upon mine honor. Let me know if you find anything.
Looks like we're parting ways though. Say so. And shoot away. That's me. Sorry, he for now. That was a big slip up.
Edward, over here.
Wasn't bad.
Found something. You must see this.
Yes.
Come
Fire
on,
down there. Shaka, come on. Stop stalling.
Odd-looking things, aren't they? Old and weathered.
Is this what they call Mayan? Or is it Aztec?
Are you good with riddles,
Mayan.
Edward? Puzzles and pondering.
It's in the South Indies.
No worse than the next man, why?
I think you've a natural
Aztec is
gift
South
for it.
America.
The way you think and work. The way you understand the world.
Well, I don't know about that. You're talking in riddles now and I don't understand a word.
Clamber on top of this thing here, will you? Help me solve something.
Thing and something is capitalized.
Concentrate and focus all your senses.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Which one?
Until
I have to imagine it
Oh,
correctly.
right. I know this feeling. I have since I was a lad. It's like using every
There you
sense
go.
at once, isn't it?
Easy.
To see sounds and...
every man and woman on this earth has in them a kind of intuition.
Get smaller at it.
I've had this sense most of my
This
life.
is important.
Only I felt related in some way
Shantae!
to my dreaming or the like.
Shantae! Songs!
Others, it
Culture!
takes years to tease out.
One or two. Huh?
For a rare
Go. Whoa, we found it here. This is a sword this time instead of a blade.
You are a gifted man, Edward.
Interestingly enough.
Has a strange look. Is it worth something?
Nothing you can spend. But if you find all of them, it'll lead to something grand.
How many?
A few dozen, I think.
2,000.
This way. I've something else to show you.
24 or 48 probably then. Oh, jeez. Take a screenshot of this.
I found something else just here. I think you'll take to this secret much faster.
Another challenge complete.
Now this has the makings of a mystery.
It's good, innit? Only wait till you see what lies at the end.
I think I remember what this is about though. Nutrition.
What do you think?
I think Monsieur Ducasse was a man of many secrets.
Aye, and look
Man of secrets and treasure.
staircase leading
Many treasure.
What do you suppose lies at the top?
Oh, I know they're all particularly rare actually. Benjamin Sale. Fortune sale. Whatever that is. Come on, tell me that. There you go. A key list. That actually sounds pretty cool. Is it? Ooh, that's pretty
From
good.
what I knew of Ducasse, I wouldn't be surprised to find eclectic instruments of torture and villainy. An Iron Maiden or a collection of thumbscrews.
Or a pair of anguish.
Ooh. fancy place.
Not a nice way to kick off. But that is some damn fine gear.
Try the key you took from Ducasse.
That's one. Only 4 left.
Aye. It might be that these 4 Templars have them. See the names here? They've been sent to kill these
Live or dead?
Hang me, that's the map I sold to Governor Torres.
Live.
He said it marked the location of assassin encampments.
Awkward.
Maybe you owe them a bit of warning then. If you have any kind of heart beating in that chest.
Suppose I could, if it leads me to the 4 other keys.
A bad excuse is better than none at all.
Yep. Okay. What's this? Templar armor. Anything else we do? No. If I remember correctly, if you have this armor, you're basically bulletproof then. Money. I just can't listen. The gold chests don't count towards silver. Oh wait, here we go. Viewpoint. Definitely get that and come back here anytime, please. Go away. Take the stairs a complete flood. What's that? Please. I don't know if you're still in such a perilous and thin position that stick with the break. But hey, it's the prop and it's a game, so it's fine. Let's say that thing would snap. Simple as that. Completely overshot here. Whoops. Kidding.
Leaving already?
I think this cove suits you best, Edward. Better than that costume does.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
We're pirates, kid. We take as we please and become who we like. Self-made men.
But that look ain't you. It's not who you are.
Who am I then?
Hard to tell some days. All I know is you like dangerous prizes.
Like the observatory. I think you know more about that than you let on in Nassau.
You noticed that, did you? Meet me at 20 degrees, 3 minutes latitude, just off the coast of Yucatan. I'll have something to show you there in a few weeks' time.
That's 2 weeks. Now we're going next then. All been stuff. Change the sales step. That's important. Oh, what these? And once more, do I even have enough money?
I've been needing coin to set up the shipyard, Captain. The faster I have the needful gold,
That sounds like a monkey's.
will rule the waves.
Yeah, why not? It's pretty cheap. Cheap. And I'm guessing tavern upgrade.
Men do sorely lack a place to do their wenching and debauching. With a little coin encouragement, I could have the old place Bristol fashion and a flow of rum fit to obliterate a good tar proper like.
Sure, one. Yep, tavern upgrade, as I thought.
Done an old salt proud, Captain. Been making it work.
And over here. What is this? Weapon shop?
I can drink with you, Captain.
I need coin to build a little emporium. I'd be ever obliged. And a local shop would bring in many a useful ware for you as repayment.
General store. All your weapon needs. And what about you, sir?
Been thinking, Captain.
What do you need me to spend my fortune on?
By the beach. The lads would be in better cheer if they had such a spot to let loose. You savvy?
$7 for a campfire? What are you smoking? I think that's an example of capitalism, based on value rather than actual realistic
The
cost.
sailors are a bit dissatisfied that there are no women of comfort here. I know just where to find them, but we need to build them a home.
Jesus Christ. That makes more sense, though.
2 anchors and 3
The building. Yeah. Making buildings are expensive. Construction costs and all that jazz. Just remember that I'm too lazy to get it, though. And I am glad. I need a lot more money. Yeah, something certainly this.
Boy, Captain.
Get the body type, though.
Nautical maps and ledgers and the like scattered about the village. You'll find them sorted in the captain's quarters of the Jackdaw. Quality stuff.
Nautical maps and ledgers. Might come in useful.
It's like a news entertainment. No Wi-Fi. Resources. Should get it then. That. Yes. Delicious. I didn't have purchase. Now I can use it, though it's too late. I do not see a bloody difference. Whatever. Where's down here? Can you yes. Alright, better. And this. Multiplier. Let's use it. That off? Yes, it is. Cool. Yes.
Captain has the helm.
What's your feeling?
I'll make no secret of wanting to see the British brought to heel.
It's amazing.
If we can take their gold and put it to use ourselves, I'd be a happy man.
Spoken like a true Welshman, Addy.
Anyway. We're still all the way yonder here. Take a look. Marker close by here. Nope. So, yes. My end. Wait, it's already started yet? It is already started. I don't know what the mine armor was up. Actually, I don't think what the mine armor, what the temple armor. So. Oh, no, it was. Never mind. You do want it. Makes sense because it's a more difficult one to get to. And I'm leaving. It like deflects bullets and stuff. I mean, if you're like me, with this stealth anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Captain has the helm.
Alright, off we go.
Our course today, Captain. It's a fine day for any.
So World War originally was called Cape Buena Vista. Sack or something. I don't like the sound of that.
Mischief.
Nothing is
I'll
true.
make no secret of wanting to see the
Everything is permitted.
If we can take their gold and put it to use ourselves, I'd be a happy man.
Spoken like a true Welshman, Ade.
And what's your aim?
Master Kidd hinted at a prize he was eager to show me down
I basically made Edward into a assassin fanboy here.
Peninsula.
You trust him to play it fair?
I can't be
Okay.
sure.
So it's right there.
He has a way of picking away at my
Oh.
conscience that gives me pause.
I don't want to get in. Oh
Go
god.
see him soon.
So long as we take some prizes along the way, I'm sure the crew will understand. I'll set a course for Tulum.
We all misses. Oh god. Oh god. Ow, 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 ow. It's not over yet. One mortar shot in it. Oh god. Oh god. There, that's gonna be fine. Ow, ow. Oh god. Go with makeup. That hurt. No, I'm free. 1,000 meters left to go. Lovely. Elaborate detail there, so please. I appreciate the crash for you. Beautiful. Ah, Train magnifique. There. It says nothing is true. We're getting associated with finally meeting the assassins here. So, mission, yes. Get that. Details. Knock out 3 assassins, with 4 treasure. 1 of 4 then. Find Kid in all this mess. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Damn it. Wrong animation. Come on, you guys recognize these robes, right? The robes of the man, you know? Okay. The job's so easier. You got like the colonial assassin look on right here. Ow. That definitely hurts. Up here. I see. What's on the wage? Why not? Oh. Bit awkward looking. No. Do I have a jump? Good to know. Now I need to get more help somehow. Oh god, did I? God damn it. How do you hear that? God damn it. Bloody all stealth missions. See? What the heck? What the heck? Dude, let's just play all subtle like that's dumb. Check it out. Oh god. I want both of them. Damn it. Oh god. Land. Go again. Yes. Run. Kind of. Oh, that works. Knocked out right. Yes, I can. Lovely. What? 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 Come on. Come on. Absolutely. Okay. God damn it. That happened again. Okay. Now I can still check. Oh, one of you here. Damn it. Animation takes too damn long. Why not? Come take it over, please. God damn it. That somehow worked. Then, 2. Problems here. It should be 3. Detective or someone over here? Yeah. What the heck?
Be ready for anything.
Some lame stuff right there.
No.
Go, go. Hit the
I saw a
cover.
ship pass this way, close
Go,
up
go,
on the
go.
shore, then gone.
Go, go, go. Oh god.
Warned us to be vigilant. The Templars have been closing in for well on a
We're
year.
not here now. Okay.
Indeed.
The thing is lazy.
Templars make noise with their coming
Da, 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 da.
goings. I've not heard a thing just yet.
You will.
Okay. Go, 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 go. In the cover. Quick, 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 quick. Easy. No sweat at all. No wonder assassins are limited detection skills only at this level. Some reason the female assassins get a different outfit though. Doesn't make sense to me. Oh god. Damn it! Stop the minute detective thing again. It's not my style though. Bastardo. How do I get into here? Can you move? Thank you. Who has exactly? Oh god. Damn it. I love the back thing. God damn it. Please. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. If I really have been summoned, then why the heck am I getting failing for being detected? That doesn't make any sense. All talking about me here. Awkward. I appreciate the sentiment. Oh, you not see that. What? Who? You? If you knock him out, then why not just like... This is not the pirate way. Not be able to do as we please. Whenever we please. Yes, go check that out here. Oh god. Too much? Too much. To further back to... God damn it. No, no, no. Need to move faster. Gotta go faster. Okay. Stop. Does not work. Smoke bomb doesn't work. Well, I'm out of ideas then. Like this. Like that. Check there by yourself. Me and get you as well because you're distracted. Now no one. Oh god, bad timing. I don't know why she's suddenly turn around like that. Can't get you with no problem, though. More treasure. Two of four, I believe. Oh, another stilling. Makes sense over here. Makes sense over here, though. Careful. No, unfortunately, he isn't. Is this subtle enough for assassin bastard? Oh god. It's not. It's this marksman, that's not fair. You can see it from like miles away. Oh my god. You do this to me. It's the ladies from the kingdom come here. Son of a nerf herder. Go, 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 go. Oh god. Nah. God damn it. Yes, sorry, then I'm not detected anymore. Go face it way. You see this? No, you don't. Interesting enough. Ooh, who's the person? So they attack me. I have no idea. Do it to that. Just only gotta knock them all out. Oh god. Like this. Don't get detected. No, I think it was those figures. It was that one at the far end here. They were the ones. Oh god. Damn it. Lame. It's just place that gives me trouble. For him to turn his back and then make a run for it. here. Q out. They don't allow quick takedowns. That's too loud. And so you have to do like the walking, give him a tap on the back. Like that. What, over here. Get your ears over here. Like that. And watch out for that guy. Okay. Get it. Damn it! Oh, okay. That works. Where are you? There you are. Go.
You led me into a mess. Is it these monks guarding the treasure you promised me?
I told you I had a secret to share, but I didn't say it'd be easy. Now let's get this done.
Why am I the one that has to hide?
We're on to something. I can feel it.
Captain Kenway? Where is the assassin, Duncan Walpole?
Dead and buried. After he tried to kill me.
We are not sorry to see him gone, but it was you who carried out his final betrayal. Why?
Money was
Money.
Should I find comfort in that? You murdered our brothers and sisters in Havana.
No. What? One.
James tells me you treated with the Templars there. Did you see the man they called the Sage?
Aye.
Would you recognize his face if you saw it again?
I reckon so.
I must be certain.
Not a word. Come on.
There's her blades. Ah, missing chest.
You walked me blind and backwards into this mess, kid. Who the hell was that jester back there?
Atabai. An assassin. And my mentor.
So you're all part of some daffy religion?
We're assassins and we follow a creed, aye. But it does not command us to act or submit, only to be wise.
Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear it.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. This is the world's only certainty.
Everything is permitted. I like
Come
the
on.
sound of that.
What are you doing?
You walked me blind and
See
backwards into
that?
this mess, kid. Who the hell was that jester back there?
No fault of my own.
An assassin.
Failed the objective.
So you're all part of some daffy religion?
We're assassins and we follow a creed, aye. But it does not command us to act
Actually,
or
to
submit,
get a
only to be
Kalama
wise.
when they present me that.
I'd love to hear it.
Over.
Everything is permitted. This is the world's only certainty.
Everything is permitted.
Oh my god. See what I mean?
You walked me blind and backwards.
Parker's way too wonky.
Who the hell was that jester back there?
Atabai. An assassin. And my mentor.
So you're all part of some daffy religion?
We're assassins and we follow a creed, aye. But it does not
Oh,
command
right.
us to act or submit, only to be wise.
Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear it.
Oh no.
Nothing is true.
Oh my god. What is this?
Backwards into this mess, kid. Who the hell was that jester back there?
Atabai, an assassin, and my mentor.
So you're all
My job is to that NPC that we can't like grab onto them or anything. But nah, you're just gonna get displaced and fall.
To act or submit, only to be wise.
Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear it.
Try to scare. Are you kidding me?
You walk me blind and backwards into this mess, kid.
I know I can make it, so like, what? Come on. Come on.
An assassin, and my mentor.
So you're all part of some daffy
They could repeat this stupid fucker segment over and over again.
Follow a creed, aye. But it does not command us to act or submit, only to be wise.
Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear
Job! Make it, for God's sake.
Everything is permitted. This is the world's only certainty.
Everything is permitted.
There we go.
I like the sound of that.
Way harder than it should be.
How I please.
You parrot.
What? Excuse me? I just phased through him in the floor there.
Blind and backwards into this
Oh my
mess.
god. Such...
Who the hell was that?
Atabai, an assassin, and my mentor.
So you're all part of some daffy religion.
We're assassins and we follow a creed, aye.
I need to flip is this crap. Is this I need to flip is this shiitake.
I'd love to hear it.
Nothing is true.
Over.
Everything is permitted. This is
Edge.
The only certainty.
Everything is permitted.
I
like the sound of that. Thinking what I like and acting how I please.
You parrot the...
No, that's not what's good. Indeed, take an alternate route here.
The way forward's blocked.
That's a door, I reckon.
Aye.
Why is it open?
Should be some way to open it. A mechanism somewhere.
Like a capstan.
Those blocks up there. Try moving them.
Jump. There we go.
So it's you lot them Templars have been chasing then?
Until you came along and mucked things up, it was us chasing them. We had them running scared. But they have the upper hand now.
Because they know where you guys are now. Why don't you make a map of that?
The door's mechanism seems to be broke. Let's find another way around. Follow on, man. Jump!
More than broke, it should have collapsed here. Dive. Guess this is why Pirates in the Just Light. With all that water, so we're not have to want to take off a bunch of stuff.
You're still
Okay.
drawing breath?
Enough to curse you with, kid.
Again. Also necessity. Okay.
Must be a great
Kitty has like
treasure
freaking out right here.
Right.
Whatever's waiting at the end of this path had better be worth my time.
That'll depend on you.
How's that?
I agree.
To see may spin your head right round. I only hope you could take the shock of it.
I'll be the judge of that. No, please. The bats would have surprised me there. I'm not dead to basically most animals. Hello, new.
Is this it then? The grand prize your mentor asked me to see looks nothing like the man they called the Sage, I'm sorry to say.
Keep your trousers tied up. We've one more riddle to solve.
Guessing blue to blue, green to green, red to red, and all that jazz.
But with pictures carved on them.
There's pictures carved on the floor as well, but none of the same sort.
There's a correspondence then. But what? There's a difference between them animals on the statues and them on the floor. Do you see it?
Aye, one group is predators, the other is prey.
Which predator goes with which prey? That's the question.
Right, there's your correspondence. Match a predator with its prey.
Might be you can use the lever to move them drawings on the ground.
I was just about to say the same.
Ah, wait, this is already wrong. Oops. Get this removed. Blue to blue, yeah? Slap this on here.
Counterweights.
Something the crocodiles eat monkeys. It's terrifying looking face.
Lend me a hand here, will you?
Move this. No, that's right. No, whoops. God damn it. There. Are those all the faces the stage is taking over here? So how does this relate to the puzzle? I don't understand. This would the heck on your back. You're doing this by yourself. There we go.
Jesus, that's him, the Sage. But this thing must be hundreds of years old.
Older still. You're certain it's him?
Aye. It's the eyes that mark him.
Did the Templars say why they wanted this sage?
Dichromatic eyes.
Blood into this small glass cube.
Like this one?
Aye. They meant to ask him about the observatory too, but he escaped.
Huh. We're finished here.
They predicted Empire like 17th century in advance here.
Jim!
Quiet.
The statue in the temple. Was that the man you saw in Havana?
Spitting likeness, aye.
It seems another sage has been found. The race
Another sage?
begins anew.
Is that what we're whispering?
What?
This is your doing, Captain Kenway. The maps you sold to the Templars have led them straight to us. And now the agents of two empires know exactly where we operate.
Leave this to me, Mentor.
They have taken Edward's crew as well. I wonder what their lives are worth to him.
Take this. You'll attract no attention, and take fewer lives.
This is not any weapons at all.
Use them darts on this one coming now. Quick.
Fine.
Quiet and effective, see?
So much for take less lives. 8.
You've seen this temple here? It's massive.
Aye.
Right?
I'm wondering if it's full of gold and jade and the like.
Has to be, don't it? Where else would the Dagos get it?
Whoops.
They're pulling it out to the ground.
Ah, it's nothing. Never mind. I withdraw my statement. God damn it, stop.
He's in me sights. Oh. Many thanks, but no forgiveness.
Take them back.
I'll have your liver out, mate. Stop that man! Quick! He's right there! He's right on my barrel.
Ooh. Easy mode now.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's right. Whoops. That's to do.
He's off, mate. You ain't got nothing on us. Oh, no, you don't. Come back. Hey, come back. Are you serious?
Good night. Rock goodbye.
If this ever happens again.
It was a slaver who brought these soldiers. Lawrence Prince himself.
So more here. The super kid. This yellow thing looks like it's underground. Much trouble. Quick advantage point too. Oh, hey there. Yeah, here it is. Ah, they don't have to pick. They don't have to peek now. Oh.
Bastards in me sight.
Damn. I saw us already, huh? What a shame. Is our range? Pretty far. Nice.
Death and disease to these slavers.
And that is that. But I'm going to end up using more of it just because of how infinitely useful they are. Okay. Oh, it should go out quick.
I may thank you later, if you manage to live.
Again. Oh god. Alright, do me a favor and just choke already. Seriously.
In me sight.
Oh, great. Oh, you're a big boy. You can go berserk if you want.
And face me like a soldier. I've got a good line on him. There he is.
Hey there. No, don't. Ow.
He's trying to lose us. Look,
Alright.
after him.
Come on. Okay.
Got you lined up, Doug.
Okay.
What a joke. Valiant attempt.
Come on.
Christ. What a
Someone
mess.
free my friend. You too much to ask. Now. I wish I include this action title. Oh, the fact that it's a non-lethal marathon stream. Oh, I was never good at it. I'm more like I don't really like doing self-promotion anyways. Yeah, then watch me go, you know?
Yeah.
Let's save these two. Well, this fun would be enough, I wonder.
Cheers.
What the heck? Hell? Huh? Eh? What? Where are you? 3 more now. Question now is who is easier to save from?
Who's this Dutch fellow who brought here?
You?
What a sourpuss he is.
A slaver named Prince. I'm told he has a letter of marque from Governor Hamilton, and that we're to afford him every courtesy.
Come on.
Well,
There we go. Okay.
Look, all I know is he's looking for someone.
There we go.
Find it.
Or give.
Got him. Lost a few? No big deal.
See that mangy old codger? He's a Dutch slaver called Lawrence Prince, living
I think
now
we know
like
this
a
one.
king in Jamaica. Bastard's been a target for years. Bloody hell, we nearly had him.
By God, you bravos are a cheery bunch, eh? All frowns and furrowed brows.
Captain Kenway, you have remarkable skills.
Thanks, mate. It comes natural.
But you're churlish and arrogant, prancing around in a uniform that you have not earned.
Everything is painted. Isn't that your motto?
I absolve you of your errors in Havana and elsewhere, but you are not welcome here.
Sorry, mate. Wish it were otherwise.
That's all she got to say.
Cheery bunch of mates you've got.
You deserve scorn, Edward. Prancing about like one of us, bringing shame to our cause.
And what is that? Your cause?
To be blunt, we kill people. Templars and their associates. Folks who'd like to control all the empires on Earth. Claiming it's in the name of peace and order.
Sounds like
Fair,
the
fair.
dying words.
You see? It's about power, really. About lording over people. Robbing us of liberty.
That another message from one of your friends?
Aye. I'll show you.
And here we're learning about assassin country. Hey. Oh, sink.
I know you ain't exactly impressed by our creed. So would the sight of money make you more friendly to our ways?
As ever?
Then work these contracts around the West Indies for us, and we'll pay you. As simple as that.
Okay. Okay, I want to get them. Ah, that's right. Do this stuff first. As much as possible. Even though we already skipped one because I was too lazy to get one that was too far away here. I'm planning to just farm these in the Templar outfit if I can't finish this today. Finish this game today. This is how broken it is. I wish it wasn't solo. I do like the Ezio outfit. But you can't overlay two outfits at the same time here. Up here, god damn it. Almost there. Come on. There you go. X marks the spot. It's also easier to start now.
Aye, another keystone.
Hmm. Oh, convenient. Yeah. So what are we doing here? No particular thing.
Give me some speed!
Get a little bit closer here. Back to NASA.
So this is the new Libertalia, eh? Stinks the same as every other squat I've robbed this past year.
Oi, oi. Why the long face? You fallen in love?
With your blouse. You're welcome to Nassau, gents. Everyone is that does their fair share.
Fair share? What is this, a fucking monastery?
We was led to believe that Nassau was a place where men did as they pleased.
Safe keeping others from doing the same. Aye.
Captain Thatch, as I live and breathe. What is this magnificent muzzle you've cultivated, eh?
Why fly a black flag when a black beard will do? What brings you two gents this far north?
The word is, Cuban governor himself is fixing to receive a mess of gold from a nearby fort. Until then, it's just sitting there, itching to be took.
Governor Torres himself, eh? Sounds promising.
Welcome to Nassau, Captain Vane. Mr. Rackham.
Now, where can a man find a bit of rough? Do you know what I mean?
What?
In the mob.
What? Already off to the island here? Right here. Distracting. Yeah, need to a bit more actually. I lost money. I have less money than I left with. Oh, that makes any sense.
Truly senseless. Someone's rattled his pate. Cool.
I'll hear you. A captain has the helm.
Because main stories don't pay very much.
More sail! All sail!
Left.
He's a good sailor. Now prove it, my trumps.
Yeah, we're doing a bit of traveling again. Nice. I can make a bit of bank if I sold the rum and sugar. And I would just pick up the scraps. Okay, this is not something that says rope. And that too. Now as well. Of course. I don't know why music is not on. Obvious copyright reasons. Something, demonetization, something strike, something take down the channel. Combo. Probably very fat, man. Oh. Hmm. Sure. Oops.
So,
Faded the
what
signs.
do you do with
Ah,
your share of the gold we take from
that's what we're
government
doing
orders?
here.
Return to Africa, prince among men.
I cannot return. to a place I've never been. I was born in Trinidad, a slave from my first breath.
Ah. But wouldn't you feel, I don't know, more welcome there?
As you might feel more welcome in Paris.
Fair point.
With this skin and this voice, where can I go in the world and feel at ease? This country here is my best chance. This country called Jackdaw, where I know the names of all citizens and they know mine, and we work together. Not always out of love, but to keep our country afloat.
I understand ye. Let's take her then. For the citizens of Jackdaw.
Strange card error that would make no sense in context.
Crowd it all on, lads!
Then here we go.
And that dog's
Those are cute.
Fire! We need to hit the cabin! Put a shot right through there!
Damage, not as much as I would like. The rarities. Oops. Too far.
You will founder the ship,
Oh god.
Taking a hit, Captain!
Oh Jesus.
Captain.
Ow, 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 ow. Nice.
Shock and crippler! Fire! On your mark, Captain! Fire!
Does a lot of damage and all that.
Aim for the towers, Captain.
She's vulnerable there, Captain.
We're ready, sir.
No. Oh god, we're crash here.
Studs up!
Let's choose the fort before, like this, like.
Let's take down those towers!
Oh, the left. Like just like swimming into the fortress here. Super dirty.
Incoming fire! Trim the yards off the wind!
Going too fast here.
Fire!
It's not good. There we go. It's one of them down.
Quick as we can!
Yeah. Very effective.
Fire!
Over. This should do it.
Ready
No,
to
not quite.
fire, sir!
Kidding.
Incoming fire!
There we go. Fort has been breached.
Finish the job.
Reef! Shorten all sail!
Hold down and clue up.
No, don't you dare.
Coming, Captain! Brig!
Right here.
Spanish!
Break.
They're all alone! Loose main
Still quite a substantial amount of health.
to the wind!
Gotta go quick. See if we can land before this ship bag goes on us.
Use her sticks!
Oh my god. Nope.
They're so exposed!
Not that lucky, unfortunately.
Fire! That's a good shock and crippler!
Got you a lot of health.
Fire!
Good.
It's a box!
This is on my case.
Fire! Get the mainsails into the wind! Waiting orders! Fire! Fire! Weakest right there, Captain!
Damn, are you mad, Captain?
Fire!
Okay. Correct?
Fire!
Oh, there you go, Alice. Ow!
Fire! Take a shot!
Bloody hurt! Bastard.
Fire! Get him there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Fire!
Oh, he escaped me. I should have to land a few shots in him. Not a lot of damage, son. Come on. What the heck? I mean, I didn't do any damage, excuse me?
Be careful, Captain.
Reef in all tops!
Oh god.
Give me a hand!
That should do it.
Let's move! Fire!
Loose mainsails,
No?
They've hit us, sir!
Again? No?
Fire!
There we go.
On your mark! Loose all! Let's move! Douse the royals!
Oh, wait.
Reel him in, me trump!
Oh, wait, that's not one. Good. I'm going to fort, goddammit. Shit getting in the way here. Let's see, who's a threat? You are.
Into bloody gobs!
And ooh. Well, great.
Do you hear the news?
That explode. What's up? Oh, great.
Keep my deck clear! Do you hear the news?
It's supposed to bear. I got a shot, but I didn't. Grab him. You? Yes. Use this to repair the jackdaw then. Oh, a second. You can. You're the captain now. I'm on.
With what we have taken,
Go.
we can improve the ship, Captain.
Capture the fort we go.
Captain Salt in himself.
Just has to have that awkward enough angle. Thankfully, somehow have a larger force that I don't have to worry about. But running assassin. Okay, you got it. So then. Ow. There we go.
Amigo mío, te tengo encañonado.
Oh, bloody bastard. Scared of me. Kill. Still a thing easy as that. Go. We are here for your stuff.
Well, hello, Your Excellency. I'd got word you might be here.
I know your face, pirate, but your name was borrowed the last time we spoke.
Ah, yes, I recall. Mr. Duncan Walpole. I missed that one. So, what's a Templar Grand Master doing so far from his Castillo?
I'd rather not say.
And I'd rather not cut your lips off and feed him to you.
2 years ago, we offered a reward for the sage's recapture. Today, someone claims to have found him. This gold is his ransom.
Who found him?
A slaver by the name of Lawrence Prince. He lives in Kingston.
We like this story, Torres. And we want to help you finish it. But we're going to do it our way. Using you and your gold.
I would have shot him. End the game right then and there. Here's the mortar, and I did a running six. Lovely. Kicks. I captured the punch. It's still there, man. No, just let it go.
Get them aloft! Douse all sail!
Ahoy aloft!
Now I can dock them too. And all around the island we'll have to go. Against us again. Still completely full on crew. So this goes. singular island here. This way? Oh, it's still anything better. Go around here. Go off. Let's turn into a little inlet here, I guess.
Starboard, our force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
Okay, what is this?
Ahoy! All hands to sail!
Oh dear. Oh, it's 4. I see.
Clear.
I can't like imagine that guy would just have this do this kind of drift. But yeah, we'll see.
Evasive action. We're in the side.
Okay. Okay.
The firing.
Ooh, that's close. You as well, they just recently kicked you off the fort for some reason or another. It's like a standard punishment to kick you out. Do the thing bad. Ooh, you're naughty. You like that. You can be naughty with us together. We don't mind the Chinati, but we hate that it's sloppy. Oh god. So, shave, close shave. You have enough range to pick that up from here. Yes, you do. Surprisingly. I go great. I bet I was saving 6. So use one of them, or we have less uses than you.
We're beelining for the rocks, sir.
How long does it actually take? Because we're still able to sail against the wind here. See? We're looking at here. What is there to look at? What is this? Kingston. Like this is the whole city. They're pulling a lot of you flying.
Heat off for a fee.
I would have parked a little bit further along the coast. It's faster. Hey. Oh, the wall. What's up?
Here's how it goes. Torres meets with Prince, carrying a portion of the ransom, saying the rest is close behind. When we see the sage, you bring in the rest of the gold, make the swap, and get out. I'll be watching all from close by.
No, Kenway, you run this scheme alone, at the risk of losing the faith of your crew. It makes me ill to think of you bartering with that wretched slaver.
Come on, mate. Once we have the sage, we'll all be rich.
Not if young Master Kid gets to him first.
Kid?
Hey?
Jesus. That lad's here to kill him.
Ah, great.
What the hell are you doing here?
I'm tailing these men to the sage. Can you hold off till he appears?
The sage is here.
Aye. And Prince is leading us straight to him.
All right, Jesus. I'll stay my blade for a time, but not long.
Glad to see you're agreeable.
Am I dreaming?
Stop. Exactly where they are. Chill. Can you chill? I don't have much time to make it up there. Good. Go here. Enough.
How long has it been since our last meeting, Senor Prince? A year?
Near 18 months. You first described this Roberts fellow to me in November of 1715.
Not cheat, see through anything skill. Okay. That was close.
Ah, see. Much has changed in that short time, you know. None call me governor, for instance, for I quit that post last year.
Hi there.
Ah, I was not aware.
They're bumping you all of a sudden. Oh, they take a more.
So many
Noted.
churches in Kingston. Have the English at last taken to converting their slaves to the Christian faith?
Ha! Convert them? God knows, Torres. There's none here so foolish.
Okay. Okay. No, I can't. We can't get that.
Foolish? How do you mean?
Is it not a sin to enslave a fellow Christian? Therefore, to transmute a slave's soul from animal to man would be tantamount to inviting one's cattle to the dinner table.
Forgive my impatience, but how far is it yet?
We're nearly there.
Scary as well. Be very careful with them. To make that jump. Oh god. Oh god.
And face corporal punishment like a...
Ah god. That's bad.
I find your bearing appalling, Prince. I believe all thinking
Get
human
one.
men
You.
deserve respect and opportunity.
Ah, you Spaniards. Your long ties to the Moors have diluted your blood and softened your hearts.
This is not to say I believe in the natural equality of all races or sexes.
Go with this. Easy.
But there is no true profit to be
Cheese the ass.
from slavery.
I have to get the gun out of
It makes us money, see. But in the
Shame.
long term, it will render us the victims of our own success.
Ah, but you and I, sir, old as we are, will not live to see that unfortunate day. So why bother?
Okay. I got. Get it.
For virtue, if nothing else.
Virtue?
Oh, Torres.
I recognize my face too.
I have no wish to waste my day chattering about slaves and their pitiable condition. Let us conclude this transaction, then celebrate as friends.
Gives me a total of...
Oh, you guys attacking me. Stack them.
That means...
No, cannot. That's a shame.
Straight from the public house.
There's no one either.
House, no. I've got to lay off the wee heavy.
For virtue, if nothing else.
Virtue? Oh, Torres.
Okay.
I have no wish to waste my day chattering
You.
about slaves and their pitiable condition. Let us conclude this transaction, then celebrate as friends.
New boy. No one alone.
That's all right.
Other
Something
stories
happened.
about you, too, sir. You were a governor in Florida for a time.
Scan him.
See.
Yes, we can. Love you.
Civil servants in my
Oh god.
a long
Not
line of
that one though. The animation took too long for that.
I have always toyed with the idea of entering politics
There we
myself.
go.
Only I feel I have too much money and not enough years.
Okay. That was close.
God's grace.
Has he gone mad?
I have always toyed with the idea of entering politics myself. Only I feel I have too much money and not enough years.
Speaking of stories, Prince, I've heard it said you were with Henry Morgan the day he sacked Panama. 1671, was it?
That's years ago.
Oh, it's all true, yes. But let us not overesteem the honors forged and won on the battlefield. That skirmish was a deadly one, and a tremendous waste of coin and resources.
It's a graveyard here.
It wasn't until many years after that I sheathed my sword in favor of a far safer and yet more profitable venture. Capital and resources. That's where money is made.
I'm not just suspicious at all. See? Why the heck is he getting suspicious of me?
After that I sheathed my sword in favor of a far safer
If he knows the plan.
profitable venture.
Doesn't make sense.
And resources. That's where money is made. And sir, let me tell you, honor bought is more enjoyable than honor won, if a touch less permanent.
I
grow tired of this walk. We must be close.
Yes, just here. We must be on equal footing, you see. I don't trust Templars any more than you must trust me.
Well, if I'd known you were so skittish, I'd have brought you a bouquet of flowers.
Oh, I don't know why I bother. For the money, I suppose. The vast sums of money. You say you came alone, Taurus?
Oh.
Now's the time.
No. Not until we see the sage.
Here's a quiet spot. I'll see the money.
This is a portion of the ransom. The rest is close at hand.
It pains me to traffic someone of my own race for profit, Mr. Torres. Tell me again, what has this Roberts fellow done to upset you?
Is this some form of Protestant piety I'm not familiar with?
Perhaps another day.
What?
Next time, see to it that we are not followed. Deal with this!
Oh dear. Of course he runs away. Coward he is.
You cocked up my kill, Kenway.
Seriously gonna force us to fight him here? Oh wait. Alright. Wait to see on this then. You and
You lost your chance, man.
there we go.
I'm going after Prince.
Kid, no!
Come on.
Jim, stop!
Not this time, Kenway.
Coins? But what did...
Remind me always trying to stop him exactly.
Come on, man! We can work this together!
You had your chance.
Where you and your that's what that stalls me.
Stay your blade, kid!
So you don't know for him or not, you run the opposite direction here.
Jim, stop!
Hey mister, get back here. Let's talk this thing out.
Damn you, old scratch! Keep your natty hands off me!
I can't let you kill those men, kid. Not until I found the sage.
I've been stalking that pig for a week now, charting his moves, and here I find not one but two of my targets, and you robbed me of both.
Patience, man. You'll have your kills.
When I locate the sage, you're helping me take Prince. You got that?
Angry. Darn it. Oh, okay, what's next? Let the Grandmaster slip out of our reach. Defective bomb colored them. Should go all the way up here. Strange.
I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use a musket.
Have you lost your wits, shaver?
Wow, here. Up you go. Oh, Jesus. You can't make it out. What are you kidding? Oh, God. Climb up this whole thing.
Well, that depends how we support the outside wall.
Over. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That works. We found the floor that. Get this. There you go. Begin.
Wouldn't you prefer meeting in a pub?
I came to Kingston chasing a target. Getting pissed ain't a priority.
We could work together on this, you know. It's Lawrence Prince you're after. I want his prisoner.
We're after the sage as well, Edward. Careful who you cross.
May the best man win.
There's guards patrolling that property from end to end. Looks to me like they use bells to signal trouble. See there? We'll want to disable those before pushing too far. With so many men about, we can't rely on stealth alone, so I'll do what I can to distract and draw their attention, giving you a chance to cut them down. Ready?
Your name's not James, is it?
Not most days. Come on.
Berserk dive.
If you see Prince before I do, kill him, and there'll be a bit of coin in it for you. All right?
Damn, man. How is it you're a woman?
Cry!
Come back, you codpiece!
Do not allow me. Just possible this. Distracted by that.
Interlope!
Oh, God. It didn't work out well. Ow.
You come back here, you mad maggot!
Ah, great.
Got a clear shot on the little shite.
Hello.
Sorry, we'll be
Got a clear shot, man!
God damn it. Excuse me.
You come back here, you mad
Come on. Bring it. There you go. There's no way that works. Oh, great.
Valiant attempt, cops.
Still got a call for me now.
Shit! Get it!
Hi there. Well, I don't think it's very fair. To ring the bell again. Great. Ow.
Never mind then.
No? There we go. It's one at least.
Isn't that Spanish fella meant to come up here for a visit? Torres or something. Jesus. Is he alright?
Get this fell over here.
You're going nowhere!
God damn.
No mercy.
Oh boy. I mean, the way this stack is faster.
Got him sighted.
Eat it. Okay. I did the throw again. Ow. Okay. Didn't mean to right click there. Good night, sir. Get the bell.
Trying to give us the slip, maggot?
Okay. Next one is all the way over here. How the heck do people not hear all the kerfuffle we're making?
Trying to get away.
And oh, great.
Bastards in the sight. Fish in a barrel, mate.
My shield, quick.
My sight clear as Don't lose sight of him.
No.
Rouse yourselves, you
Ow.
Make him guess.
Okay. The ringing thing. Stop him.
He's dead in me sights. Shit! Alarm! Alarm!
Hit you again. Come on.
Give him a good beating.
Stop him. God.
I've got a clear shot.
Too much health from that. It's your turn. Come on. Can I not talk? Okay. Close.
Quicker!
Okay.
Idiot's trying to lose us. Attack from all sides now.
There we go. That's what I want to see. In front of Diego here. There you go. Get this.
Faster! We'll not be losing.
And that's all you need to do. Perfect.
A clear shot. Halt! Let's have a word.
You're here.
Stand your ground.
Please, I've been shot. I need aid.
Christ, Thompson, look at her. She's hurt.
Dreadfully, sir. I'm poorly.
All right.
And faint.
Take an arm, lass.
Bless you, lads.
Can't imagine those poor guys' kindness here. Poor guys.
Oi! Marlow!
Alright, find the prince.
Sword fighting is a little like some men about
That would get it.
I'll spread the word.
Come on, up to Daisy.
You are the most
Not that hard, is it?
bugger I've ever met.
Oi, man. You. That ain't. Stop. That ain't
Okay.
nice.
That's not what I do.
Ow.
Stop.
Now what have he stopped here about?
Give over. Don't see a thing.
Here? No.
No.
And there he is.
Did you say something, boy? This ain't no time for chatter, you hear?
Found him.
You got no quarrel with me. You keep those goddamned eyes on the cane, all right? Look up once more and it'll be the last damn thing you ever
Oh,
see.
great.
No problem here, sir. I'm working as best I can.
Put your back into it, mongrel.
It's not good enough for you yet? Oh no, come on. God, stop. There we go.
For me like a leering crow to see an old man suffer?
You've caused no small portion of suffering yourself, Mr. Prince. Retribution, I suppose.
You absurd cutthroats and your precious philosophy. You live in the world, but you cannot make it move.
You mistake my motive, old man. I'm only after a bit of coin.
As was I, lad. As was I.
Heads up, Kenway! I found you, man!
I remember you. The Templar from Havana.
I'm no Templar, mate.
God damn it, kid.
We've come here to save your ass from this slaver.
Save me? I work for Mr. Prince.
Well, then he's a poor man to call master. He meant to sell you out to the Templars.
Oh, you can't trust anyone, it seems. Roberts!
One job. Oh boy.
Let's move, Kenway.
Try to fight them all, but
See you on the other side.
you just know it's like an infinite thing, so no point.
I can get him from
Where
here.
we go
Clear
then?
shot. Stay on his heels. He's over there.
There's someone ringing the bell. You can definitely go with this ring. Too. God damn, that's what we call unnecessary repetition.
He's flagging. Keep at
Oh,
it,
jeez.
boys.
And oh god.
Think you're a fast one, do you?
No
Keep
one
pace
comes
till he
through
tires.
here.
Intruder. I need some help here.
Surely it was just a go around. Oh my god. Stop.
Interloper, raise the alarm. We got
I'm doing everything here.
in me sights. I've got a clear shot.
Nonsense, huh? Easier said than done.
Right.
Search.
Where's the bastard gone to?
Fortunately, they will.
In my sights. I've got a good line on him.
That happened. There's labyrinth around the rosary goddamn. Damn it. Don't work.
From here. Is that bloody dodger gonna hide?
Look at this. Damn, people are following me here. Okay. Do this again.
I'll find you.
And back around the go. There we go.
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5. And back again. Ring around the rosy. Split the eye to the left.
Here's a likely spot.
Ow.
Here we go again. Look out. It's a red in the bushes here. Hey there. Not quite done yet, unfortunately.
He's trying to give us the slip. Attack his flank. Is he hiding?
It's the finally scratch and give up here. Hopefully. There we go.
Any last words?
Oh my god. So close. So far. Ooh. The great battle of the bush.
Lost your man again, did you?
Aye. Roberts is a devil with a queer aversion to kindness. I suppose that's 2 men I've lost today. So, what's your real name, lass?
Mary Reed to my mum. And them I call friends.
Mary Reed.
But not a word of it to anyone. Or I'll unman you as well.
Vicious. Invisible hood. Hey, what's next now? Where are we going? Back to this place. Where it's called. Oh, very fast. How inconvenient.
Clues down! Catch some wind!
And I saw a lot, huh?
Can!
I see it.
Another?
A rum flip this time.
Where'd I
Holy
find
bits.
fresh eggs in this wretched town? There's little else but piss and insects.
Aye, we're working on that.
Dear lady, what do they call you?
And when they're sober, a jilt when they're sauced, but never lady.
Well, good lad. Oh, bollocks.
Dang it. And Bonnie?
You hear me? It's a bag of bloody shite. It's a ruse to keep us soft before they attack Nassau. You'll see, mark me.
It's no ruse, Vane. I heard it straight from the mouth of a greasy Bermudan captain. There's a pardon on offer for any pirate that wants it.
Ruse or no, I think it's plain the British may return to Nassau, with arms, no doubt. We'll need a plan.
Walk with us, Kenway. There's trouble brewing.
This outfit really don't blend well with the pirates.
Are you looking for me?
In the absence of any clear ideas, I say we lay low. No piracies and no violence. Do nothing to ruffle the king's feathers for now.
Preserving the king's plumage is no concern of mine, Ben.
It will be
Benjamin
when he sends his
Horton
soldiers to scrub this island clean of our residue. Look around you, man. Is this cesspool worth dying for?
Aye! It's our republic. Our idea. A free land for free men, remember? So maybe it's filthy to look at. But ain't it still an idea worth fighting for?
I can't be sure. For when I look on the fruits of our years of labor, all I see is sickness,
Have you any worries?
idleness,
Smoothing over?
idiocy.
Not a
Yeah, let's bring the fight to them.
here in London, then, eh?
Great.
Thatch is right, man. Taking a wide view, we're not doing so bad out here.
Still.
Sun, rum, and leisure as far as the eye can see.
Aye, Nassau may look fine from a distance, but at its core, there's a disease I cannot stomach.
Sickness can be cured, Ben. If only you have the right medicine.
But a corpse cannot be reanimated.
I can't believe the shite I'm hearing drops from your lips. Why not take the pardon now and be done with it?
Peace, both of you. We can satisfy both aims if we work together. Find medicine to ease our burdens here, but in a way that don't attract the British.
Good reaction.
I wager the nearest doctor is sitting pretty in Havana. Not a place I mean to go.
But the Spanish fleet that sunk 2 years back would have some medicine. All sealed up in glass vials.
You'd need a diving bell to reach those depths.
Aye, and with some coin and a few supplies, a diving bell won't be hard to come by.
This is a plan I can stand behind. Find medicines without stirring up trouble. Agreed, Thatch?
Agreed. Aye. I'll meet you near the wrecks as soon as
Of course, I'm the one that's going to be diving too. No, bloody close.
Remember, Thatch? Keep your cannons corked.
Piss off, Ben.
39 and 7, 8. 8 if I count the broken one. Oh, wait. Do I count the broken one? So if the first came to 250...
Spend all that money. Hey, yeah.
That means the second...
Harbor. Harbor. Where art thou, harbor master? So, unless it's one. The house, general star, Catherine.
I've modeled 39 and
They were cycling to move. How much money we need? Jeez. There you go.
Lighted upon a bargain, I'll warrant.
One of these viewpoints will encompass this area. Oh, that's this guy. This doesn't show for some reason. What? There you go. No. Stop. There you go.
Excellent. Good day.
Now we're ready. Where are we going? Small little bit back. Go then. Rook Games.
Ah, Mr. Kenway.
2K meters away. Oh joy.
We're clear, Captain.
So boring. All that money is gone. Look at the grinding activities there. Okay. Don't stop. Stop it. Bad. We're driving for a while here. Yeah. Nope, still far away actually. Ah, soldiers, but how do we know they're reputable people? There. Nope. Okay. Go to this ship first. Oh, that's starting something with it. I'm so glad you.
Devil in his hole, Thatch. This is a darling galley. 32 guns, is it?
I lost count at 40.
Wow.
You've stepped up a rung. So, any luck finding medicines here?
Nothing round this spot, sadly. But there's a few wrecks yonder that ain't been scoured by nothing but crabs and coral.
I'll have a look.
Edward? Edward, is that you? My goodness, the West Indies is a compact place.
Hello, Bonnet. A surprise seeing you out here?
I met Mr. Thatcher a month or so ago, and he offered to take me under his yardarms, so to speak. Says I must wash the hayseed from my hair before I'm a true pirate.
Well, good luck to you then. Worse men have become better under Blackbeard's watch.
Can't handle his bottles. Yes, 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 yes.
Move! Loose topsails, gallants and royals! Batten them again.
Oh god, it's strong gust.
Something down below us,
We
sir.
must be getting close, Captain.
No, we're good for going that way, but we're not. God, how do you hope it left that long? Okay, turn. Lots of good. I don't want to go. Just like search this chest. Hope they have what we need here. Anything? Nothing. No, we're just getting rid of this point. Look. No? Yeah. Fancy looking chest. Oh, they run out, I think. Yeah, I think it ran out. Playing it close here then. Oh, possibly. There we go. Just one of them? Shouldn't get a full team here to grab more medicine. Sweet skin. Why the fabric that's all up? Okay. Oh, jeez. Alright. And then oh, camera angle's kind of fixed here. Don't know anything about that. Oh, brutal. Oh god. Isn't that mine? Because I bought it. Okay. 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 Ow. Ow. Go quick. Go quick. Go quick. Yeah. Reset. Lunge up. Go for the bell. We go.
Ahoy! Any luck?
I
That's
found
what it
one
looks like under
trader
the hat.
with a school of sharks. Sadly, the elixir inside is quite spoilt.
Plague and perish. Will we
Seems like it.
steal medicines now?
Remember the pardon, Thatch. We're to be subtle.
Says Ornagold, a pirate, now too proud to call himself one.
He prefers caution to cannons.
Caution's nothing without charisma. For if a man plays the fool, then it's only fools he'll persuade, but appear to be the devil. And all men will submit.
And would you be the devil?
Uh-huh. That is definitely not good for your lungs.
For an audience. Aye. It's all a big show. Give your quarry something to fear. Some hellish thing from a fevered dream. And men will drop to their knees, pleading for their lord before all else.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Looks fine.
Of course it does. You can find a quiet way to acquire medicines. Tell me soon.
I'm more interested in acquiring his belt and holds that name.
Handle it myself.
So that. It's nuts. Kitch. Now we're back to Salt Lagoon. I don't think there's much there though. Let's see here. In the middle of nowhere here.
Crowd on all the sail we have.
Good thing we paid.
I'll just buy it from a dock like a normal person. Bulk it on that shit. More Jackdaw combat missions here. What are we doing here?
What the hell's happened here? Were you attacked?
Other way round. It were Blackbeard who struck first.
Wow. But why though?
Opened fire on a British man of war, the pillock.
What in God's name?
Oh, still searching for medicines, but he's gone barmy if you ask me.
I'll bring him home.
Leave him, man. He's heaped this trouble on himself.
Loose and trim too.
Literally saving Private Blackbeard. Oh, no. Okay. See? Ah. Get off here.
Captain has
So far away. You're so far away here. The whole fast shell went away too. Jeez. Okay. More sandbar. Ah, what show is it gonna do this
There's a
time?
wreck yonder. Looks recent.
God.
Let's hope Thatch hasn't
Okay.
come to the same end.
We could take about this ship here. Turning. There we go. Yes. No defective.
Blast.
See, absolutely
This is
nothing
getting
here.
well out of hand.
A dozen crates of medicine should not be so hard to come by.
Oh
That
god.
ain't my meaning. It's Thatch and Hornigold and this pointless feud of theirs. Can't you feel it?
I do, aye. But both men have
Stop it. Leave me alone.
both want the best for the people of Nassau.
But
Okay.
is that the best course for us?
No, okay.
Saving a city
Okay.
that ain't worth much. We're not men
Soul
to
tilt.
govern. We take and spend and live heartily wherever we go.
What solution would you propose?
Escaped.
The answer's in wealth,
Let's get it right
power,
here.
not politics. If we found the observatory, we'd see enough money to buy the whole of England. Or it might be we'd lord over these kings and emperors like they was peasants themselves.
A lot of large talk, Captain. But is it your crew you sail for, or yourself?
I mean the best for these men, Ade, I do. But this don't sit right. I feel like I'm running errands, not living my life.
Let's see. No one. Something? Maybe? I don't know. Really grass restaurants here. Nope. That's not in there.
The shoulder of mutton or the jib?
British flag.
That bloody marine. Ogering up again. Give me some speed!
Oh god.
Man your stays, we trim too.
Studs out! Let's get moving!
Close down, man your
British frigate. Ah, there she is.
See there? It's her, Captain, the Queen Anne's revenge. And she's in a bad way.
There's no time for a vote. Thatch is outnumbered.
The crew will understand. Beat the quarters, lads! We're sailing into hell!
Thatch is overwhelmed. I'm going ashore.
Yep.
I'll keep the jackdaw circling.
The human thing. Here we go then. Come on. Get up there. Oh, it was stalemate here. That's the sort of situation I would find myself involved in.
For a scuffle of this sort, Mr. Bonnet.
Oh, not in the
Come on, man. Come back.
For certain, there's more to be learned by doing than reading. Remember that.
You stirred up a nest of trouble, Thatch.
Service of a noble cause.
Ow.
Medicines, I hope you mean.
There we go.
A galleon nearby. And if we crack these lobsters quick, we
Oh.
might catch up to her.
Oh, God!
You.
Edward, please!
Then
Hang in there,
you.
Bonnet. Keep your arms
Then
up.
you. What bomb? Okay. Yeah, my nose. Oh man, that's all. Complete whiff. Right.
You don't do nothing subtle, do you, Thatch?
That works.
Legends ain't born from mildness.
Damn, far you went to.
Gentlemen, our galleon has reappeared.
Heads up.
Oh boy.
Back to my ship, quick as you please. She'll not slip away now.
Oh, this is too much.
Why don't you count?
When the smoke is cleared. But for now, I need a helmsman.
And what do you do? Boring, oh boy. Jesus Christ.
Hold it steady, Patch.
Do I have more in here? No, we don't. I got it. Brace.
Bear down on our Kenway.
Take a shot! Right there, sir!
Mercy side. That's not too bad. It's some damage at least.
Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there!
Nice.
Where's that blasted
Oh god.
monkey? Clear. Batten them again. The slatted and jerkins not help.
Take a shot! Right there, sir!
Good volleys already. So.
Don't let her out of your sight.
Oh, there's my help. I got it.
Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there!
What's good? Nice.
She's cracked, lads. Send them ahead.
Gonna steal that galleon.
Find the captain and end this. Nation seize my soul if I give you quarter.
Doesn't even give me the chances to. Okay.
Fish in a barrel, mate.
Less I need. Oh, jeez.
You'll be swiftly forgotten.
Yes.
Losers are already dead. I got him in my sights. Find the captain and end this, Kenway.
Oh god. No, that didn't work. I don't know what I was even trying to do there. Oopsie.
Captain and
Here we go again. Why was I losing health? That's like that. It's gonna ruin the moment. Can I use the defense? Why not? Oh my god. Stop.
I have a shot. Send them to hell.
Oh shit. I should have put this here. in a way where I'm not protected first. Makes sense. Oh, that didn't work.
You'll be swiftly for— Damnation seize my soul if I give you quarter!
Maybe this one?
I think I can hit him!
No, I'm not losing health. What the heck? You causing trouble. Okay. That didn't work. That was something like a bridge or something I could use to connect them.
Nation seize my soul if I give you quarter!
Go again.
In my sight,
Oh,
clear as
made it.
day. I've got a
Get him
clear
with you.
shot.
Ow.
Find the captain and end this, Kenway!
Damn it, should have used all those smoke bombs earlier.
He's sure to tie. Bastards in me sights.
Come on. Ow. Rocks.
Attack his flank. Bastards in my sights. I have a clear shot. In me sights.
Jump on
Send them to hell.
Go, go, go! Nice.
I'm not a man accustomed to murder, Captain. And if you'd taken quarter, you'd not be seeping now.
Sack a muzzle, gobshite. You'll be hanged and sun-dried just as them there were in Boston.
The King's called for a pardon.
Oh.
We've searched the hold. It's a middle intake, but the medicine we found bears a Charlestown stamp.
Thank you, Mr. Hans.
Mr.
We cannot resupply now.
Mr. Feet, Mr. Wrist,
Accident alone. We should go to Charlestown for the lot.
Hello? Are we victorious? I fear I am not built for the fatigue and care required to live as a man of fortune.
Meet me in Charlestown. 1 month from today.
Just ignore it. At least we got one of the objectives. Charles, the best. Here it is. Sort of. Off we go. Pretty in combat.
Clifford!
Don't mind me, I just cut my way through. What easy shortcut here.
Haul in the stunsails!
Okay.
All sails! She'll take it!
Where I sunk it? I sunk your battleship. Oh god.
Buffet, Captain!
Now.
Beard to quarters! Foes
A lot of damage though, thankfully.
Enemies firing!
And he's echoed on it. Great.
Kenway!
Back, I say, please.
They are firing, sir! Ship you to the depths! Fire! She's weak!
Stop.
Did some damage!
There we go.
You mad, Captain!
That should do the trick.
Damn it! The ring's coming loose! Hurry! Hurry up, man!
No. Oh, great. Completely overshadowed now. We got distracted. Those enemies chasing us here.
Fire! Get themselves exposed!
I said piss off and leave me alone. That works. Talk to another ship. See the Charles. I don't have a good feel about this.
Flying your own flag at last!
Yes. Blackbeard cut me loose, sadly. Time to have a go at this myself.
Oh, that's grand.
Yes, it's for the best, I think. I should have some wild stories when next we meet. Edward, Your constant friendship has been my most treasured find on these seas. Well above gold and silver and rum, I prize the courage you have inspired in me this year. Thank you, sir. A fair good morrow to you.
Gay character's gone. My same mouse the default. Hidden blade.
Are you not wanted by your wives and families and countrymen? How else to explain your government's complete disinterest in your well-being? Hostages for medicines! These were my only terms. And yet, 6 days of pure fucking silence. So I must conclude that you men are the pariahs of Charlestown, and I would profit better by using your organs for chum and your bones for char.
You're not wrong.
By Christ! This is my predicament. To kill you, or to press you into my service.
Like the chicken, I thought they were getting hanged here.
But not with remorse. The High Edward.
What the hell are you doing, man? All of Charleston can see this mess.
It's the idea. Out of range, but well in sight.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the medicine?
I sent a party ashore to partner with the governor. That were a week ago. No noise since.
I'll handle it. Give me a day.
Works, it
There's
works.
movement up ahead. Is it soldiers?
Aye, and in something of a hurry. I propose we follow, else they spring something we ain't ready for.
Seriously? Ship as large as this ship, chasing a ship as tiny as that.
What's your thinking?
Really, man.
Blackbeard's been at this 8 days already. So it's a good bet. Someone out there has prepared the medicines, just in case.
Ah, but they're stalling. Thinking up ways to avoid paying it out.
Aye, so let's find where they've gathered, and hope for the best.
Careful, Captain. We're drifting close
Don't think something don't bargain with terrorists.
The Jackdaw's got no business sailing such shallow waters.
It'll be a bloody miracle if we ain't spotted.
Yeah, don't say.
There's another watchtower.
We have our own lights on as well.
What's the captain thinking? If this fog shifts, we'll have nowhere to turn.
Hold down. Reef the main.
Keep her at half sail, Captain. Speed'll do us no favors here.
God, man, you'd have a little more faith in me.
Careful with the banks. We cannot pass them
Yeah.
undetected, Captain. And there is no other way.
There's always another way.
All stop!
And it leads to the same result with this. Oh, I already know how this endeavor turns out. That's all the danger that we're gonna have to soon expect here.
Assist me with several
Come
technical
on.
issues in our set.
There we go. Oh,
With another Garrick well underway. The medley of lovers.
Stop.
anyway, that is what we're supposed to do. Good look at that.
Put on some sail.
Ah. And just for firing cannons, you're gonna have to be protected, which is kind of not fair. Not reasonable, I'd say.
Let us hope the river remains this wide.
This ship's built for the open ocean, not stuck in bayous.
God damn it. I stepped by accident. Damn it.
Loose the mains.
Go, go, go.
I see them. Over there. Let us hope the river remains this wide.
This ship's built for the open ocean, not stuck in bayous.
Yes, yes, we get it.
If we run aground here, we may never get out.
Get it.
Be sure they don't spy us trailing them.
Gosh.
Steady as she goes, Captain.
God damn.
More sail. All we've got.
Bump the rear here.
They're getting away, Captain.
Then I'll have to go on without her. I'll be back. With
Do this again now.
Aye, sir.
On foot this time.
It's your turn at the oars.
The devil is. I rowed last time.
Aye, and wagered your next turn on a poor hand of cards, as I recall.
Blast. So I did.
Come on,
Hey
then.
there.
The captain's waiting. He or the rest
My.
of us don't finish us, it'll be these damnable insects.
Aye. The mosquitoes will...
Really? No, this? One more.
The last ounce of vitality from...
Need one more.
You think it's true what they say about Blackbeard? That fire strikes out from his head, as if from some volcano.
If he's not the devil himself, then surely he's made some pact with hell. Only be thankful his ship remains anchored and hasn't torn apart into the art of Charlestown.
Bloody pirates. Someone ought to do something.
They'll be hunted down eventually. Every last one of them.
Wow. It's cold.
Who's that there?
2 old gators come for their supper.
Right, me old mucker. Bit warm tonight, isn't it?
We'll talk about our weather another time, mate. Bit of a hurry.
Good conversation. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Best end soon. I'm going land crazy, and this dirty puddle won't do.
One would suppose all this was for gold. Or rum, at least.
Oh, dear.
Cure whatever ailments fester aboard their vessels.
Syphilis and scurvy, no doubt. Noxious coffins, these pirate ships.
Are you able to see me, Zach? Oops.
You!
Ah.
You'll not escape! Come here! Did you see any crocodiles tonight? I could have sworn I saw something past the boat.
No. Quiet night.
Are you sure? I heard something in the water.
Quiet till you showed up. Go on then. Captain's waiting.
Don't make me bother with.
Very much bad with the detection.
Almost there.
Good. Captain Wyatt is not a patient man.
Just coming over here. Go.
Hello! Is that Ryder yonder?
The very same.
Then speed along. You're expected. And you know
Very
how...
close time here. Oh, jeez.
He
took him! He took him! I told you! Just row! For God's sake, row! I told
And
you
Ben,
there was
the poor
something,
guy.
didn't I tell you? Oh, God. Let's just get out of here!
It sucks. Hmm.
Who's that we done that?
Yeah.
Stop. Oh, no, you don't. Come back.
Thank Christ. I thought we'd never make it.
Oh. Ah, great. It's this mission again. Stop. There's some super around me.
There was an accident. Private Simon. This crocodile.
I don't care about your accidents. What's the word from the harbor, soldier? Speak.
No change, sir. They're holding fast, but are yet to kill or maim any of the captives.
Wow, is this gonna give 2 shillings about that guy?
To surrender?
Okay.
The affairs of the town, and I do not intend to bow to the demands of a pirate, no matter...
See that you listen to the man.
Who else, close?
Not a damn thing. Best get back to me work.
So many times I've had to get detected here.
Surrender? I've been entrusted with the affairs of the town, and I do not
Yeah,
intend to bow to
what I
the
thought.
demands of a...
Alarm! Help me!
No, that's not one.
Bastards in me sight!
Ah, god damn it. God damn.
I apologize, sir. There was an accident. Private Simon. this crocodile.
I don't care about your accidents. What's the word from the harbor, soldier? Speak.
No change, sir. They're holding fast, but are yet to kill or maim any of the captives, near as we can tell. Perhaps it's time to...
To surrender? I've been entrusted with the affairs of the town, and I do not intend to bow to the demands of a pirate, no matter how fierce his reputation.
Yes, sir.
As long as the supply key is with me, no man
Oh,
shall
man, kill the shooter here.
medicine. May plague and calamity strike them all.
Bloody idiot.
What? Pirates! The ship's here! Pirates! Fall back to the mansion!
Ah, dear.
Intruder!
This is rather sudden.
Kill him! Kill him!
Full scale chase now.
Keep dreaming, you dumb cur.
Go, go.
Do something, you fools!
Come on, Edward, put some power into those legs here.
You'll not get through
You're
here.
going nowhere! Stop him!
Well, up in point. After running here, I'm gonna catch him one time.
Don't hit the gunpowder.
Okay, we might already be losing him here. Yeah.
For the captain!
Oh my god. See this? See what's this business happening here? Honestly. I think. That was a pretty miss.
Intruder! Help! Hey, stop!
I mean, could you get a cheeky sleep dot on him?
Somebody shoot him! Someone's after the captain!
Go, go. Now everyone and their mothers are aware, trying to chase him. Lovely.
Someone's after the captain!
Don't hit the gunpowder.
Okay.
Help!
Well, I guess that works.
What's going on? Tighten the noose,
Once again, someone likes that.
Do something, you fools! Clear shot on it. In
Jump.
the sights. There's an intruder!
Ooh.
Get him!
It's terrifying.
We'll get him, lads.
Kill him! Kill him!
You're kidding, right?
Hey, stop!
Chasing like this.
Stop there, you.
It don't work.
Stop him!
Tackle, 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 tackle!
Captain!
Nice. Oh, kill.
Oh, God!
Got him.
Oh, God, save me! And flay all you devils!
The strength of that kick is able to cause him to
You was given
externally
over as
bleed.
ever a man got from any pirate. You might curse his methods, but medicine was all he wanted. And now he'll get it. You should have bartered, mate.
Too many ships, not enough dead.
He has returned, Captain. What's the take? 2 crates. And the means for mixing additional doses.
That's
Nice.
thinking precious little of that these days. You hear that, Mr. Rags? My young friend returns with offerings and so saves your scrawny neck. Will you not thank him?
We should quit these waters, Thatch. The governor, he's bound to
That's
muster more
bound
soldiers.
for it. That's bound up.
You go on ahead. I got some business in the north.
US?
You're done, aren't you? Giving up on us. On Nassau.
Look, lad. I'm late into my 4th decade on this earth. And if I don't find something
6 years old.
a quiet and cozy voyage, I'd rather sink to the devil's doorstep than call myself captain another year. We'll meet again, lad. In this world. Or the one below.
Always sad to see a legend go. Oh. Back to the modern era we go, it seems.
Do you have a minute? I'm on my way upstairs. IDVA wanted to talk with us about putting together a trailer using some of the footage you've been recording this past month. Take your time. I'll meet you by the elevator.
Is that what... Over here. Are you ready? He's waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. There you go. There you go. I can.
I just watched some of your footage from this week. It's amazing. Blackbeard was mental. And we all got so excited that we started talking about this idea for a trailer about him. Maybe start with him drinking, talking to some pirates, telling a story.
You saw that already.
Then we cut to him leaping across the deck of his boat and, sorry, his ship, not boat, but jumping around the deck of his ship, swinging from ropes and fighting like a devil. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to manipulate some of the existing footage to get it looking good, but it could be great. I'm getting a shiver in my timbers just thinking about it. Sorry.
Why? Just insta dead face. Okay.
Bonjour, ça va? I hope we're not late.
No, you can go right.
Hi, Melanie. I saw you just walked in. I need a few minutes with you alone. Laetitia is on the phone and we're discussing the Kenway project.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about this. I'll call you when we're ready.
Oh, great.
Shouldn't be long.
Hello? Hello? Do you have a second? Of course you do. Head to the waypoint on your map. I have another
This
job
is
for
some
you.
crazy timing.
All the cameras in the building to a central monitoring system, but most aren't calibrated correctly.
Screw you, Peter. Oh, level 2 here.
Another locked door. Not a problem.
Fancy.
You now have level 2 security clearance. I'll update your communicator.
This is a bad idea.
Ah, this is an interesting security measure.
Oh boy.
It looks like you need to find the right
I vaguely remember something like this.
just the wave. Easy enough, right? Pick a number selector, then change its value. Once you find the right combination of numbers, you should get access.
There you go. Okay. Hold on a minute. I was like just hitting buttons here until something worked.
It works.
And if we want information on assassins or Templars or the observatory or whatever the fuck else interests us, Olivier, you will deliver it. Full stop.
Uh-huh.
I understand that, Laetitia. I'm sorry if that came out wrong. We are not trying to be a bottleneck here, but we just don't have the resources right now to do 2 times the research.
Finding that balance is your priority. Your your entertainment products are simply a means to pay the bills for larger and more important work. That's the way the world works. Dirty money buys clean hospitals. You get it?
We're on board, Letitia. Rest assured. We have our best employee working on this, but it will take time.
That means you.
Hey, that's me.
And thank you. The both of you. I look forward to seeing what you deliver. Until then, I'll see you at the shareholders meeting, Olivier.
Looking forward to it. Bye-bye. Tabarnak! It's a little too early for that kind of abuse, huh? Come on.
So, what's next?
We do as the lady says. Focus on the observatory.
Assassins, Templars, crazy talk.
Sorry, go back quick before you guys are missing.
The shareholders meeting, though. How about you break into Olivier's office and see if you can find his schedule? Oh, what? You don't like that idea? Well, how about I blow the fucking whistle on you, hacker? I own you. What I mean is, I don't want to ruin your life, so do as I say.
So, some mysterious guy just blackmailing the most important employee here.
You can't waltz into Olivier's office through the front door, so I've opened another route. Up we go. Did you know that Abstergo was run by Templars? Oh, yes. Sounds like crackpot stuff, I know. But then again, the moon landing was faked, right? So, anything's possible.
Right.
All right. Either you walk through that door or throw yourself off the terrace. Those are your options. Oh, well done, kiddo. Find his computer. Make it snappy. We're looking for the shareholders meeting schedule. It's worth a lot of money to us.
So, got right-handed like this.
Careful now. As the data moves, there are security programs constantly monitoring the data.
Oh god, I hate this.
You need to sneak past them, or they will destroy your data and send it back home.
Here. Why is it different? Okay. My change. What? Okay. Oh, very good at this hacking business, am I? Red. Wait again. Okay. Okay. That don't work either. Stupid modern day stuff. God. Touch. God damn it. God damn it. Bad. Nope, held the button for too long. This takes so long. It's really shouldn't. God. That's it. Literally jumped the gun here. Maybe this time though. Nice. Finally.
You sneaky bastard. A pirate through and through, ain't you? Now, get down to the
And
lobby.
it's the best
There's a
part.
courier waiting. Yeah, that's right. I've been planning this for a few hours. Now, wait. The receptionist. Hold on. I'll try something.
scheduled for an present. What do you mean? I got rid of all those pictures. They're where? Oh my god.
As gullible as ever. Now, hurry down to the lobby before I remotely detonate your earpiece.
Wow, to blow my head up.
Me out. My tracks are covered. Yours ain't.
It's like trying to leave a cult to don't do it or bad things will happen.
I practiced.
I think you pulled it a little too long.
Oh, come on. It's not encrypted code, for God's sakes. It's just a bloody coffee. Oh, hooray! It's our old friend.
Hey there, I just got a call about picking up another transfer.
Aw, you said you were here to see me.
Yes, that is one of the perks. Let's see it. A conference in Chicago, very nice. Thanks for this. We'll be in touch.
Ciao, Rebecca. Text me.
Stuff it, Hastings.
And back to our fun.
Well done, friend. Very well done. Apologies for my temper tantrum there. You are with the good guys, I promise. We'll keep you safe. Trust me. Go on back to work.
That's something. That monologue, I doubt it. Working. Your figurines here? Plenty, in fact. Cool.
I've an awful feeling about this. You'll be hurt out there. I couldn't handle that.
I'll be careful, I promise. And when I'm flush with coin and set up, I'll send for you. I will.
Caroline, come away! Don't exert yourself! I can't promise I'll come, Edward. If you leave on this fool's errand, I cannot promise anything.
Don't give up on me, Caroline. Not when I need your faith the most.
Nice.
Putting some shape to your sentiments?
Just a short letter home. I reckon she's past caring anyway.
Oh, you're a hard heart that should be softer.
Or soft in parts that should be hard.
And how is it you're so keen for his hard parts, Mr. Rackham?
You'd like to know my secrets, would you?
Oh, aye. Give me a small hint, like. Or a large one if you're an upright gentleman.
Open your hand.
Oh!
Who's shooting?
Might be them ships sliding into port.
Jesus.
Off to Nassau? Eh? No, available, you said. What's the first? What is that? Weird.
Talk going around was that the
Nassau, but not really.
Well, I'll be hanged. King George has grown tired of our shenanigans. Who's the grim fella?
That's Captain Woods Rogers. Not a man I want seeing my face.
We desire a parley with the men who call themselves governors of this island. Charles Vane, Ben Hornigold and Ed Thatch. Come forth, if you please.
Hear about the king's pardon, I reckon.
What the hell is Hornigold doing?
Lily-livered punk!
Of course.
What are you men up to?
I am grateful for your geniality, Captain Hornigold. I assumed our reception would be a troubled one.
Don't mistake my decorum for deference, Governor. I'm eager to hear what you have to say, but of uncertain mind otherwise.
Very well put. And it's a fairer shake than I expected to see from any pirate. But I promise fair treatment to all who hear me out.
Only wait a while longer, Governor Rogers. These rascals will show their true colors in time.
Calm, Commodore Chamberlain. I have given Captain Hornigold my word that we will be...
Take over this council.
Won't do you a lick of good. Men like him are a blight on His Majesty's reputation and a peculiar cancer afflicting the new world. The king wants them eradicated, above all else.
Is this the town square?
As close to one as we've ever had.
Incredible. It's no cleaner than a dog's kennel. Captain Hornigold, please call your men.
He won't say just...
Hey!
Oh.
Rackham, Vane!
Okay.
The governor's come calling. Bring Burgess and Cockram as well.
Okay. Oh.
Fan out, lads, and take this shanty town as if it were your own.
Sure, need to constantly remind you of this. Okay.
Aye, but the king has been particularly ineffective in bringing about this change, hasn't he? And has failed all attempts until now.
Stop.
Careful how you talk about His Majesty, Governor. You're here at his pleasure.
I have my methods, Commodore, and I expect you to honor them to the letter.
Oi! Stand still. You're there.
Huh?
Hold on now.
Disperse, the lot of you. Make way for the king's emissaries.
Out of the way, you bastards. Go on.
Our only aim here is to treat with the masters of this community. All others are encouraged to go about their usual business.
It's just saying you're not good enough for us to talk to.
Go!
Commodore Chamberlain, please see that all merchants...
You're saying you're not good enough for us to talk to you.
...are rounded up and brought to me.
At least that's what I infer.
We must see about repairing this fortress.
We should be confiscating weapons, Governor. Send these pirates a clear, strong message that the king's emissaries are not to be trifled with.
I have no wish to stir up animosity here, Commodore. And though well armed, we are outnumbered by a decent margin. Slow persuasion is our best and most efficient weapon.
Twaddle, Governor. We should sink every goddamn ship, not flying the...
You're bloody kidding me. Stop.
Fan out, lads, and take this shanty town as if it were your own.
Aye, but the king has been particularly ineffective in bringing about this change, hasn't he? And has failed at all attempts until now.
You're completely stealth here.
Majesty, Governor.
You're
here at his pleasure.
I have my orders, Commodore, and I expect you to honor them to the letter.
Alley-oop.
Disperse, the lot of you. Make way for the king's emissaries.
Out of the way, you bastards! Go on.
Our only aim here is to treat with the masters of this community. All others are encouraged to go about their...
Go on!
Holy moly.
Commodore Chamberlain, Please see that all merchants, masons, and carpenters are rounded up and brought to me this afternoon. We must see about repairing this fortress.
We should be confiscating weapons, Governor. Send these pirates a clear, strong
Can't
message.
really charge.
King's emissaries are
Try
not
to
to be
get the
trifled with.
my rifle all the way with it. And no climbing at all.
Though well armed, we are outnumbered by a decent margin.
That's close.
Slow persuasion is our best and most efficient.
Probably going to the fortress here.
Twaddle, Governor. We should sink every goddamn ship not flying the King's colours. To do otherwise projects a certain weakness in our bearing.
Silence, Commodore! I am the goddamn governor here, serving at the King's pleasure, and I will
Next
make the bloody decisions. Is that clear, sir?
Aye, sir. Your
Already
wishes
hiding.
are clear as crystal.
These are the charts, Commodore. We're in position.
Governor Rogers believes he can make men of these monkeys yet. I do not. Return to your post and await my orders.
Let me. Ready to wipe him when he's building out. Darn the door closed. Yeah, that's what I thought. Over here again in the pit. Yep. I'm not the bit here. Then here. Yes. It's quite the detour we have to take. Ah, perfect. God damn it.
Back to the ground. I'll teach you.
Oh, God.
I need some help here.
This. God damn it. Reload. Check right here this one. You little son. Okay. Change this. I should have. Nope. No dice, huh? Up here. Change it to. Oh. Okay. Can we put here? No, I can't. Hey, good night. Can we just check him? There we go. Looks like it. That was some rough patches of stone here. Got with the camera's throat screwing with me here. Oh, okay, over here. There we go. Where are you going? Oop. Okay,
You best do as he says. We've lost the filthy.
we'll check it out. Here. Where are you going? Oh, that works.
And declare that in case any of the said pirates shall on or before the 5th of September, in the year of our Lord 1718, surrender him or themselves to any one of the principal secretaries of state in Great Britain or Ireland, or to any governor or deputy governor of any of
There
our
we
foreign
go.
nations beyond the seas, every such pirate and pirate so surrendering him or themselves, as aforesaid, shall have our gracious pardon,
Where's the bell?
for such his or their piracy or piracies. By him
Let me get rid of this one.
committed before the 5th of
What's that?
January next ensuing. And we do hereby strictly charge and command
Okay.
all our admirals, captains, and other officers at sea, and all our
So like this, so we don't get caught here.
any forts, castles, or other places in our plantations, and all our officers, civil and military, to seize and take such of the pirates who shall refuse or neglect to surrender themselves accordingly.
Good night. Good night to you as well.
Faster!
Okay.
Get away!
This guy's just gonna see a bunch of me, but not know how to get rid of me. Okay. Hey, you.
Hey, he's talking to you.
Hello. Oh, great, it didn't work, huh? Sucks. Night evening. Back out of this. Extend that. Through this tower. Perfect. Well, objective's completed now. I can. Oh. Okay.
We're losing him! Oh, don't lose him now!
Oh, this gunner would be such a pain. Yunk.
I
Why,
pray
I
you
could just
take
leave that there as the onion.
course, gentlemen, and accept the king's pardon as soon as your hearts allow. For until such time, all of you will be confined in Nassau. I am sorry for this, but in lieu of a public trial, this pardon is your best bet.
The governor puts it far too brightly, maggots. Take this message home. Accept the king's protection forthwith, or we will raise this town to its foundation
Definitely an
and
admiral.
stretch your bloody necks.
Peace, Commodore Chamberlain. We are messengers,
Commodore.
not executioners. Not yet.
Oh, thank you, sir. God save you.
So, get pardon or
Stroke of fortune, lads. We should take the king's pardon and salvage what dignity we own.
Peace. I'll be hanged before I surrender to that bobbin.
Check your head, Vane. We had here a rare opportunity, a chance to take something base and shape it into a government made and maintained by men of vision. But in 2 years, we pissed it away. I won't make that mistake again.
It's truth he's telling, and you whelps can't handle it. Adieu, you forecastle-headed fuddlers. See you at the gallows.
You'll all be dead men! Bastards! I need a drink.
did that. Nice. You know I cannot. What can
He's off!
right? How we go now?
Interloper, raise the alarm!
It'll.
Got a clear shot!
Goodbye. Good-ish. Over again.
Get 'em, lad!
And deal with single person chasing. Good run. Especially left pass. Pretty good, yeah.
Nidaf!
Go. The gun. We call it.
Makes me bloody ill to think on how many times I've put up with Hornigold and his self-righteous shite.
Verily, you are a man of principle, Captain Hornigold. A man I believe I can trust with my best ideas.
Faith, and we'll survive this, Charles, with our pride intact.
That's confidence. Have you brewed a plan I might get a taste of?
Nassau is over, that's plain to see. I say we skip out tonight and regroup at my compound.
Fair enough. What's your angle?
The Brits have brought their supplies ashore, see? If we nick some gunpowder and pine pitch, we can build a fire ship and send it straight at the blockade, blasting it to smithereens.
Aye. We'll use Rackham's ship. He ain't a capable captain.
Wow.
My conscience is clear.
Right. Well, you get the gunpowder, I'll secure the pine pitch.
Fun. First. Literally steal physical objects here. Okay.
Go play somewhere else.
Ah.
Stop! Stop! After him! We're bound to
It'll. Grab it? No, I can't. And you, I need to break your guard first, like that. You throw your thing. Ow. My god. There we go.
Useful hiding place, this.
That. I thought I had to physically carry that. No, you just have to stand near for an indeterminate amount of time. Good enough for me. That's too far away. Not all far, actually. I don't matter at all. And you see a ton of them, so let's do a subsequent order then.
You there! I'll turn you off!
Oh god. And straight at the powder cake.
Stinking get!
Alright, again. Oh, that's a lot of stuff.
Got a good line on him! Together!
Isn't it? Oh, this guy's gonna be pain. For sure. Why can I get a... Oh god. Can't make any mistakes, I'm scared. See?
Got him sighted!
What?
I've got a shot!
Here we go again. Oh god. What? I pressed counter. God damn it.
Damnation!
Slide off. God. Yeah, just a little bit wonky at times.
He won't come. His wife's gone into labour. Last I saw him, he was running in circles.
Hold there! You!
Mm-hmm.
Stop! He's doing a legger! Nothing.
God, complete another miss here.
You can't escape us!
Okay. Oh. Jesus. It's fine timing here. Wanna get him. That works.
You're not losing us!
Oh. Just need to wait for the aggro to die off. Come on. Any minute now. There we go. Aruga. Ah, geez. Ow. Look at me. God damn it. This is why you need the bulletproof armor.
By the great Pete Boggy. Faster! I'll pretend that didn't happen for now.
Just say this. Whoa.
Oi! Stop! Speed, boys! Speed! I think I can hit him. Trespass!
Oh. Get him. Nice. Just want a cake. Is that too much? Oh. Chain. Nope, never mind. Okay. Incoming reinforcement. Oh god.
Got you lined up, Doug.
Monsieur. What?
He's right down my barrel.
Be my shield. You. Ow.
I think I can hit him.
Okay. Do it again.
Keep him surrounded.
Got him this time though. Oh god, run away.
In my sights,
Come on. Do it again. Good on you for waiting though, I appreciate it.
Got him dead to rights.
Oh.
I think
Oh, who's gonna come here? Oh. What? What happened there? What? How'd that happen?
Fit for a gentleman's sport.
Oh wait, the objective is want me to use my tools here.
God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads.
You.
Master won't take kindly to broken goods.
I think you've had
Oh, I don't have it. So. You. Got the gunner here. These guys are annoying. That.
I won't. You're in the wrong place, Corp.
That works. Ah, goddamn.
Stop the bastard! Help! Jordan, stay, boys.
Ah, don't let me hide here. Oh, you just really screwing your friends over here. Yeah, you know what I mean? Actually, no. Somehow.
Teach them a lesson, you show them!
Okay.
Keep at it! Send it over, grenade!
Boom.
Better man! I'll even love my
Is my counter not being effective?
grenade coming!
You. Okay.
Make him guess, lads!
This one. Okay. E. Counter, please. Please. Counter with this. Ow. That hurts. Bastard. It feels bigger though, so it's easier to hide in there.
Where did he go from here? Grenade! Run!
Seriously?
Grenade!
Did you throw that?
This looks a lovely place to hide. A bro hidey hole.
Okay.
Run!
It works, I suppose. Hey. All worked out in the end. Now to grab. Okay.
Wait!
Stupid gunner.
Grenade!
No, where's the gunner?
I seen him just here. Where's he gone? Wouldn't surprise me. He's here.
Nice.
Sure, then he could be here. Ah, shite grenade!
Alright, listen time. Okay. And now we're done here. The next area.
Hey, get
Okay.
out of that scrub! Now seeing this.
A lot of gunners here.
Wait a minute. Now what if
Shot on you. Run away here.
in my sights?
I'll distract them.
Hold! Someone's in those shrubs! There he is!
What the heck? What, we got you already? That's fast. Oh, we shot on him. Go.
Yes, lads. I can get him from here.
Dude, your captain's whoever going berserk. You should probably do it then. Yay, yeah. Nice, nice. Ow.
Oh.
Ow. That hurts a lot.
He's mine. I've a clear.
Back. Get in there. They put you so far away.
I think you've had enough. Just listen to you, savages. What is the matter with you?
Now the plot just using enough darts. He's a captain, right? The hardest enemy to beat, so therefore the way you should use it most the most.
I've got a clear shot.
See how many it takes to take him down. Oh, they got it first of all. Anyway. Check that.
Prepare your
Missed.
coffin. He's dead in me sights. What? You in the bush? Out!
Oh,
Head off his escape!
alright. Let's get this over.
I've got a clear shot.
Oh, this works too. Oh, Jesus. What guy's in there? There we go. That took way longer than it should have. Only 2 cards used. Hey, yeah. Now what? Back to tavern. Oh. Get the waypoint there. Get away. 86.
Come on, boys, you're lagging.
86, son.
Lieutenant. Aye, sir. The Commodore fears a revolt is nigh. His orders are to sink every goddamn pirate ship now anchored in that harbor, tonight.
Governor's
wishes, sir. This is a direct order, soldier. You will take position on the grounded galleon and await the Commodore's further orders. Is that clear? Aye, sir.
The conniving bastard. Someone ought to slit the Commodore's throat before he gets a chance to bark those orders.
You think so?
We're dead in the water otherwise.
All right, I'll kill him.
Your brains are baked. I won't take no part in killing the Commodore. Not one of the King's men.
Oh.
We can't risk our good fortune. I'll be waiting for you.
Attacking your own buddy. Oh, everybody wants my blood.
Get back here, you deaf turd!
Sir, we have information for the Commodore. An urgent
Game. Bad mistake.
Carry on.
Lots of sour blood between them two, Rogers and Chamberlain. What's the issue?
The Commodore don't think much of civilians, I reckon. And there's a rumor going around that Rogers is some kind of Jacobite, or worse, that he's a Catholic.
Got him sighted!
Oh, ow.
Think of worse.
That hurt.
You old losers are already dead!
Amazing. Bloody kid. Go again then. Alright, you will do it. Always these snipers that do the most difficult. Not because of the damage, because well detection thing. Arbitrary no detection thing.
Carry on.
I can do it, doesn't mean I like it.
Lots of sour blood between them two, Rogers and Chamberlain. What's the issue?
The Commodore don't think much of civilians, I reckon. And there's a rumor going around that Rogers is some kind of Jacobite, or worse, that he's a Catholic.
There we go. Finally. It's like way easier.
You lads, follow and lay aboard. The Commodore has a job for you.
I think it's going to a shipment.
Be you of a buying disposition, come.
It's off the side for it. Look up.
Oh, good people, I bless you all this day. There!
God, stop.
You're fast. I heard the Commodore ranting and raving about Woods Rogers.
Rogers.
Calling him a heathen and what.
God damn it. Oh my god. You all the way back here. Seriously. Oh. Man.
Sir, we have information for the Commodore, an urgent matter. Carry on.
Lots of sour blood between them two, Rogers and Chamberlain. What's the issue?
Okay.
Commodore don't think much of civilians, I reckon. And there's a rumor going around that Rogers is some kind of Jacobite, or worse, that he's a Catholic.
Okay.
Oh, I could think of worse.
See that you listen
to
Get marked at all, apparently.
To hell with it.
Hmm.
You heard what he
God. Fine.
Oh, don't lose him now! I see him! The Commodore has
Listen.
a job for you.
Aye, sir.
Everything must go!
What if he's in hiding?
I see him!
Yeah.
I've got him dead to rights.
Oh god, it's a lot of protections.
I heard the Commodore ranting and raving about Woods Rogers.
God.
Calling him a heathen and whatnot. What's happened
Hey,
to
yeah.
too off?
Hush, man. You don't want the governor's
Okay.
eye brought down on you. He's a mysterious sort.
Well, I'm much more afraid of the Commodore in truth.
Too
He's a
soft.
serious chap. No sense of humor.
Let's try to keep the kerfuffle at a distance so they don't notice it. Ah! Ow! Ow!
They threaten us with fire and...
Listen, you sod.
Sir, we have information for the Commodore, an urgent matter. Carry on.
Too far.
Lots of sour blood between them two, Rogers and Chamberlain. What's the issue?
The Commodore don't think much of civilians, I reckon. And there's a rumor going around that Rogers is some kind of Jacobite, or worse, that he's a Catholic.
What?
Oh,
Guess
I
what?
could think of worse.
You get back here. Helmet! What?
Okay. Excellent.
Cut off his retreat.
There we are. Okay. How are you still confused?
You lads, follow and lay aboard. The Commodore has a job for you.
Aye, sir.
Everything you could possibly need, gathered here for you, good.
Yep. Never mind.
What you seek, travel no
Stand where
further
you-
this day. You found it.
Oh my god, stop.
Cut off his escape.
Oh my god.
I heard the Commodore ranting and raving about...
Why is this group the most difficult to deal with here?
What's happened to set them two off?
Hush, man. You don't want the governor's
I don't know why.
down on you. He's a mysterious sort.
Well, I'm much more afraid of the Commodore in truth. He's a serious chap. No sense of humor.
What a
Like this blue guy's moving.
For shame, you tyrant!
Shite! Make for home!
Give them a pickling.
There you go.
Where do you think you're going?
I got too far away. You're good. Go, go, go. Catch up quick. There you go. Easy as pie. Okay.
Saw him. He was running in circles, full tilt, with
You could ask the Crumpback to help you with that.
It was so quick. Another annoying pest up there.
Take positions and prepare to decamp on the Commodore's orders.
Aye, sir.
Come on. Happy go. Oh, Jesus. Stop. God damn it. Parkour is so clunky. Put you here. Interesting. Don't do that, then.
Stop there.
She's always done right by me. Good dobbins at fair prices. Oh, she's a handsome lass, don't get me wrong, but she's a bit of a harridan. And her dad's haste to weather her off.
You! Hop!
Can you mark? Please. Where do we go from here? We have enough time.
Take positions and prepare to decamp on the Commodore's orders.
Aye, sir.
You there! Stop!
In my sights, clear as day.
The heck? Seriously?
Oh, don't lose him now!
For flip's sake. And too far away. These requirements are too bloody strict. Oh. There he is. There's the target.
Remember our object, lads. We're here to punch
Come on.
holes in every goddamn
Happy go.
pirate ship anchored in the northern harbour. If you doubt the honour of our cause here, and if my disavowal
Happy
of
go.
our
Thank
coward
you.
governor's
Jesus.
wishes causes you anxiety, then you are free to debark my vessel and stay ashore. So tumble up there, men. Tumble up all.
Yeah, we'll just hang there. We'll just hang here and wait.
That's right.
Oh.
Sail aloft, quick as you please. Ready to loose the topsails on my signal. Already forward? Wait for my signal, please.
Go, 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 quick.
It's not Christian what the quartermaster's got.
One right one? No.
With me!
Nah. God.
Grenade!
Come on.
In me sights.
What the heck?
There! On him!
The governor's given us a pardon, Commodore.
Ah.
Won't mean anything in these times.
Has syphilis clouded your mind? Why scratch and claw to protect such...
My gosh.
Your parasites feeding off the industry of honest men.
Much like King George in that respect.
Know your place, peasant. You may have taken my life, but you have not improved your own by any measure.
Does some purpose keep you talking?
If not for that heathen, Governor Rogers, I'd have seen you hanged from your own cross trees. Worm. All of you.
Insult to the last. My god. Self-destructor right there. Nope, I cannot. Back here again. Go in there. Back here again. Oh my god.
Futile! You can't escape us!
Can't have all whatsoever. Not work, unfortunately. No, bad thing. Okay, what was that? And you're standing here? Oops. How about killing? I seriously expect you to walk all the way back. Oh boy. All 400 meters here. Okay, most nearby? No. No, there are not.
Forbid any.
Such a beard splitter to ribs.
I would never.
Merry begotten ne'er-do-well.
Perhaps we'll be.
By surprise, yeah. That is not. Son of Saul is now in like civil war. Whether to be forgiven or rebel. Ah, that's why. Gonna start the thing.
The Commodore's dead. Are we ready?
We're close. We've got a problem with the galleon. There's a couple of dozen. Bloody hell. You'd raise a cloud here, louts. You shot gunpowder to blow New Providence off its rocks.
Lay off me, mate. I'm well chafed.
As I was telling, squad of lobsters has commandeered our galleon. We're gonna have to clear it out before we use them cannons to break the blockade.
I thought we used a fire ship to break the blockade down.
Stay near the fire ship, Captain. Keep it afloat.
Oh boy. Mortars and barrels.
Gallants! Royals! Studs!
The heck is beyond lockdown, I'm guessing.
The Brits are on to us. Look there.
Oh, they're gonna look for their fire ship.
The stations!
Damn it! The ring's coming loose!
We're low on powder at the
Fuse is low on 2 and 3.
Ooh, then. Soul.
Fire!
That's a good shot!
Get him? You got him. Lovely.
Fire, sir!
Man.
Coming fire!
Too far.
She's weak as hell!
No, this one's up.
Ready to spit, sir! How's that feel, eh?
Okay.
Fire!
Captain, the well-placed shot there!
Fire!
We hit a lot of people. I like that. Nice. Double, triple.
Look out!
Boom.
Fire!
That's a good shot, crippler!
Just barely. Last one now. Oh god. Scary. One scary.
Reload! Won't miss next time.
Oh god. And the
Fire!
I'm Mary.
Missed! Other hooks tight.
Concentrate on the task at
Fire!
hand! Don't let them sink our fire ship. That's our ace.
Jesus already half it.
Captain! Fire!
Like a truck.
Make it back to planks! Brace yourselves! Incoming fire!
Never mind.
Enemy fire! Careful, Captain! She...
Taking this thing. I should have.
Incoming fire! Down to the drink!
Stay near the
Oh,
fire ship,
got him.
Captain. Keep it afloat. She's enemy fire! Mind the helm!
Not how they wanted to still.
Fire! Incoming fire! They are firing,
some
sir! Fire!
Awaiting order, sir!
Who's next?
Fuse is low on 2 and 3.
We're going to
Wait enough. There's that blockade.
Captain!
We've a dealer
We
there,
have to
lad,
rebuild that
but
section.
we'll hold.
The fire ship's about to blow. Steer clear, Captain!
Oh, Jesus.
Powder law! Monkey!
Get him, boy.
Fire!
We broke through. Get clear of the
Oh,
fleet
okay.
now and we're home free.
Now, escape, huh? Okay. There we go.
Say, can we?
Temporarily in the way here.
To us.
We ain't out of this yet.
Oh god, oh god, okay.
Sir, back off!
Oh god. Ow.
Carpenter will
Oh,
David,
geez.
Captain! She's growing, sir!
Poor
Too
husband.
much damage!
Sod it! Jammed wadding!
How's that feel, eh?
Okay.
Back off or she'll blow us out of the water!
Shots ready to go!
Okay.
We're almost a sea dog supper, Captain!
We're also getting hit by mortars too yet. Still as fast as we can. Oh, come on. Okay, well, we're fine.
Fall down and close!
Lovely.
A mighty mess there. Burn, you bastards! They're burning up your ass, governor! Prancing about like they took a prize.
Not very good, as you can see at the ship stuff. Oh. Don't tell me. Captain.
Boy, kid. You missed quite a time.
Aye.
Pity about Nassau and Blackbeard flying the coop.
Well, we'll see about Thatch. Vane's off to see him now, and I'm following soon.
Could I stay?
This is what's left of your experiment in democracy.
Aye. We do as we please here, and we take our time doing it.
For Christ's sake, Edward. Don't anything but the stink of riches wrinkle your nose.
What's got into you, man?
Reality, mate. Reality. See that you ain't pulled into the drink by this drowning rat.
Aye. I've lived longer than most men who trod this path.
This is peak AC right here. Something was in there. How do I get in my own house? God damn it. There you go. Stop. Something here. What's up? God damn it. Too expensive. I'm just kidding. Alright, what are we doing? Nassau is locked. Next closest teleport point then. Wrong way. Oops.
Give me some.
Still then. Come on. Oh, right. Shit mode. Apologies. Enjoy the song, I suppose. Dun, 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 dun. Got stopped again. Please. Thank you. There we go.
Larboard, Captain! Floating booty there for the taking, sir!
Been collected. Oh, no. Yeah. Nah, up yours.
Set a course due north, lads.
What are we doing here?
Find Captain Thatch.
As long as we're not assaulting a fortress, I think we'll be just fine. Hey, we meet once again.
You are, Thatch. His mind's made up to stay, he says. It's a sodding. And hang all of you lot that follow this sorry bastard into obscurity.
The man's a prick. I know you're come to call me home, Kenway. And your faith in me is kind. But with Nassau done in, I feel I'm finished.
I'm not of the same mind, mate. But I won't begrudge you the state of yours.
You still looking for that sage fellow?
Aye.
Taking a prize a month back, I heard a man named Roberts was working a slave ship called the Princess. Might want to see about it.
The Princess. Cheers, Thatch.
That looks like
Sit there like a barrel of wet fish.
we don't look like him.
We're celebrating my retirement! Uncork this man's breakfast!
Me?
Save us a few bottles, eh?
Suspicious individuals. Looking good.
That can't be. Is there a reason you're acting the blind cuddy?
Have you lost?
Makes you feel big, does it, brute?
Shame on.
Makes you feel.
Well, this fellow.
I'm no trouble. Shame on you. Heads we got to pull it back. Listen to
Oh,
the
dear.
betters. God, the bastard's running. Give over. I didn't see him.
Hello?
Okay, go.
Lieutenant! What?
Stay
here. Shoot anything that moves.
What? Oh. How? See? Yeah.
Yeah, these what is.
You like the drapes
so
so
much,
why not buy the rug?
He says to me, go on, you could do it. He says, he's going to do it.
I'm literally Black Bitch. What's the situation on me being? Come on. Oh, God. Yeah, I imagine that definitely hurts.
Ever had the pleasure of 2 vixens in your den?
I wouldn't even give up.
Over here. Gonna run, yep. Expected.
What? Stay here.
Okay.
Shoot anything that moves.
There was a deserter among them who recalled my face. I sliced into his gullet before any word left his lips.
Oh.
Anybody see you?
Don't think so, sir.
Oops.
Don't think so, sir. But I reckon Kenway suspects something. He don't miss much.
Tell me about the beach.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose.
The spy. They have a spy in their ranks.
Tell me about Edward Teach. What sort of man is he?
It's Thatch, sir. At least that's what he calls himself. But he's a mad bugger, he is. Cracked as a glass teapot, sir.
Details, man. Stop talking in gibberish.
Well,
More
sir, he likes his
things.
drink, for instance.
Okay.
Only he makes him queer. Takes the usual rum flip and fills it with half a weight of gunpowder to top it off.
Did I hear you right? He
Ready to get one more before the day's over?
Aye, sir. Just for show. And only last week he rounded up a score of his crew and bade us sit in the hold of his ship while he burnt off sulphur and other sickening minerals. We just sat there like it was one of a million pits of...
Okay. What to do?
And only last week he rounded up a score of his crew and bade us sit in the hold of his ship while he burnt off sulphur and other sickening minerals. We just sat there like it was one of a million pits of hell and nothing less ordinary.
Good God.
Nope.
Like to test his crew is all. Tease out their fitness and what. Of course, it always turned out he was the fittest of the lot. Thought for a moment I'd die there. Bloody savages.
Quickly, send the signal. And remember always this day.
Oh dear.
What the devil?
Ooh. My gosh. I really don't like Blackbeard. This right actually, yeah, this okay. Oh. Geez. Everything is burning. To the roof?
Where the hell is Kenway? Note the day, lads!
So bright I can't tell.
Today we send the king's finest to their graves!
There we go. Barely any time to spare. Oh god.
Let's go! Loose out, let's move!
Ship coming after us!
Mortars ready to spit, sir!
Come on. Turn.
Damn!
Okay.
Look, Captain, a well-placed shot there!
Fire!
Fire!
Jesus, then.
Fire!
Almost ready!
Heavy shot will crush us! Batten
That
yourself!
one did some damage!
Oh.
Weakest right there, Captain!
Fire! Clues down! Let themselves exposed!
And slowly chip up me. There's defenses here. Now I got his turn.
Let's move! Topsails gallants!
Okay.
Race!
Jesus.
Fire!
Take it
Yeah, that worked. Sort of. Yeah.
there! Fire! Away till she's vulnerable there, Captain!
Anyway.
Fire!
Can't do this right.
Get the mains free!
Stay as much as possible here.
Red, reef in, all top! Let themselves exposed! Fire!
Make him pay, Captain! Fire!
So dirty. Oh, these are these. Come on, move.
They've hit us!
It's so slow.
Fire! That's a good shot could cripple her!
Fire!
A little damage this is. Jesus.
Place shot there!
Fire!
Okay.
Loose and trim too! Back off, sir! The heavy shot will crush us! Race! All sails!
Lot.
All down!
Okay. Good.
We're for the deep, Captain!
My health.
Fire! Let themselves exposed! Make him pay!
Come on.
Topsails and gallant! Captain Ransom! There she's gone! Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Douse the royals and tops!
I'm saying those mortars hitting him as good as dead here.
In it comes! Fire!
Get away, sir! That beast will founder us!
Fire!
Again.
Man your sheets, Turner! Fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire!
Ready to
Fire!
fire, sir! Good shot could cripple her!
Fire!
Keep on!
Brace yourselves!
We're just about fish bait, Captain!
We are breached badly,
We survived it, just barely. We're so close.
Shorten sail!
God.
Get off the squall! Fire! Stay out of that ring!
Come on. Move, damn it. What's going on here?
Douse the royals and tops! Crowded all...
Feels like the man of war can make tighter turns than I can.
Fire! Look, Captain! That's
Come on, you have to see. You're in.
Ready,
incapacitated yet. Got one more. Dang it. I'm gonna flow that up. Oh, thank God. Clutch. Hard clutch.
Also, Crowdaton!
Hard clutch here. Ooh, no. 20 enemies. Play probably. What a captain. Can't get anything from over here. I don't think so, no. Too bloody tall. Alright. Manual waiters then.
Keep them back! Come on the heads! Except 3 or 4!
Good captain, I presume. There we go.
And cut them to
Ow. What the heck?
Bury the lot, boys! Take no guff! I'll cleave
Come on.
you lengthwise, maggots!
Baptize me to reload here.
I'll not fall here today, bastards! Come at me!
No. Oh, no. Bob.
Free lad!
Okay, now for the classic.
Here's the path to perdition! You're all taking me. Bloody
We're back. To continue. Oh, we're doing alright. Trying to take out the crew of a ship, dude. Almost forgot. Sewing me. And you and nope, can't get over there. Come on, almost. No. Frank! Oh, Judge. Can I get you? Did you drop your weapon here? Why? Oh, thank you. What an opportunity. There we go. Oh dear.
Can we? Here, in a world without gold, we might have been heroes.
Oh, jeez. Ah, no. Black bear. Oh.
Devil curse me. Where's the jackdaw?
Oh, jeez. You're standing on the edge like this. And get your limbs blown out. My iron ball. Escape, huh? Another pirate down. King Maverick. What? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Nothing more to read up. Got the man award. Ah, reinforcements came. I see. No other choice about it, I suppose. There we go.
What a
We
fat,
good?
sir.
I think we're good.
Did he fall? Captain?
He
The answer is
drinks
yes.
damnation.
Three or four somehow. We praise for that. Minimal casualties. You can see they don't share the animation though. Putting his shoulder close back on, unfortunately. Alright, let's see where we going. Shit. Good one. Oh, a straight shot from Tulam then. I could already do that. What are you talking about? Huh? Huh? Alright then.
Good day.
Let's see we go. Did I unlock any new feature here? No, I did not, unfortunately. Vainglorious Bastards. Oh, gee, I think that's the farthest we're ever going to sail today. Oh, now it's really, really fun. Shanties, and here we go then. Gosh, how many nails? So, probably a trend soon. They're only 30 a quarter inch. Unacceptable. No. Good fuck. I forgot what flight that is. And that one. Something Spanish. Spaniards. Sorry, Latin America then? Was there flight? Hmm. Where then? Nice to go whaling sometime. That's never really part of the main story, so I'm not having much opportunity to do so. Slowly replacing my crew now. Just another Italian in there. The heck is that? Is this like normal stuff that's phasing in and out? Stop drifting. You turn left to the wind. The Ranger. Is there a bunch of ships named the Ranger? Oh, great. Another naval combat mission. Oh, what the expected? So this whole thing's about.
So Thatcher's been topped. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
He was outnumbered. I couldn't reach him.
Devil damn the man he was faced, but his heart was divided.
It's hard to let go of the life that you know best.
My own idiot father liked to brag about how he meant to purchase a ship of his own. I'll get a privateering contract, Charlie. Your old dad'll be a captain. Drowned in a whiskey bottle before he ever left shore.
Wow. Watch.
Right, Kenway. I've been musing on this plan of yours. This observatory you're always going on about. How do we know it exists?
We find a slave ship called the Princess. Aboard should be a man called Roberts. He can lead us to it.
All them slavers work for the Royal African Company.
Rack.
Find one of their ships and start asking some questions.
Slavers working from designate the royals, which means they're approved by the queen.
Clues down!
We're looking for slave ships. Any that work for the Royal African Company.
You don't mean to traffic human
No, Jesus, Addy. You know me better than that. We're only after information. Looking to find where the princess docks in her spare time.
We're in the storm once again, for some reason.
Right. Blackbeard told me there's a good chance we'd find the sage aboard her.
Okay.
Brace your bones, we're coming together!
Go around a bit more. Alright, of course you want to engage him. That's it.
Damn! Can't that animal stay the course we agreed to?
Completely unnecessary, but no sir. No travel state. Looks like this we can play. Hmm. Worse actually. So it's getting hard to find this shit. Jeez. Better than mine. Pick up ahead of you. Get the. Nope. That ain't it. No, there's a whaling spot. Does all with his cannon? No, he won't. Let's hear somewhere straight.
It's there!
They're foundering! Captain Fresh made for our sup, but a spear cast away.
Is that it? Yes, it is.
There's hundreds of
Oh god, we're going to fight it.
I know.
Oh dear.
Fresh meat there if you can strike it, sir.
Well, he can. Vane can aggro it first then.
Trim the yards off the wind!
Spooked, Captain!
And back.
Ship is
Oh god.
Damn fool!
Not good.
I'll get us in close.
Oh, Vane, attack it.
Fire!
Drop diversionary stuff here.
Fire! Ready to spit, sir!
They're actually fighting us, I guess.
Fire!
Damn that Captain Vane. He's unloading everything he has.
He'll sink it if he's not careful. We'll get closer.
It's fine for now. There's so much health. I don't see a problem yet.
No!
Come on.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
What I want to know is like,
Fire!
can you ever like stop this shit or just doomed to turn to keep going? Oh jeez.
We've been touched!
God damn it. Got us there. Come on. How many times have to batter yourself?
Give the order, sir!
See? God damn it.
Lay aboard, boys! Fast as you are! All clear, pull away! Chase those bastards down, Kenway. I'll murder the men who scuttled my ship.
Keep calm, mate. Remember what we're after.
Keep wide of the fort.
Alright, see the same strategy here.
Ready, sir!
Okay. Oh, that's not good. Get out.
Loose all and trim sharp.
You're gonna hit it. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ow. Ow. It's crisp. Toasted us here.
Clues up! Eat her sticks! Fire! Fire! Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Just want to get him in my way as well here. Yeah, doing my strategy here. Okay.
Ready to fire,
Don't
sir!
sink that slaver ship, Kenway. There's hundreds of innocent men aboard.
I know.
Try not to hear.
Fire!
Ow.
Fire!
Oh, there he is.
Fire!
We're ready, sir!
Be a little bit easier. Okay.
Impact!
Hey, that's not worth it. Okay, 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 okay. Ow. That hurt like heck.
Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Chase those bastards down, Kenway.
Alright, well, unfortunately, an unexpected reason to stop the stream came up. The switch. My camera is running out of battery, even though it's a charging. The consumption is higher than charge. So, and I have work later, so I'm gonna need my device. Thank you everyone for watching. This has been Rook Games, also half of Rook Corner, the voice of elemental humans with 1 million views. Smile. Gregory Stop, subscribe to Rook Corner on YouTube, like and follow here. Which I'll see you all next time. Good morning.